Vows and Vendettas. By Aressa. Chapter 1. The Red Mask. The gala smelled like money and secrets, which was to say it smelled like every other gala Arden Sterling had ever attended, infiltrated, or survived. Arden stood at the second-floor balustrade of the Montclair estate, one gloved hand resting on the polished marble rail, looking down at the sea of silk and champagne below with the expression of a person who owned not just the room, but the concept of the room. The crimson Dior gown was doing exactly what it was designed to do, command space. The platinum updo was engineered to add presence to an already considerable height. The lipstick, sterling red, a custom shade that had appeared in exactly one fashion magazine under Arden's mother's name, was the final seal on a persona that had taken years to perfect and felt, tonight as on every other night, like wearing a cage made of glass. No one below would guess that the socialite at the rail had spent the morning field stripping a suppressed pistol, or that the elegant right hand was holding a champagne flute only to keep itself from reaching for the earpiece that sat, dormant and waiting, in Arden's left ear. Sterling. The voice in the earpiece was flat, transatlantic, clipped to its essential syllables. Arthur Penhaligon, speaking from whatever surveillance van was parked 3 streets over. Target is entering from the East Terrace. He will reach the central gallery in 4 minutes. Arden did not move. Moving too quickly was what amateurs did. Acknowledged, Arden said, barely parting their lips. The couple nearest to them on the balcony noticed nothing. They never did. Below, the Montclair gala swirled on in its expensive, oblivious orbit. Politicians recycled handshakes. Art dealers whispered valuations to people who didn't know what art was. A string quartet in the far corner performed Vivaldi with the grim precision of a firing squad. Arden tracked 14 faces in the crowd simultaneously, the way a person tracks the weather, not with effort, but with the continuous, low-level vigilance of someone who has learned that the sky can change without warning. The target was a man named Bellamy Duval. 52, gray-templed, with a politician's handshake and a private collector's appetite. He carried, in the breast pocket of his dinner jacket, a data chip containing the first fragment of what Arden's family handlers were calling the Gilded Scion Index, the access architecture for a surveillance system that their dead matriarch had spent 30 years and several $1 billion building beneath the world's notice. A digital master key. A godhead made of code. The inheritance. Arden did not want the inheritance. They had not wanted it the day their grandmother's lawyers had walked into their apartment and placed a manila folder on the kitchen counter with the kind of careful silence that precedes a sentence being handed down. They did not want it any more now than they had then. But the Sterling name came with obligations the way a knife came with an edge, and Arden had learned, very young, that the edge did not care about your preferences. 2 minutes, said Arthur. Arden set down the champagne flute, untouched, on the tray of a passing waiter. Turned from the balustrade with the unhurried grace of someone who moved through luxury the way water moved through stone, not fighting it, simply occupying it, and descended the curving staircase into the gallery below. The dress moved beautifully. It was designed to. Everything Arden wore in the field was designed to move beautifully, and Arden had long since stopped taking any pleasure in that fact. The central gallery was a cathedral of acquisition, marble columns, museum-lit canvases, the fossil record of old money dating back 3 generations of Montclairs who had confused possession with culture. Arden drifted through it, accepting a fresh glass from another tray, catching their own reflection in the darkened glass of an adjacent frame, the platinum hair, the composed expression, the lipstick that was and had always been a military color, and felt, as they always did in these moments, the particular dissociation of performing a version of yourself so consistently that the performance becomes indistinguishable from the person. The question, of course, was whether there was still a person left underneath. Arden had stopped asking that question on most days. It was unproductive. Tonight, though, there was a thread of something, not quite feeling, but the residue of it, tugging at the base of their sternum as they positioned themselves near a Flemish oil painting of a woman who looked as though she were tolerating her own portrait. Arden understood the feeling exactly. Bellamy Duval entered from the East Passage at 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Ahead of schedule, which meant he was nervous, which meant he knew he was being watched. Interesting. He was shorter in person than in his file photographs. They usually were. He moved through the gallery with the specific speed of a man trying to look casual while going somewhere urgently, which was a behavioral contradiction that Arden found both useful and aesthetically offensive. Arden drifted into his path with the naturalism of a collision that had been engineered down to the inch. The shoulder contact was light. The champagne from Duval's glass did not spill. Arden's hand had ensured that before it could happen, a steadying touch at his elbow that looked reflexive but was a calculated physical intrusion into his personal space, calibrated to trigger the automatic recoil and apologize response in a man who valued social standing above self-awareness. "Oh, forgive me," said Arden. The voice was warm, cultivated, the mid-Atlantic accent that the Sterling family had maintained for 3 generations like a coat of arms. "I'm absolutely hopeless in a crowd." Duval's expression reshuffled through irritation, recognition, and the specific recalibration that men like him performed when they realized they were speaking to someone whose name meant something. Arden Sterling. He smiled with the practiced warmth of the professionally networked. "I don't believe we've met in person." "I believe we haven't," Arden agreed, which is a gap I've been meaning to address. The conversation that followed was 47 seconds long. It needed to be. Arden laughed once at an observation of Duval's that was not amusing, touched his arm twice more at intervals that felt organic, and by the time they parted with the ritual exchange of cards, Duval's monogrammed, Arden's a clean sterling gray with only a number, the data chip had completed its brief journey from breast pocket to the slim secondary pocket sewn into the interior seam of the Dior gown. "Acquired," Arden said, under the sound of the Vivaldi. "Clean," said Arthur, in the earpiece. "Exit is clear." "Good work, Sterling." Arden did not respond to that. They moved toward the terrace exit at the unhurried pace of a socialite stepping out for air, accepted the light wrap that a coat check attendant produced from what seemed like nowhere, and stepped out into the cold November dark of the estate's rear garden. The night air hit like a correction. Arden stood still for a moment on the empty terrace, the party noise a muffled, expensive blur behind the glass doors, and breathed. Just breathed. It was a thing they allowed themselves only in these transitional moments, the 30-second gap between performance and extraction, between the mask and the vehicle, between the gallery and the surveillance van where Arthur would be waiting with a debrief and that particular brand of professional validation that sounded like approval and felt like a transaction. They looked at their reflection in the dark glass of the terrace door. The sterling red lips. The platinum hair. The composed, expressionless face of someone the world had decided was a particular kind of person long before that person had any say in the matter. Arden looked away. The car was at the garden gate. The driver was agency, one of Arthur's people, not Arden's, but that distinction had blurred so thoroughly over the years that Arden had mostly stopped tracking it. They got in without speaking. The estate receded in the rearview. 40 minutes later, Arden was at the safehouse. It was a flat in the 7th arrondissement, the kind of tasteful, minimal space that served as the agency's idea of appropriate accommodation for an asset of Arden's standing, high ceilings, good bones, and the complete impersonality of a place that had never been anybody's home. Arden walked through it the way they always walked through safehouses, noting exits, checking sightlines, a procedural habit so deeply embedded it barely registered as thought, and went to the bedroom. The jewelry came off first. This was always first. The earrings, heavy drops, chosen for the profile, meaningless to Arden, came free with a relief so specific it was almost physical. The necklace. The ring, plain gold, worn on the 4th finger per the cover story of a recent engagement to a Viennese industrialist that the agency had fabricated in a boardroom 2 months ago. Each piece went into a small leather case on the dresser with the brisk efficiency of someone disarming. Then the updo. 7 pins, removed one by one, releasing the weight of platinum hair that fell to the shoulder blades and was immediately, instinctively, pushed back and away from the face with both hands. The gown was last. The hidden seam gave up the data chip first, placed on the dresser, next to the jewelry case, and then the dress itself was stepped out of, hung with automatic precision, and replaced with a binder and a pair of tactical pants that had been folded on the edge of the bed since that morning. The transformation took 4 minutes. It felt, as it always felt, like the exhale at the end of a very long breath. Arden stood in front of the full-length mirror in the corner of the room and looked at themselves. The lipstick was still on. It was always the last thing. They stood there looking at it for a moment, at the precise line of it, the deliberateness of that color against pale skin, their grandmother's shade, inherited like the name, like the estate, like the surveillance network currently sitting on the dresser in a chip the size of a thumbnail. Arden picked up a tissue from the bedside table and held it against their mouth for a moment without wiping. Then set it down. Not yet. There was still a briefing to receive. The secure tablet on the desk lit up at precisely 2200 hours, as scheduled. Arthur Penhaligon appeared on screen in the high-contrast light of the surveillance van, gray-suited, silver-haired, with the eyes of a man who had been in the industry long enough to stop finding anything surprising and had mistaken that desensitization for wisdom. "Good evening," he said. "First, the chip has been verified remotely. The data is intact. First fragment of the Gilded Scion Index is now in Sterling custody. How many fragments remain? 2. The second is held by a contact in the Belissaire circuit. The third is held by a dealer in Monaco. The fourth is embedded in the inheritance itself, in the vault." Arthur paused, and Arden recognized the pause. It was the pause before something unwelcome. "There has been a development." Arden said nothing. They had learned, years ago, that silence was the most efficient way to accelerate a revelation. "The Bellwright Agency has been monitoring the inheritance," Arthur said. "They believe the vault's biometric seals can only be opened by two people simultaneously, a Sterling heir and an authorized partner. I'm aware of the mechanism. My grandmother was very fond of failsafes. Then you'll understand why the handover will require a partner." Arthur's expression did not change. It never changed. "A co-inheritor. Someone who can complete the biometric sequence at your side. You're proposing a joint operation. The Bellwright Agency has proposed it. Director Helena Vane. She has an asset she considers suitable, a field operative, young, vetted for the specific biometric profile the vault requires." Arthur's pause this time was infinitesimally shorter. "She is proposing a cover that will satisfy both the vault's requirements and the social architecture of the Montclair Circle, through whom the estate's formal recognition process must pass." Arden looked at the tablet. "What cover?" "A marriage." The word sat in the room. "No," said Arden. "The vault requires it. The recognition process requires it. The biometric lock was built around." "I understand what it was built around," Arden said, with the flat precision of someone who had already processed the information and was refusing it on principle rather than ignorance. "My grandmother built it to ensure that the heir could not operate the key alone. She was very concerned about consolidation of power." A pause. Ironic, given. "Arden. Who is the operative?" Arthur glanced at something off-screen. "Her name is Romy Vance. 23. Former foster system placement, recruited by the Bellwright Agency at 18. Strong field record for her experience level. No family. No external ties." He looked back at the camera. "Clean." Arden thought about that word. Clean. The way Arthur said it, it meant unencumbered. Available. Ready to be used. What does she know about the vault? What Vane has told her? The general shape of the inheritance. Enough to execute the cover. And what does she know about me? Everything in your public profile. Nothing beyond it. Which meant she knew about the Dior gowns and the engagement rumors and the Viennese industrialist. Which meant she knew about the Sterling name and the socialite persona and the crimson lipstick. Which meant she knew nothing at all. "The joint briefing is in 4 days," Arthur said. "The cover will be established at a secure facility before the Montclair social calendar resumes. There is a gala at the Belissaire estate in 3 weeks. You will attend as a married couple. We'll be strangers in 3 weeks. You'll be professionals in 3 weeks. That will suffice." Arden looked at the tissue on the bedside table. At the lipstick still precise on their face. At the data chip on the dresser, small and bright as a promise that had curdled somewhere in the making. There's something else, Arden said. It was not a question. Arthur's expression did not change. Protocol 6 is active. If the mission is compromised, if either party presents an unacceptable risk to the handover, the standing order is elimination. The asset responsible will be evaluated per standard criteria. He met Arden's eyes through the screen. This applies to both parties. Meaning, Arden was authorized to eliminate Romy Vance if necessary. Meaning, someone, somewhere, had decided the same authorization applied in reverse. Understood, said Arden. The briefing concluded. The screen went dark. Arden sat in the quiet of the safehouse and looked at the room, the jewelry on the dresser, the chip beside it, the gown on its hanger, the long mirror in the corner. Then they picked up the tissue and, finally, wiped the lipstick off. The color came away in a clean, decisive line across the white. Sterling red, smearing into nothing. Arden dropped the tissue in the bin, looked at their own face in the mirror, pale and bare and entirely themselves for approximately 12 hours before the mask would have to go back on, and thought about the word that Arthur had used. Clean. A 23-year-old with no family and no external ties and a strong field record, being sent into a vault with the heir to a surveillance godhead, under a cover that required legal marriage, with a standing kill order attached to the assignment like a condition in a contract. Arden picked up a small glass from the bedside table, poured 2 fingers of scotch from the bottle in the nightstand drawer, and drank it standing up, looking out the window at the Paris lights. They reflected, going to need to be much better at being a person than they had been in a very long time. Or, at the very minimum, at pretending to be one. Chapter 2, The Cost of a Home. The simulation was running for the 3rd time, and the civilian was going to die again. Romy knew this because she had killed him twice already. Not with intention, and not with a weapon, but with the specific, surgical decision to prioritize mission objective over collateral risk, which was exactly what the drill required and exactly what her body refused to execute without a perceptible hesitation that the agency's scoring system registered, in both previous runs, as a liability. The training room was a white-walled construct in the basement of Bellwright Agency's London facility, low-lit, climate-controlled, and currently rendered as a Monaco street scene by the projection system lining all 4 walls. The detail was remarkable: cobblestones, afternoon light, a crowd of generated faces, the smell of salt and diesel that the environmental system piped in through the vents. The agency's simulation architecture had been described, in the orientation materials Romy had memorized at 18, as experientially indistinguishable from the field. Romy had written a note in the margin of her orientation packet at the time that said, "Does anyone ever relax in the field?" The target was a generated man in a gray jacket moving through the crowd toward a drop point. The civilian was a generated child, 6 or 7 years old, positioned between Romy and a clean shot at the target, placed there by the algorithm with a precision that suggested the program had been written by someone who had very strong opinions about what agents should be willing to sacrifice. The shot window was 11 seconds. Romy held her position behind the simulated market stall, her training weapon, weighted and loaded with tracking ammunition, raised and steady, her eye on the target through the scope. The child moved. The window narrowed to 7 seconds. The target's hand reached for the simulated drop point. Romy lowered the weapon, stepped left, broke cover, reached the child, pulled her out of the sight line, and took the shot at 4 seconds. The round hit 6 centimeters off-center. Target neutralized, civilian unharmed, extraction compromised because Romy had exposed her position. The simulation froze. "End of run," said the room. The projection walls went white again. The Monaco light dissolved into the flat, clinical overheads. Romy stood in the empty training room, lowered her weapon, and breathed out slowly through her nose. Vance. Director Vane was standing at the observation window, which overlooked the training floor from a raised gallery on the room's north side. She was a tall woman, late 50s, with the posture of someone who had once had excellent posture and had decided to maintain it as a point of principle even when the rest of her had grown considerably harder and more compressed. Her suits were always gray. Her hair was always silver and sharply geometrical. Her eyes, when she turned them on you, made you feel as though you had just been added to a spreadsheet. Third run, Vane said. Not a question. Third run, Romy confirmed. Your shot landed. Late. Your civilian survived. She wasn't supposed to be my priority. Vane considered this. She did it in the specific way of a person who had long since made up their mind about the answer but was willing to allow a pause in which the other party might arrive at the same conclusion independently, as a courtesy. Sit down, Vance. There was a metal chair in the corner of the training floor, the kind of chair that existed not for comfort but for the performance of serious conversations. Romy sat. She was still holding the training weapon, which she set on the floor beside her chair with the careful deliberateness of someone who had been taught to treat even inert objects as potential liability. She was aware, still breathing slightly harder than the situation warranted. The simulation was over. The child was not real. The Monaco street was a projection. The target had been a generated model of a man whose face had been algorithmically assembled from a database of anonymized surveillance photographs. None of this information reliably reached the part of Romy's nervous system that had spent the last 4.5 years being trained, because that part still interpreted small 6-year-olds in the path of rifles as problems that required immediate resolution. Mission parameters be damned. Vane descended from the gallery and walked across the training floor with the particular economy of movement that Romy had always associated with people who never wasted energy on anything. She stopped 3 feet in front of Romy's chair, clasped her hands behind her back, and looked at Romy the way someone looked at a piece of equipment they were uncertain was fit for purpose. Your emotional attachment to collateral contacts is a pattern, Vane said. I know. It is not, in itself, a fatal liability. Some of our best interrogators have it. The agency's psychological profile team calls it a high empathy index. They consider it a tool. Vane's pause had a texture, like very fine grit sandpaper. When it is correctly applied. I understand. Do you? Vane drew a chair of her own from against the wall, set it in front of Romy's, and sat down. This was unusual. Vane did not, typically, sit for conversations that could be conducted from a position of height. It meant something, and Romy had enough operational instinct by now to recognize the shift in register without being entirely sure what it signified. I want to speak to you about a field assignment, Vane said. Romy's shoulders settled minutely. This was the conversation. She had known there was going to be a conversation. There was always a conversation that followed the third simulation failure, but this one had the specific gravity of something that was not about the simulation at all. I'm listening, Romy said. Vane looked at her steadily. Her eyes, Romy had noted in their first meeting 3 years ago, never quite focused on the person she was speaking to. They tracked slightly to the left, as though the more important conversation was happening just beside the one she was having. It had taken Romy a full year to stop finding this unsettling and start reading it as what it probably was, a habit of peripheral surveillance so embedded it had become resting state. There is an operation in progress, Vane said. Complex, long lead, requiring a specific operational profile. The asset must be able to operate in high society environments, European social circuit, charity galas, old money gatherings. Must present as credible within those environments without significant preparation time. She paused. Must have a documented empathy response that functions on a very specific target. Romy waited. The target is Arden Sterling. The name was known to her. The Sterlings had featured in the agency's briefing materials since Romy's 3rd year of training, appearing in the peripheral architecture of approximately 6 ongoing operations that she was aware of. The name represented old money, older secrets, and a family legacy that several intelligence services had been orbiting for decades without getting close enough to act on. Arden was the heir, the one they never quite got a full profile on, the one who appeared at galas in designer gowns and disappeared before anyone could attach a credible secondary identity to the photographs. I know the file, Romy said. Then you know what the inheritance is. A surveillance architecture. Classified under the Gilded Scion designation. Multipart access, biometric locks, incomplete documentation. What our intelligence has confirmed, Vane said, is that the vault requires 2 people to open, a Sterling heir, and a designated partner. The partner's biometric data must be registered in advance, through a specific social process that the Sterling family embedded in the system as an authentication requirement. She looked at Romy with the expression of someone dealing a card they have been holding for the entire game. That process is marriage. Romy did not say anything for a moment. The Sterlings, Vane continued, maintained a traditionalist social architecture around the estate's recognition systems. The co-inheritor must be legally bonded to the heir before the vault will register the second biometric. She uncapped a pen, which she did not appear to need, and set it on her knee. We are proposing a joint operation with the Sterling faction. Their handlers have agreed to the structure. Arden Sterling will present as the heir. Our agent will present as their partner. Their spouse, Romy said. Their spouse. Vane's tone did not change. For the duration of the operation. Legally documented. Socially established across the relevant circles. Convincing on a physical and behavioral level to individuals who have, in some cases, known the Sterling family for generations. Romy looked at the training floor. At the weapons rack on the east wall. At the chair under her, which was uncomfortable in a way she was becoming more aware of the longer she sat in it. You want someone who can pass as Arden Sterling's wife, she said. I want someone who can make Arden Sterling believe in the marriage enough to open the vault, Vane said, with a precise, hairline distinction that Romy filed immediately. That's different. Yes. You need someone who can get past her defenses. They are extraordinary, Vane said. The Sterling family spent considerable resources ensuring that the heir's social performance is impenetrable. Arden is, by every assessment, the most effectively masked operator in their family's history. She paused. Most people bounce off them. The right person won't. You think I'm the right person? Vane looked at her, and for once the peripheral tracking stilled, and Romy felt the full weight of the director's assessment landing squarely on her. Your empathy index, Vane said, is the highest we've recorded in an active field agent in 11 years. You have an instinctive capacity to reach people who have fortified themselves against connection. You don't do it through deception. She paused, and something in the pause had an almost admiring quality, which from Vane was disquieting enough that Romy noted it carefully. You do it by being genuinely present. It is a remarkable gift and an operational liability, and in this specific case, it is exactly what is required. Romy turned this over. She had been called a liability enough times that the word had its own groove in her awareness, a familiar low-grade friction. Being told it was an asset by Helena Vane was a specific and strange sensation. What's the mission objective? She asked. Secure access to the Gilded Scion Index. Once the vault is open, we retrieve the surveillance architecture before the Sterling family can operationalize it. Vane's tone remained level. The index in private hands represents a global security threat. In agency control, it becomes a strategic resource of incalculable value. And Arden Sterling? Is an obstacle, Vane said, who becomes a mechanism. Romy looked at her hands. The training weapon was on the floor beside her. She thought about the simulated 6-year-old and the shot she had taken at 4 seconds because she had moved the obstacle first, and about the scoring system that registered that decision as a compromise. What happens after? Romy said. After the vault. The operation concludes. Assets are extracted. The Sterling heir's legal standing within the cover is dissolved through standard procedure. Vane's voice did not waver. You would receive a full field promotion, your own assigned territory, and, as discussed when you were recruited, permanent placement within the agency's active roster. A home. Not in those words. Vane would never say it in those words, because Vane understood human motivation well enough to know that naming a thing too plainly made it smaller, and that Romy Vance's particular vulnerability was one that responded better to implication than to direct offer. But it was there in the architecture of the promise: promotion, territory, roster. Belonging. Permanence. The end of the particular provisional quality that had defined Romy's entire existence from the age of 3, when the first foster placement had ended, through 17 subsequent addresses, to the moment at 18 when an agency recruiter had sat across from her in a coffee shop and said, with the careful warmth of someone who had done this before, we can make you indispensable. She had believed it then with the whole of her chest. She mostly still believed it now. She was choosing to believe it now. She was aware of the distinction. I'll take it, Romy said. Vane nodded once. It was the nod of someone who had expected this answer and was moving directly to the next item on a list that was very long and had no sentiment in it. The joint briefing is in 4 days. You'll be read in on the full operational parameters at the facility. She stood, replaced the pen in her jacket pocket. There are specific protocols associated with this mission that you will be briefed on separately. She looked at Romy. Protocol 6 is one of them. Read the file when it's sent to you. What's Protocol 6? A contingency measure, Vane said. Standard practice for joint operations with non-agency partners. You'll understand it when you read it. She walked toward the gallery stairs without looking back. Romy stayed in the chair for a moment after the sound of Vane's footsteps had receded. The training room was very quiet. The projection walls were still white, blank and even, the Monaco street entirely dissolved. She picked up the training weapon from the floor and turned it over in her hands, a habit of tactile calibration when she was processing something. Career-making, Vane had not said, but had communicated with the architecture of everything she had said instead. Romy turned the weapon over one more time. Set it on the rack. She left the training room feeling like someone who had been handed something they had always wanted and was only slightly, at the very edge of the feeling, uncertain about what they were supposed to do with both hands now that they were full. She did not go back up to the dorms. She went to the tech lab on the 4th floor, which was theoretically closed after 1900 hours but where the lights were always on because the person who occupied it had a well-documented and categorically unreasonable relationship with closing time. Echo was at the main console, surrounded by 3 open laptops, a plate of something that had at some point been a sandwich, and several cables that appeared to be in open conflict with each other. Echo was 24, Japanese-American, with the particular intensity of someone who was most comfortable when they were solving a problem and only slightly uncomfortable when they weren't, and they were Romy's best friend in the way that 2 people became best friends inside a very strange institutional context, by being the only ones willing to be honest about the fact that the context was, in fact, very strange. You've got your face on, Echo said, without looking up. What face? The one that means something just happened and you need someone to tell you it's fine before you've decided whether it's fine. Romy dropped into the spare chair. I got assigned. Big assigned or routine assigned? Very big assigned. Echo pushed one of the laptops aside and looked at her. Echo had large dark eyes behind round wire-rimmed glasses, and a habit of focusing that made you feel, when they looked at you, that all the data in the room had just redirected. How big, they said. Joint operation. Long lead. Cover requiring legal marriage to a Sterling heir. Echo stared at her for a long moment, then slowly reached for the sandwich. I'm going to need you to say that again, Echo said, but slower. Romy said it again, slower. Echo ate the sandwich in the specific way of someone processing information through an oral channel while their brain worked on something entirely else. Arden Sterling, Echo said, when Romy had finished. Arden Sterling. The one who disappeared from 3 operational files without leaving a trace, on 3 separate occasions. That's the one. The one whose cover identity changes every 18 months and whose actual identity has not been confirmed by any agency in the Western intelligence community. Vane seems pretty confirmed. Echo looked at the laptops. Then at Romy. Then at the laptops again. Your coffee order, Echo said. You want the real one or the one you tell new people? Real one. Obviously. Oat milk cordido, 1 pump of vanilla, served at 58 degrees. I have that memorized because I am your best friend and I know what you actually need. Echo set down the sandwich. I'm going to be your comms tech on this mission, aren't I? I was going to ask. I'm already saying yes. I just want it on record that I'm saying yes because I refuse to let you go into the field with someone else's eyes in your ear when you're operating next to a person that 3 intelligence services can't get a clean read on. Echo picked up one of the cables and plugged it into a laptop with the decisive energy of someone beginning a project. Send me everything Vane gives you. I'll build you a better file than the one she's working from. Romy looked at them. The lab was warm and overlit and smelled like circuit boards and whatever Echo was always burning in that small diffuser on the corner of the desk. It was, she thought, the closest thing to comfortable she had access to in a building that was designed to be functional, not warm. Echo, she said. Yes. You really think it's fine? Echo looked at her from behind the round glasses, with the expression they made when they were deciding how honest to be. I think, Echo said, carefully, that Vane doesn't assign missions to people she thinks are going to fail. I think she's sending you in because your specific profile is exactly what this operation needs. A pause. I also think you should read the Protocol 6 file the second it hits your inbox, and you should not assume that contingency measure means something you don't need to worry about. You're telling me it's fine and also to be careful. I'm telling you it's something, and I want to know exactly what kind of something before I tell you anything else. Echo turned back to the laptops. Now let me work. Come back when you have the files. Romy stood. At the lab door, she paused. Echo. What's her actual coffee order? Do you think? Echo turned around, and for a moment the expression behind the glasses was the one they reserved for Romy alone, the one that said you enormous disaster, I love you, please be careful. That, Echo said, is what the whole mission is for. Romy went back to the dorms in the specific state of a person who has been given exactly what they asked for and is only now beginning to understand the shape of it, larger than expected, heavier in the hand, and impossible to put back down. She did not read the Protocol 6 file that night. It arrived in her secure inbox at 23:14, and she opened it, and she read the subject line, and then she closed it and lay in her narrow dorm bed in the dark, staring at the ceiling. She told herself she would read it in the morning, when she was rested. She read it at 3 a.m., when the ceiling had stopped being informative. She read it twice. Then she lay back down and stared at the ceiling again, and the word contingency turned itself over and over in the silence like something looking for a place to settle, and the thing that she had felt leaving the training room, that warm, cautious, almost hope, sat alongside it without quite touching it, and neither of them slept. Chapter 3: Rendezvous at Ground Zero. Arden. The black site was somewhere outside Zurich, which was the most that could be said about its location with any confidence. The facility occupied the lower 3 floors of what presented itself, to the road and to any passing satellite, as an agricultural storage building, gray, unadorned, convincing in the way that only very expensive things managed to be convincing when they were pretending to be nothing. Arden arrived by car, alone, through the rear approach road. The driver was one of Arthur's. The drive had been 40 minutes of Swiss countryside in October in perfect silence, which Arden had spent not thinking about Romy Vance's file, which they had read 4 times in the preceding 4 days and which had the particular quality of something that felt, on each subsequent reading, both clearer and more incomplete. 23. Foster system, London placement, then Edinburgh, then 3 other cities. Arden had noted with the specific attention they gave to information about mobility, the pattern of someone who had never stayed long enough anywhere to put down roots. Recruited at 18. 4.5 years in the field. Clean record. Commendations for 2 operations that the file summarized in the clipped language of things that had gone better than expected. 1 disciplinary notation, failure to prioritize mission objective over collateral risk. The notation was followed by a performance review that praised her emotional intelligence index in the same paragraph where it flagged her as a liability, which Arden had read as the kind of institutional contradictory assessment that meant a supervisor wasn't sure what to do with something they couldn't categorize. Small. Hazel eyes. Dark hair. Olive skin. Compact build. A photograph taken approximately 2 years ago that showed someone who looked like they were trying to appear relaxed and had almost gotten there. Arden had set the file down and poured the scotch and acknowledged, privately, that they were going to need to be careful. Not because of anything the file said. Because of what it didn't say, which was the part that Arden's operational instinct kept returning to, the way the tongue returns to the site of a lost tooth. The facility's interior was exactly as Arden had expected, fluorescent lit, overpressurized, and staffed by people with the specific blankness of individuals who were paid to be neither friendly nor memorable. They were taken through a biometric gate, into a corridor, and left at a closed door with the information that the joint briefing room was occupied by the other party and that Arden should proceed when ready. Arden took exactly 4 seconds in the corridor. Put on the mask, not ceremonially, not with thought, but with the reflexive inevitability of putting on a coat against cold weather. Shoulders, posture, the precise carriage of someone who was entirely comfortable with every room they entered because they had decided, in advance, that all rooms belonged to them. Opened the door. The briefing room was small and aggressively institutional, a metal table, 6 chairs, a whiteboard already marked up with the outline of an operational schema, 2 water glasses, and a woman sitting at the far end of the table who turned when the door opened. Romy Vance was not what the photograph had suggested. The photograph had shown someone trying to appear relaxed. The actual person was not trying to appear anything. She was sitting forward in her chair, not the correct posture for someone waiting in a briefing room, which should have been back, composed, showing nothing, with her forearms on the table and her hands loose and her attention entirely on the door the moment it moved. Her dark hair was shorter than in the photograph, tucked behind her ears. Her jacket was slightly too large. Her eyes, when they found Arden across the room, were the specific shade of hazel that the file had recorded as brown-green and that the photograph had entirely failed to convey, which was that they were the kind of eyes that registered everything and then tried, with only partial success, to look as though they hadn't. She looked at Arden for exactly 2 seconds without speaking. Then she stood up. This was not, technically, required. They were operational equals in the space of a joint briefing. Standing was a social reflex, the instinctive response of someone whose body had decided to show respect before their brain had finished calculating whether that was strategically advisable. "You're Arden Sterling," said Romy Vance. Arden looked at her across the room with the particular expression that the Sterling family had spent several generations perfecting, not cold, but complete. The expression of someone who experienced no gap between who they were and who they appeared to be, because the gap had been sealed so long ago it was no longer perceivable. "And you're Vance," Arden said. "Romy." She said it immediately, then appeared to register that she had said it, then did not walk it back, which was a specific sequence of events that Arden clocked with full attention. She offered her first name within 4 seconds of their first exchange. It was either a social reflex or a tactical decision, and Arden had not yet determined which. "Sterling," Arden said. Not a reciprocation. A counterweight. The door behind Arden opened, and the room acquired handlers, Arthur Penhaligon and another senior figure Arden recognized from agency materials as one of Vane's operational directors. They were followed, a beat later, by Director Helena Vane herself. Arden had read Vane's file thoroughly enough to recognize her on sight, and the recognition operated on 2 levels simultaneously, the intellectual, which was purely data, and the instinctive, which said that this was a person who had made of herself something formidably precise and in doing so had removed from herself something that was now, and had perhaps always been, unrecoverable. She was a woman in full, controlled command of the room the moment she entered it, and the first thing she did upon entering was look at Romy Vance with an expression that looked, on the surface, like approval, and that Arden read, beneath the surface, as appraisal. The briefing began. Romy. The whiteboard was covered in operational notation that Romy had been studying for 20 minutes before the door opened, and she had committed the schema to memory with a thoroughness that she used to compensate for the fact that the rest of her was, at this specific moment, using a considerable proportion of its available resources simply managing the presence of Arden Sterling. The file had not been accurate. The file had said height 5 feet 11 inches, lean and broad-shouldered, platinum blonde, icy blue eyes, controlled presentation. The file had not said that the controlled presentation would operate like a physical force in a room, or that the way Arden Sterling moved across a threshold was less like entering and more like an occupation of space that the space then reorganized itself around without being consulted. They were in a gray blazer over a dark shirt, dressed for the facility rather than the gala circuit, and still somehow the most precisely composed person Romy had ever shared a room with. The lipstick was absent. This was the first thing Romy noticed after the height, which was impossible to miss. Without the signature sterling red that appeared in every photograph and briefing document and candid social circuit image, Arden's face was. Romy searched for the word and found that bare was wrong and unguarded was too much, and what she settled on, privately, was more. More real and more angular and more present in a way that the lipstick apparently compressed into something manageable. She stood up when the door opened, which she did not intend to do and could not explain. "You're Arden Sterling," she said, which she also did not intend to say, and which landed in the room as the most obvious statement she had made in recent memory. The response was a look. It lasted a second and a half and communicated, without a word, that Romy's observation had been noted and assessed as unnecessary. It was also, and this was the part that Romy was going to need to think about later in a different room, an extremely effective look. The kind that made you want to say something better next time. "And you're Vance," Arden said. Romy said, with the full awareness that offering her first name in a formal introduction was a social habit she had and that this was probably not the right context for it, followed immediately by the decision not to correct it because correcting it would only make it more conspicuous. "Sterling," said Arden. The handlers arrived. Vane arrived. The operational space reshuffled, and Romy used the movement to relocate herself to her assigned chair with the deliberateness of someone who was absolutely, categorically calm. She was not calm. She was performing calm over a baseline that was doing something considerably more interesting, which she was attributing entirely to operational adrenaline and would continue to attribute to operational adrenaline for as long as that attribution was plausible. The briefing began. Duel. The joint briefing ran for 2 hours and 14 minutes. Conducted by Penhaligon and Vane's operational director in the specific collaborative style of two handlers who were professionally aligned and personally wary of each other, speaking from adjacent sides of a whiteboard with the careful partition of people dividing property. The operational schema was presented in its full architecture for the first time. The Gilded Scion Index, 3 fragments, 1 in sterling custody, 1 to be acquired in Monaco, 1 embedded in the vault on a private island in the Aegean designated in the files as the Belissaire estate. The vault's biometric requirements, confirmed. The social architecture of the Montclair recognition circuit, confirmed. The cover structure, a marriage of recent and credible standing, to be established in the European social calendar over the next 3 weeks, beginning with the Belissaire Gala. The marriage documentation, already prepared. The ceremony, a civil formality, conducted at the facility's contracted legal office in Zurich, was scheduled for the following afternoon. Romy did not look at Arden during this portion of the briefing. She looked at the whiteboard. Arden did not look at Romy. They looked at Penhaligon. The social establishment phase will require cohabitation at the assigned villa, Penhaligon said. 4 weeks minimum. The Belissaire social network is extensive and observant. Gaps in the cover's domestic credibility will be noted. Meaning? Romy said. Meaning you will need to be convincing in private spaces as well as public ones. He paused. There are observers in the Belissaire circle who have known the Sterling family for some time. They will not be satisfied by a couple that is professionally polished but personally implausible. Romy nodded. Arden said nothing. There will be moments in the operational window, said Vane's director, where physical affection will be required for the cover. The parameters for this are outlined in the mission brief you will each receive, along with the rules of engagement. The briefing continued. Threat assessments. Communication protocols. Extraction contingencies. The operational shape of 3 weeks of high society mission scaffold over a fake marriage scaffold over a kill order that neither party in the room had yet mentioned aloud, and which sat in the space between the two agents like a third person who hadn't been introduced. When the handlers stepped out for a secondary consultation at the 90-minute mark, Romy and Arden were left alone in the briefing room for the first time. The silence lasted 7 seconds. You've read my file, Arden said. Not a question. 4 times, Romy said. This was honest to the point of inadvisability, but she had found, in 4.5 years of fieldwork, that inadvisable honesty tended to get further with most people than its alternatives. Yours doesn't say very much. It says what it's supposed to say. Which means the rest of it is somewhere else. Arden looked at her. This was a different look than the first one, less assessment, more recalibration. Romy filed it carefully. "You've read mine," she said. "Once," said Arden. And you exposed your position in a training simulation 3 times in the same week because you refused to prioritize a mission objective over a generated child." The silence this time had a different quality. "The child was 6, Romy said. The child was a simulation. The reflex doesn't know that." "That," Arden said, with the flatness of a statement that was also a verdict, "is a problem." Romy tilted her head, which was a reflex she had when she caught someone in something, not a lie exactly, but a compression of truth that served the speaker better than the listener. "Is it?" Arden's jaw moved, fractionally. The tell that Romy had not read in any file because it was too small for files, the kind of thing that only registered in the same room, in person, in real time. The slight tightening at the hinge that said something had arrived that was unexpected and slightly unwelcome. "You're going to be a problem," Arden said, and it was not a compliment and not entirely not a compliment, and Romy sat with both of those things at once and said nothing. The handlers returned. The briefing concluded. The paperwork was distributed, separate sealed envelopes, delivered by separate agency officers to each agent with the choreographed privacy of a ritual that both parties understood was intended to give the appearance of confidentiality that the operational structure itself had already compromised. Romy opened her envelope in the corridor outside the briefing room, standing with her back to the wall, her thumb under the seal. The Protocol 6 file she had read at 3 in the morning was echoed in the operational brief with the specific language of a formal standing order. In the event of mission compromise or unacceptable security risk presented by either operative party, Protocol 6 authorizes elimination of said party at the executing agent's discretion. The name below the authorization line was Helena Vane's. The name above it, in the target designation field, was Arden Sterling. Romy folded the envelope and put it in the interior pocket of her jacket. Down the corridor, Arden stood at the window that looked out over the approach road, the gray countryside, the pale autumn sky, with their envelope already replaced in a jacket pocket and their back very straight and their profile, in the corridor light, exactly as precise and contained as it had been in the briefing room. Romy watched them for a moment. The target who was also the mission. The person who was also the obstacle. The file that had not said nearly enough. "Sterling," she said. Arden turned. The look this time was neutral and complete, the full mask, the professional surface. "Tomorrow," Romy said. "The ceremony. Do you want to go in together or separately?" Something in the precise architecture of Arden's expression was, for the space of approximately 1 second, not quite steady. Then it was. "Separately," Arden said. Romy nodded. "See you at the altar, then." She walked back toward the facility's east exit, and she did not look back, and behind her, in the corridor, Arden Sterling watched her go with the expression that no file had ever captured and that only happened in the 30-second gaps between one performance and the next. Not quite a look, not quite a feeling, something that existed only in the disappearing space between them. Chapter 4, The Contract Marriage. The registrar's office in Zurich smelled like floor wax and bureaucratic permanence, which was to say it smelled exactly like every other government-adjacent space that Romy had ever been moved through in her life, and she was choosing to find that comforting rather than ominous. The ceremony took 11 minutes. This was, Romy understood, not a ceremony at all. It was a legal procedure conducted in a borrowed room in the administrative wing of the facility, witnessed by Arthur Penhaligon and a woman from Vane's office whose name Romy had already lost, officiated by a registrar who had the practiced neutrality of someone who had been contracted to ask no questions and remember nothing and who performed this function with admirable, depressing precision. Arden arrived separately, as agreed. They were wearing the same gray blazer from the briefing, with a different shirt beneath it, dark blue this time, which did something specific to their coloring that Romy recorded in the part of her brain that was still, apparently, operational even under full tactical focus. No lipstick. Hair loose to the shoulders, not styled, simply present. They looked, crossing the room toward the registrar's small table, like a person who had decided to attend a business meeting and arrived exactly on time and intended to leave as soon as the business concluded. Romy had made a decision that morning, standing in the facility's locker room with a tube of mascara she had found at the bottom of her kit bag and the information that the cover required them to look like a credible couple in front of the witnesses. She had applied the mascara. She had found a clean shirt. She had looked at her reflection in the locker room mirror and thought, I look exactly like myself, which is probably fine, because the cover requires someone who looks like Arden Sterling's spouse, and I have no idea what that person looks like, so I am going to be me and see what happens. What happened was that Arden looked at her once when she entered, from across the registrar's table, and something in the contained expression, just for a moment, just in the specific configuration of the eyes, registered something that Romy could not name but that felt like a small, involuntary calculation. Then the registrar spoke, and the calculation closed. They stood side by side at the table. Romy was aware of the exact distance between them, approximately 8 inches, shoulder to shoulder, in a room that was small enough that the 8 inches was conspicuous rather than comfortable. She was also aware that this was probably the least romantic setting in which a legal marriage had ever been contracted, which was somehow both obvious and slightly absurd, and she had a brief, vivid flash of the question, does Arden Sterling find anything absurd, which she noted and set aside. Do you take this person as your lawful partner? The registrar began, in German accented English. Yes, said Romy. The registrar paused infinitesimally, then continued with the second party. Arden said yes in the same tone they probably used to confirm operational parameters, and Romy thought, I've just said yes faster than someone who has spent 30 years on the elite spy circuit. That is information. The signatures were next. The certificate was a heavy paper document with the facility's legal contractor watermark, already filled in with their names, Romy Vance Sterling, which Romy had not been prepared for and looked at twice before signing, and the date and the witness lines. It looked exactly like a marriage certificate because it was a marriage certificate, which was the part that kept catching in Romy's chest in a way she was attributing to the operational weight of the cover and not to anything else. She signed. Her signature was somewhat messy, because her signatures were always messy, and this was not a situation that changed that. Arden signed after her, with the clean, precise script of someone who had been taught penmanship as though it were tactical training. The registrar countersigned. The witnesses signed. The registrar slid the document into a folder and stood. Congratulations, he said, with the specific warmth of someone saying a word their job required but whose meaning they had stopped attending to some time ago. Thank you, Romy said. Arden said nothing. They were married. The villa was on the Ligurian coast, which Romy's file described as the cover's primary residential base and which Romy's immediate experience described as the most beautiful place she had ever been, which she was attempting to experience primarily as operationally irrelevant. It was a white stucco structure set into a hillside above a small bay, accessible by a private road that was not on standard mapping services and had been confirmed secure by the advance team that morning. The interior was, Romy stood in the entry hall with her single field issue duffel over one shoulder and looked at what the word interior was covering: high ceilings, stone floors, actual original art on the walls, a kitchen that was twice the size of any kitchen she had been within 10 feet of in her entire previous life, a terrace that opened directly over the water, and the particular quality of afternoon light that Mediterranean architecture was apparently constructed specifically to receive. Your room is on the second floor, said the agency coordinator who had met them at the door, a polite and forgettable individual named Hargreaves. There is one primary bedroom. The cover will require you to share it in circumstances where the villa is under observation. A secondary space is available for operational use. He paused. There is a schedule of social events beginning in 10 days. The cover's domestic establishment should be complete within the week. What does the complete mean? Romy asked. Photographed, if necessary. Credible on interview. Consistent across observed social interactions within the Belisaire network. He looked between them. You'll want to begin the household protocol today. The operational brief covers the baseline domestic requirements. He left them the brief and departed. Romy stood in the entry hall with the brief and looked at Arden, who had set a slim black bag beside the staircase and was reading the brief with the same expression they had used for the operational schema in the facility: absorptive, analytic, and giving nothing back. Section 3, Arden said, without looking up. Domestic indicators. Shared sleeping arrangement, shared meals, consistent social presentation to any observation contact. There will be a member of the Bellasaire household staff making a courtesy visit in 5 days. They closed the brief. We have 5 days to look like people who chose this. Did you read section 6? Romy asked. The communication protocols. The rules of engagement. Contact parameters. The clause about. I read it, Arden said. The clause in question was approximately a paragraph long and addressed the operational requirements for physical contact within the cover, when it was required, under what circumstances it would be considered operationally necessary, and the key phrase that Romy had read twice with the full focus of her attention: contact should feel, to outside observers, as natural and chosen as the cover requires. This was not a technical brief. This was a sentence that someone had written carefully, to avoid using the word intimate while meaning approximately that, and Romy's high empathy index had caught the meaning immediately and was now, 2 hours later, still sitting with it in a way that she was attributing to professional thoroughness. Okay, Romy said. We should establish the primary rules, Arden said, and moved into the main room without waiting for a response. Romy followed. The main room was large, with a low white sofa and a coffee table and bookshelves that had been pre-stocked with the kind of books that a couple of their social standing would be expected to own, which Romy had been briefed about and which she was trying very hard not to find charming. Arden sat on one end of the sofa, crossed their legs, and looked at Romy with the expression of someone beginning a meeting. Romy sat on the other end. The sofa was long enough that the distance between them was approximately the same as it had been at the registrar's table, which she noted. Rule 1, said Arden. This is a mission. Behavior within the cover serves the mission. Nothing outside of operational requirement. Agreed, Romy said. Rule 2. You have a communications handler. Echo. And I have Penhaligon. All significant operational decisions go through our respective handlers before action. Romy tilted her head. All decisions? Mission-relevant ones. Arden's jaw moved, the tell. Rule 3. The cover's domestic requirements are met professionally. Section 3 Compliance. We don't perform this outside of what the mission requires. You mean we don't pretend to like each other when no one's watching? Arden looked at her. Yes. That sounds lonely, Romy said. The word appeared to arrive in the room slightly ahead of Romy's calculation of whether it was advisable to say it. She watched Arden receive it, the minute shift at the jaw, the precise reorganization of the expression into something that was not cold but was made of cold things arranged very carefully. This isn't a relationship, Arden said. I know. I'm just noting that the villa is very big and we don't know each other and we have 5 days to look like we chose this, and spending those 5 days professionally distant in a house we've been put in together seems like it's going to make the next several weeks very difficult to perform convincingly. Arden looked at her steadily. You're suggesting I'm suggesting we talk to each other like people. Romy shrugged, which was a reflex she had and which she was fully aware was not the most professional possible response to a vetted agency operative. I'm not suggesting we become best friends. I'm suggesting that if you want this cover to be believable, the person performing your spouse needs to know more about you than what's in a file that was clearly written to tell me as little as possible. There was a long pause. What did you want to know? Arden said, and it came out with an edge that was not quite hostile and not quite curious, inhabiting the specific middle territory of someone who had asked a question they were immediately suspicious of having asked. Romy looked at the bookshelves. Looked at the terrace. Looked at Arden, who was sitting with both feet on the floor and their back very straight and their hands rested on their knees in the posture of a person who could hold that position for a very long time without effort. What's the one thing, she said, that you need from this operation? Not what the file says. Not what your handlers want. What you actually need from this to be over. Arden stared at her. You don't have to answer, Romy said. But if we're going to be married, I should probably know what you want. Another long silence. Outside, through the terrace doors, the Ligurian sea did the thing it apparently always did, which was exist at an aggressively beautiful frequency that Romy was going to need to make peace with. For it to end, Arden said, finally. The inheritance. The family obligation. All of it. The words were simple. They were also, Romy thought, the most honest thing she had heard Arden say since the briefing room, when she had said separately and it had meant something about the distance they needed to maintain between themselves and everything that felt like it might matter. Okay, Romy said. That's what I need. Now you. Romy blinked. Now me what? You asked what I need from this to be over. Fair exchange. She had not expected fair exchange. She had expected deflection, or another rule, or the closing down expression that Arden deployed with the ease of someone who had been doing it since before they had words for it. Fair exchange was the first thing Arden had offered that wasn't designed to maintain distance. A home, Romy said. Something permanent. Somewhere that doesn't end after the assignment. Arden looked at her for a long moment with an expression that Romy couldn't read clearly and that felt like it was trying to be something the face wasn't quite designed for. Not the mask, not the cover. Something else. Something that lived below the professional surface and had not yet decided what it wanted to do about the fact of Romy Vance sitting on the other end of this sofa saying true things out loud. That's what Vane offered you, Arden said. Not an accusation. An observation. Yes, Romy said. Then we understand each other's currency. Arden looked away, toward the terrace. The villa has a kitchen. I assume you have a coffee order. Oat milk cordido. 1 pump of vanilla. Complicated. It's actually very simple. It just sounds complicated. I'll learn it, Arden said, which was so far outside the architecture of the rules they had just established that they both, for a moment, seemed slightly surprised it had been said. Then Arden stood, retrieved the slim black bag from beside the staircase, and went upstairs without further ceremony. Romy sat on the sofa in the large, beautiful villa in the Ligurian afternoon light and looked at the terrace and felt the marriage certificate folded in her jacket's interior pocket, a rectangle of thick paper with her messy signature on it beside Arden's precise one, and thought about what it meant that the only honest conversation she'd had with the person she was supposed to be in love with had lasted approximately 6 minutes and had included the phrase for it to end and the phrase a home. And that those two things sat in the same conversation without canceling each other out. She took out her phone and sent Echo a message, arrived. Villa is obscene. She's going to be a problem. Echo's response came in 40 seconds, called it. You okay? Romy thought about this for a moment, looking at the terrace, at the water, at the afternoon. Yes, she typed. I think so. Ask me again in a week. She set the phone face down on the coffee table and went to find where the kitchen was, because she had the feeling she was going to need something to do with her hands, and cooking was something she actually knew how to do, and it was possible. She allowed herself the small, cautious possibility that learning someone's coffee order was, in the vocabulary of this particular world, not nothing. Chapter 5, A Sharp Edge to the Heart. The sparring session was a scheduled operational requirement. Arden had written it into the villa's daily structure on the second morning: 0700, training review, 0800, sparring assessment, 0900, social performance rehearsal. The assessment was necessary. The cover required physical credibility, not that Romy would be expected to fight at galas, but that the dynamic between them needed to feel matched. The kind of couple the cover described did not move through high society spaces with one person leading and one person following. They needed to look like equals. To look like equals, they needed to understand how the other moved. Or so Arden had told themselves, writing the schedule on the kitchen whiteboard at 6 a.m. with the clinical satisfaction of someone converting a problem into a structured process. The problem, they were acknowledging privately, was that 4 days into the villa, Romy Vance was disrupting the structure in ways that the schedule had not accounted for. It was not that she was difficult. It was almost worse than that. She was easy, in a specific way that Arden found considerably more destabilizing than difficult, easy in the villa the way water was easy, fitting the shape of whatever space she was in without apparent effort, making coffee in the kitchen at hours that varied with a casualness that suggested she was genuinely indifferent to routine, leaving her battered field notebook on the coffee table and her training shoes on the terrace and her presence in the rooms with the specificity of a person who had occupied them rather than simply passed through. The notebook particularly. Arden had picked it up once, not read it, simply relocated it to the bookshelf so the terrace table was clear, and put it back exactly where it was when Romy came downstairs and looked immediately at the spot where she had left it. She had not said anything. She had just picked it up and taken it to the kitchen with her, and Arden had noted the look she had given the bookshelf as she passed, which was not accusatory but was precise, and had decided not to move the notebook again. On the third morning, Arden had come downstairs at 0615 to find Romy already in the kitchen, making Arden's coffee without being asked. The Sterling-specific preparation, Arden had mentioned it once, in the context of the villa's grocery order, that they preferred espresso with hot water and nothing in it, had been watched and reproduced without comment. Arden had accepted the cup, stood at the kitchen counter, and processed the fact of it while Romy read something on her phone across the counter, apparently unconcerned with whether the gesture had registered. It had registered. That was the problem. It kept registering. The sparring session was scheduled for 0800. Arden was on the terrace at 0755. Having changed into the black tactical training gear that was the most un-Sterling adjacent set of clothes they owned, and was running a stretching sequence with the methodical precision they brought to all physical preparation. The Ligurian morning was cool and salt-scented and entirely too ambient for a session that was supposed to feel clinical. Arden had decided not to hold this against the Ligurian morning. Romy appeared at 0800 exactly. Arden had expected her to be late, which was an assumption they recognized immediately as unfair and based entirely on the empirical fact that Romy Vance treated schedules with a flexibility that did not, apparently, extend to sessions that required her operational competence to be assessed. She was wearing a faded navy training shirt and dark shorts and had her hair pushed back with what appeared to be a spare elastic from her wrist. She was carrying a second cup of coffee that she set on the terrace table as she went to the training mat. "Floor or standing?" she said. "Standing first. I want to see how you move." Romy turned to face her on the mat, and Arden began. The first 3 exchanges were diagnostic. Arden moved at approximately 50% capacity, which was still well above most field agents' operational ceiling, and watched the way Romy responded. She was quick, adaptive, with the compact efficiency of someone trained in a system that valued economical movement over power. She absorbed the first pass by stepping out of its path rather than meeting it. She deflected the second at the wrist and turned the deflection into a brief counter that was technically sound and practically insufficient. The third she absorbed at the shoulder, moved with it, recovered. Good instincts. Limited experience with an opponent of this weight class. Manageable. "You telegraph," Arden said. "I know. Not defensive. Just information. Left shoulder drops a quarter second before you commit to a right side counter." Romy tilted her head. "You saw that in 3 passes?" "I saw it in the first one. I confirmed it in the second and third." Arden circled to the left, watching. "It's a training artifact. Someone corrected you wrong early on." "How do you correct it?" "By stopping the drop." "Helpful," Romy said, and there was something in the word that was not quite sarcasm but was adjacent to it, which registered in Arden's chest as a brief, entirely unexpected flicker of amusement. They chose not to respond to this. They pressed the engagement instead, pushing the pace. The next 4 passes escalated. Romy adapted. The adaptation was not polished, but it was genuine. She was processing input in real time and adjusting rather than falling back on drilled responses, which meant she had a tactical mind that functioned under pressure. Arden noted this. Filed it. What they did not file quickly enough was the 7th pass. Romy had been reading the pattern. Arden understood this in retrospect, the apparent passivity of the previous 2 exchanges, the slight adjustment of her feet that was not a telegraph but a repositioning, and the way she had kept Arden's left side in her peripheral while appearing to track the right. When Arden committed to a controlled takedown sequence, Romy didn't deflect or absorb. She moved through it, inside the momentum, under the center of gravity, and used Arden's own forward movement against them in a sweep that was technically imperfect and functionally effective. Arden landed on the mat. There was a silence. It lasted approximately 3 seconds, which was the time it took Arden to process the sequence, identify the method, and acknowledge that they had been outmaneuvered not by technique but by the specific quality of unpredictability that Arden's training had never quite gotten a clean defense against, someone moving through rather than around, using the gap between expected behavior and actual behavior as a weapon. Romy was standing over them. Her expression was not triumphant. It was, Arden noted with a particular irritation, slightly surprised, as though she hadn't been entirely certain the sweep would work until it did. Sorry, she said, I wasn't expecting that to. Don't apologize, Arden said, which came out with enough edge that Romy stopped talking. Arden stood. Rolled the shoulder. Reset to the start position. Something had shifted in the space of those 3 seconds on the mat, and the shift was primarily internal, and Arden was thoroughly irritated by the fact of it. The sensation was not pain, the fall had been clean, nothing damaged. It was the specific, deeply uncomfortable feeling of having been genuinely caught out, of having had their measure taken in the particular way that required an opponent to have understood something about them before acting, which required attention of a specific quality that Arden was not accustomed to being the object of. Again, Arden said. The next 4 passes were harder than they should have been for a diagnostic session. Arden was operating at full capacity, which was not the session's intent, and was entirely aware that it was not the session's intent, and was continuing anyway because the alternative was acknowledging that a 23-year-old rookie with a telegraphing left shoulder had unsettled them with one sweep, and they were now managing that by doing the thing they always did when unsettled, which was become more controlled, more precise, and considerably less kind. Romy was breathing harder. She was keeping up, barely, using the same read and adapt approach and supplementing it with a physical stubbornness that Arden recognized as a different kind of training, not the kind that produced technique, but the kind produced by a life where you got back up because you had to. On the 11th pass, Arden pressed too hard. It wasn't a mistake, Arden didn't make mistakes in sparring, but it was a decision made from the wrong place, and the result was a controlled throw that took Romy to the mat harder than the session warranted. Romy landed, rolled, came back up immediately, and looked at Arden with hazel eyes that were doing something Arden didn't have a word for yet, not hurt, not angry. Clear. You're annoyed, Romy said. I'm not. You were doing diagnostics and now you're sparring like I owe you something. She lowered her hands from the defensive position. What changed? Nothing changed. Resume the session. Arden. She said the name quietly. Not the agent quiet of someone choosing their words for a tactical effect. Just quiet. You landed. It was a good sweep. It doesn't mean you're not better than me. I know I'm better than you, Arden said, and it came out with more force than intended, which meant it had found a crack in the usual control, which meant the control was not fully sealed, which was exactly the problem. Then what are you annoyed about? I'm not annoyed. They paused. The word emerged before the decision to say it had finished forming. You shouldn't have been able to do that. I almost didn't. You did it. Because you move in a pattern, Romy said, and then appeared to consider whether she was about to say something inadvisable, and said it anyway. You're very trained. You're incredibly trained. But all your training is designed to keep people at a specific distance, and if someone gets inside that distance, the pattern stops working. She looked at Arden steadily. I didn't beat you. I just got inside the distance. The morning was very quiet. The sea was doing the thing. The training mat was between them. You shouldn't be good enough to get inside the distance, Arden said. And yet. There was something in Romy's voice that was not quite gentle and not quite wry. It's almost like you've been fighting people who play by the rules. Everyone plays by the rules. I don't have rules. I have instincts. She picked up her water bottle from beside the training mat. That's what I've got. I know it's not enough. But it got me inside your distance once, so. She shrugged, which was something she apparently did when she had finished an argument she considered complete. Arden looked at her. The specific irritation that had been building since the sweep and accumulating through the subsequent passes had resolved, in the last 30 seconds, into something different. Not irritation. The negative space where irritation had been. An absence of something, the particular absence that happened when a thing you had been resisting had made its point too clearly to keep resisting. It did not make Arden incline toward kindness. It made them incline toward the opposite, which was the wrong response, and they knew it was the wrong response, and deployed it anyway. You want to know what your real problem is? Arden said. You're going to tell me. Your instincts are your liability as much as your asset. The foster system gave you a reflex for reading people who might leave you. You find the cracks in their defenses because you've spent 20 years needing to know when the people around you were about to disappear. They watched the hit land. Watched Romy's expression not change but go still. That's not a field skill. That's a wound that looks like a skill when the conditions are right. The stillness lasted a beat. Romy looked at the water bottle in her hands. Vane said something similar, she said, and her voice was level in the way that required effort. She called it a high empathy index. Vane said it was an asset. Yes. Vane is using it. There's a distinction. Arden stepped off the mat. Knowing someone's pain points is not the same as understanding them. You do well to remember that. Is that what I was doing? Romy said. Her voice had found something under the level. Not quite anger. Something that had more ground in it than anger. When I said you were annoyed? Trying to find your pain points? Weren't you? No. She looked up. I was trying to understand you. There's a distinction. Arden stopped. The words sat in the morning air. Arden had deployed the calculation about Romy's wound with the specific precision of someone who knew where to put a blade to push a person back. It was a move from the same place that the too hard throw had come from, the place that operated on the principle that distance was safety and that cruelty was a very efficient way of creating distance when subtlety failed. It had landed wrong. Not because it was inaccurate. Because Romy had received it, and processed it, and handed back the specific thing that Arden had said as a weapon and declined to use it as one, and this meant that the calculation had not created distance. It had created something else. An exposure that Arden had not performed and therefore could not retract. The session is over, Arden said. Sterling. The social rehearsal begins in 30 minutes. I'd recommend reviewing the guest list for the Belissaire circle before then. They picked up the training gloves from the edge of the mat. Knowing who someone is not the same as understanding them. That works in both directions. They went inside. In the kitchen, alone for approximately 90 seconds before the operational day resumed, Arden stood at the counter and looked at the coffee cup that Romy had made them that morning, which was still on the counter, cool now. They picked it up, drank the last of it, and stood there with the empty cup. The thing about Romy Vance, the thing that the file had failed to say and that 4 days in the villa had clarified to an uncomfortable degree, was that she was not trying to get inside the distance. She was simply already there, the way someone stands in a room before you notice them, and the distance Arden had spent years maintaining closed around her without it feeling like a breach. That was the problem. That was, in the language Arden used when they were being honest with themselves in the 90-second gaps between one performance and the next, the actual problem, and it had nothing to do with a telegraph in the left shoulder or a sweep that had landed once because the conditions were right. Arden rinsed the cup and put it on the rack and went to the study to review the Belissaire guest list. Outside, on the terrace, Romy was sitting on the edge of the training mat with her water bottle, writing something in the small battered notebook with the concentrated expression of someone putting an event down before it had the chance to become something other than what it was. She wrote, "She's not cold. She's terrified. Difference is important." She underlined terrified twice, then closed the notebook, and went inside to prepare for the social rehearsal. Chapter 6, The First Dance. The gown was the color of deep water at night, which Romy had been told was intentional. The stylist, a brisk Belgian woman named Celine who arrived at the villa with 2 rolling racks and the demeanor of someone who had dressed operatives before and found them, as a class, ungrateful, had pulled it from the second rack without ceremony and held it up against Romy with the assessing squint of someone confirming a calculation. "This one," she had said. "Why this one?" "Because it does not make you look like a socialite." She had said it as a compliment. It makes you look like someone who does not care about looking like a socialite, which is much more expensive. Romy had looked at herself in the mirror in the upstairs bedroom and understood what Celine meant. The dress was structured at the bodice and fluid everywhere else, dark as the bottom of the sea, and it fit her the way things that had been made for her body fit her, which was the first time that it ever applied to formal wear. She still looked like herself. That was, apparently, the point. Arden had come to the doorway of the bedroom at some point during this process. Celine had not acknowledged them, continuing to adjust the neckline with the professional focus of someone who did not track entrances, and Romy had looked at their reflection in the mirror, Arden leaning against the doorframe in the tailored ivory shirt they had been wearing while reviewing the evening's operational brief, the silver-gray gown already laid out on the chair behind them, their platinum hair down. Not yet put up, watching Romy in the mirror with an expression that had something in it that Romy was in the process of cataloging. The neckline needs to read as deliberate, Arden had said, eventually. It does read as deliberate, Celine had said, without turning around. Arden had looked at Romy in the mirror for one more second, and then gone back to the study. Romy had stayed with the question of what had been in that expression for approximately 3 minutes before she decided it was outside the mission's scope to pursue. The Bellassere Gala occupied 3 floors of an old palazzo on the Amalfi Coast that had been in the Bellassere family since the 16th century and had been modified, over subsequent generations, to accommodate a ballroom that seated 300 and a terrace with views that the family appeared to consider a competitive advantage in social settings. It was the kind of space that imposed itself on your understanding of what buildings could be, old stone and modern light and the smell of the sea coming up from the cliff below, mixing with champagne and cut flowers and the very particular perfume of people who had so much money that it had long since stopped being something they thought about. Romy had been to galas before. She had been to galas as cover for operations, which had given her a somewhat compressed understanding of what galas were actually for. She had not been to a gala as the person people looked at when she walked in, and the experience of being looked at, of walking through the palazzo's main entry on Arden's arm and feeling the attention of the room organize itself around their arrival, was different from what she had anticipated. What she had anticipated was self-consciousness. What she got was the adrenaline, and under it, tucked close to the bone where the adrenaline was loudest, the specific and grounding awareness of Arden's hand at the small of her back. It was a light touch. Arden's hand sat at the precise midpoint of her lower back with the practiced ease of someone who had executed this particular gesture many times before in operational contexts, and it communicated, to anyone who was looking, the specific language of a couple so comfortable with each other that the touch was reflexive. It was perfectly executed. It was completely professional. Romy was going to need to not think about it during the operation, which she was already not doing with considerable effort. The Bressani group is at the far table, Arden said, low and close, their mouth angled toward her ear in the performance of intimacy that a real couple would deploy in a loud, crowded room. Second fragment contact is in their circle. His name is Ferraro, Marco, 60, gray beard. He'll want to speak with me privately at some point in the evening. When I move to intercept, you are at the bar. Understood. Romy let her gaze track the room the way Arden had taught her during the rehearsals, not systematically, which read as professional, but with the specific wandering attention of a curious, confident person. I count 4 who might be working. Table near the eastern window, the woman in green by the stairs, the man who's been checking his phone, and the tall one who hasn't made eye contact with anyone. A pause, and then, so briefly Romy almost missed it, I had 3. The tall one is good cover. He's too still, Romy said. Everyone else moves a little. He's compensating for something. Another pause. Correct. The word was neutral, but the pause had not been. They accepted champagne from a passing tray. Arden's glass went untouched. Romy knew this by now, and had learned to hold hers at a height that looked social without requiring her to drink faster than her operational baseline permitted. The next 40 minutes were the performance. They moved through the gala the way the briefing had prepared them to move, gravitating toward the Bellassere family's inner circle, accepting introductions with the correct warmth and the correct restraint, responding to questions about their marriage with the story that had been built for them, met at a gallery opening in Geneva 18 months ago, quietly married in the spring, spending the autumn on the Ligurian coast before Arden's obligations in London resumed. The story was true enough to withstand casual scrutiny, detailed enough to feel lived in, and designed to position them in the exact social tier where the Belissaire recognition circuit would acknowledge the union and begin the process of the Sterling inheritance's formal social validation. Romy had been concerned, during the rehearsals, about her ability to perform this specific dynamic convincingly. The rehearsals had been conducted in the villa with Arden running social scenarios in the controlled, clinical way they ran everything, and Romy had found herself performing a slightly too eager version of a woman in love, which Arden had corrected 3 times before saying, with the flat precision of someone delivering a technical note, "You are not performing love. You are performing certainty. The certainty that this person is yours. That is different." It had been a useful correction, and it had also been the kind of thing that stayed with you. She performed certainty. She performed it by touching Arden's sleeve when a guest told an anecdote that didn't require a response, and by leaning slightly in when Arden spoke to someone new, and by looking at Arden when she didn't think Arden was looking back. And the thing about performing certainty was that it required you to actually look, which meant that at some point in the evening, in the middle of a conversation with a Belissaire cousin about Amalfi property values, Romy looked at Arden across the circle and Arden was already looking at her. Not performing looking. Actually looking, with the specific quality of attention that Romy associated with the moments in the villa when Arden's professional surface thinned enough to show the structure beneath it, the person who drank cold coffee on the kitchen counter and removed their jewelry with the relieved precision of someone disarming, and who had, in 5 days of the villa, never once looked at Romy the way they were looking at her right now. Romy finished the sentence she was in the middle of. Looked away. Felt the gala continuing around her at exactly the same volume and frequency and felt, simultaneously, like the room had shifted register without warning. Then the orchestra in the far ballroom began something slow and deliberate, and the Belissaire family's senior member materialized at Arden's elbow with the specific, calculated social pressure of a host whose approval they needed. "My dear Sterling," said the senior Belissaire, a woman of approximately 70 with silver hair and the bearing of someone who had been deciding what was correct in every room she entered since approximately 1975, "I believe the floor is calling." The dance was operationally inevitable. Romy had known this. The briefing had outlined it. The social architecture of the Belissaire recognition circuit included, specifically, a first public dance as one of the documented markers of a credible union, and she had rehearsed it in the villa on the 3rd day with Arden leading them through it in the main room with the same clinical precision that characterized every rehearsal. The rehearsal had been fine. She had learned the forms. She had noted that Arden's lead was very quiet, not showy, not dominant, simply certain, the way a current was certain, and that following it required you to stop predicting and start responding, which was easier than it sounded once you stopped fighting the impulse to anticipate. The rehearsal had been in a main room in the afternoon, with the sun on the stone floor and Echo's voice occasionally in her ear with operational notes and the distance of daylight between her and the fact that it was practice. The ballroom was not the villa's main room. The ballroom was old stone and candlelight and the smell of the sea and 300 people who were all, in their various ways, watching the Sterling heir and her new spouse take the floor. Arden's hand came to her waist. Not the small of her back this time. The full span of a hand at the side of her waist, a different quality of contact, a different weight. Romy's hand went to Arden's shoulder the way it had in the rehearsal, and her other hand was taken, and then they were moving, and the gala did what galas did when you stopped watching it, it receded into a very specific and irrelevant distance. "Your weight is too far back," Arden said, low, precise. "I know." She adjusted. "Better?" "Yes." They were quiet for a moment. The orchestra played something that wanted to be ignored. The guests watched with the politely invested attention of people who had been promised a good match. "The woman in green by the stairs," Romy said, "has moved twice in the last 4 minutes. She's tracking us. I see her. She's not working. She's just watching." "How do you know?" "She keeps looking at your face. Anyone working would be tracking hands, pockets, exits." Romy tilted her head slightly to keep the motion looking like a turn. "She's just interested in us." Arden's hand shifted slightly at her waist, and Romy felt the shift as a reorganization of something that she was continuing to attribute to operational awareness. "Ferraro has moved to the terrace," Arden said. I saw him go. You have a window. Not yet. The Belissaire senior is still watching. She's going to watch for the whole dance. Yes. That's the point of the dance. Romy looked up at Arden, which required a significant upward adjustment, given the height differential, and which she was aware she had done approximately 0 times in the rehearsal, and found that looking up at Arden from this distance, in this light, with Arden's hand at her waist and the ballroom doing its very atmospheric best all around them, was a specific and distinct experience from every other interaction they had had so far. Arden was in the mask. The sterling red lips, the platinum hair in its severe and elegant architecture, the composed expression that communicated possession of the space. The socialite. The air. The performance. But the eyes, at this distance, in this light, were not performing anything. The eyes were doing the thing Romy had been watching for since the first day in the villa, the thing that happened when the professional surface wasn't quite sealed all the way around, when something underneath found the edge and pressed against it without quite breaking through. Not the controlled assessment of the briefing room. Not the cold precision of the sparring session. Something she didn't have a word for yet that was in the category of want and in the category of careful and was, she was becoming aware, going to require a different kind of notation than what her battered field notebook was designed for. There's a moment, Romy said, quietly, in the middle of a cover, where you stop remembering it's a cover. Arden's gaze sharpened. That's when operatives make mistakes. I know. She held the gaze. I'm not saying it's happened. I'm saying there's a moment like that in the architecture of this thing. A beat. I'm saying I can feel where it is. Arden looked at her for a long, still moment. Romy, they said. Not Vance. Not with the professional distance of someone deploying a name as a corrective. Just the name, low and unguarded, the way it had come out in the sparring session, and Romy felt it land in the exact place it was aimed. I know, she said again, softer. I'm not asking you to do anything with that. I just needed to say it out loud. The music shifted into something slower. Arden's lead adjusted without breaking stride, and they moved together through it in a silence that was different from all the previous silences, not the cold silence of the briefing room or the charged silence of the sparring session or the careful silence of the villa's evenings. Something new. Something that neither of them had a protocol for. They planted the surveillance on the third turn of the floor. Arden's hand at her waist provided the cover for the data relay, a contact transfer so smooth that the Belissaire senior, watching from the edge of the floor with the approving expression of someone whose social engineering was proceeding correctly, would have seen nothing but a couple dancing well. Clean, Arden said, into the air above her ear. Clean, Echo confirmed, quiet in Romy's earpiece, and then, because Echo was Echo, you two are doing great, just saying. Romy suppressed the very unprofessional impulse to laugh. The dance ended. They separated with the naturalistic ease they had rehearsed, Arden releasing her waist with a hand that trailed, briefly and perhaps involuntarily, before it withdrew entirely. Romy let her fingertips rest at Arden's arm for the precise duration of a couple who had just danced together and were not yet done with each other, and then she stepped back, and the room came back up around them, and the operation continued. Romy went to the bar. Arden moved toward the terrace where Ferraro was waiting. At the bar, Romy accepted sparkling water she didn't want and looked at the ballroom through the crowd and thought about the word careful and the word want and how they occupied the same space, and about the trail of Arden's hand at her waist, and about the fact that she had written "she's terrified" in her notebook 4 days ago and was only now beginning to understand the full depth of what that meant. Ferraro, on the terrace, would give Arden the second fragment of the Gilded Scion Index. The mission was advancing exactly as planned. They had one more fragment to go before the vault. Romy drank her sparkling water and looked at the candlelit ballroom and told herself that the place inside her chest where the first real thing had taken root was a problem she would deal with later. She was already aware that later was a diminishing resource. They returned to the villa at 1:30 in the morning. The drive was quiet. The Ligurian coast was dark and salt-scented and the kind of beautiful that required nothing from you, which Romy was grateful for. In the entry hall, Arden set down the surveillance kit with the systematic thoroughness of someone concluding a work session, and Romy leaned against the wall and looked at the floor and thought about the dance and about the expression in the candlelight and about what she was going to do with both of those things. Second fragment, she said. Acquired. Penhaligon has it remotely. Arden did not look up from the case. The Belissaire recognition is proceeding. Senior Belissaire has extended a further invitation for next week. A pause. We are, by their measure, a credible couple. Good. Another silence. Romy. She looked up. Arden was still not quite looking at her, looking instead at the middle distance between them, the air of the entry hall, which was doing nothing to resolve this particular tension. What you said on the floor, Arden said. About the moment where you stop remembering it's a cover. Yes. I know where it is, Arden said. I have known where it is. They paused, and the pause had the quality of something that costs something. That is not permission. That is, I want you to know that I am aware of it. So you are not carrying it alone. Romy looked at them. Okay, she said, quietly. Arden nodded once, picked up the case, and went upstairs. Romy stayed in the entry hall for a moment in the dark and the salt air. Then she took out her notebook and wrote, "She knows." She underlined it. Put the notebook away. Went upstairs. The villa was very quiet, and somewhere above the bay, the Ligurian night was doing its unreasonable best, and the distance between two people sharing a house had never, in Romy's experience, felt quite so precisely measured as it did right now. Chapter 7, Unmasked in the Dark. The contact at the gala had been clean, but the walk back to the car had not been. Arden had noticed it on the terrace while Ferraro was talking, a figure in the colonnade who was standing at the wrong angle for a guest and the right angle for an observer, positioned with the specific patience of someone who was not there to enjoy the party. Male, Mediterranean build, approximate age mid-40s, dressed well enough to belong and well enough not to stand out. He had tracked Arden's movement from the terrace to the car without making it visible to anyone who wasn't already looking. Arden had not mentioned it in the car. Romy had been quiet, processing the evening in the particular internalized way she processed things that cost her something, and Arden had made the calculation that there was no immediate threat and the villa's security was current and the operational priority was rest before tomorrow's comms review. This was the correct calculation. Arden stood by it. What they had not calculated for was the specific quality of the villa after midnight, which had its own character that the daytime version didn't. The kitchen light was always on low. The terrace doors were open to the sound of the sea, which was a security compromise they had decided to accept because the alternative was a villa that felt hermetically sealed, which created a different kind of operational liability in a cover that was supposed to feel domestic. The house was quiet in the way that large spaces were quiet when they had stopped pretending to be anything other than large spaces, not peaceful, exactly, but honest. Arden had sent Penhaligon the encrypted confirmation of the second fragment's acquisition and received, in return, a single line, "Excellent." Third fragment, Vault. Timeline advancing. Briefing Friday. Then they had sat with the tablet on the bedroom desk for a moment after the screen went dark and thought about the word timeline and what it meant for the distance between here and the vault and the mission's end and whatever came after the mission's end, which was a category of thought that Arden had trained themselves, over years, not to occupy too long. They went to the bathroom to remove the evening. The gown first, the silver-gray column that the mission stylist had selected for the Belissaire event, which was different from Celine's aesthetic and had been chosen by the Sterling family's team for specific recognizability within the Belissaire circuit. It went onto its hanger with the automatic precision of post-mission decompression. The earrings came out. The necklace. The updo, 11 pins tonight, which was 2 more than usual, because the Sterling family's social team had opinions about formal hair architecture and Arden had stopped having opinions about this specific thing some years ago. The pins went into the leather case. Then the makeup. Arden stood at the bathroom mirror with a cloth and the remover and began the process that was, in the interior vocabulary they used for things that didn't have public language, closest to the word returning. The sterling red came off in stages, first the blot of it, then the line, then the residue at the corners, and beneath it was the mouth that was actually Arden's, which was neither curated nor decorative, simply a feature of a face that had existed before the persona and would exist, presumably, after it. The wig was last. Arden kept the platinum on longest, operationally. It was the most recognizable element of the Sterling social mask and the most useful in public adjacent spaces, but in the bathroom, alone, after midnight, there was no operational justification for it. They removed it, set it on its stand, and the real hair fell out, a disheveled, dark blonde, shorter and considerably less structured than anything the Sterling public profile acknowledged. They pushed it back from their face with both hands. Stood at the mirror and looked. This was not a ritual they enjoyed and was not a ritual they avoided. It was simply what was true. After the gown and the jewelry and the lipstick and the wig, this was the person who had been inside all of it, and that person was still here, which was worth noting. The chest binder came next, unwound with a relief that was physical and specific, the particular exhale of a body that had been held in one shape for 6 hours and was returning to its actual proportions. Arden had stopped being self-conscious about this specific process some years ago. It was structural, like removing a brace. It went on the shelf with the same deliberate care as the jewelry, because things that sustained the performance deserved to be put away properly even. When the performance was over, they were standing at the bathroom shelf, in tactical pants and nothing else, reaching for the small arnica tube for the shoulder that had taken the most contact during the dance's surveillance relay, when the bathroom door opened. Romy had not knocked. She had, Arden understood in retrospect, assumed the bathroom was empty because the light had been left low and the villa's old doors did not telegraph occupancy. She stopped in the doorway. The pause lasted approximately 2 seconds. Long enough to register the room. Long enough for Arden to observe Romy registering the room, the binder on the shelf, the wig on its stand, the platinum hair gone and the dark blonde in its place and the face that was not the Sterling red face but simply the face, and Arden's bare torso, and the binder, and all of the information contained in the space of that bathroom at 1 a.m. Romy did not move away. This was the part that Arden had not calculated for. The calculation, in the brief and involuntary moment of anticipating this kind of exposure, had always returned the same result: people moved away. Not always from discomfort, sometimes from politeness, sometimes from the specific social instinct to give a person space when you had accidentally seen something they hadn't offered to show you. People moved away. Romy stepped into the bathroom. "I'm sorry," she said, and she said it the way she said things she meant, not performatively, just plainly. "I didn't see the light." "It is fine," Arden said. And then, because the professional instinct to reassert the mask was strong and was, Arden recognized in real time, not the correct response to this specific moment, "I was just finishing." "Your shoulder," Romy said. She had clocked the arnica tube. "Contact injury from the relay." "Minor." She stopped. Started again. "I have better hands than you think. With injuries. I spent 2 years in a shared foster house with a kid who was always falling off things." Arden looked at her. Looked at the arnica tube. Looked back at Romy, who was standing in the bathroom doorway in her undressed state, the deep water gown already exchanged for what Romy apparently slept in, which was an oversized shirt and shorts, with her hair down and her face clean and an expression that was not performing anything at all. "It is a minor contact injury," Arden said again. "I know," Romy said. "I'm offering anyway." There was a long pause. Arden handed her the arnica tube. They sat on the edge of the bath, and Romy sat beside them, and for a moment neither of them spoke while Romy warmed the gel between her hands with a practical efficiency that was entirely consistent with someone who had, in fact, learned to manage minor injuries in a crowded household rather than from any kind of formal training. Then she applied it to the shoulder, and Arden concentrated on not reacting to the contact, the contact was light, careful, and entirely clinical in intent, and the problem was not the contact itself but the fact of it, the specific fact of a person handling them gently in a quiet room at the end of an evening when the mask was fully off, and Arden had no professional architecture available to put between themselves and that fact. "Dark blonde," Romy said, after a while. Arden said nothing. "I always wondered." She was looking at the side of Arden's face with the particular attention she gave things she was deciding whether to say out loud. The file said platinum. I thought it was natural. The family has opinions about the sterling public image. Your grandmother? My grandmother. Her image consultants. My mother's social calendar. Arden paused. The sterling heir has been platinum blonde for 3 generations. I am the only one for whom it required a wig. Romy's hands stilled briefly, then continued. That's a lot of weight to put on a hair color. It is a lot of weight to put on a person, Arden said, and it came out more plainly than they had intended, without the usual editorial distance, without the framing that made it sound like a tactical assessment rather than something true, and they recognized the plainness and did not retract it. Romy was quiet for a moment. What do you actually want, she said. Not from the mission. Just, for yourself. If the inheritance ends and the family obligation ends and you get to decide what's next. She paused. You said you wanted it to end. I'm asking what comes after the ending. Arden looked at the bathroom shelf. At the binder. At the wig on its stand, which in the low light looked like a prop from a film that someone else was making. I want to be somewhere quiet, they said. Not strategic quiet. Not operational quiet. Just a place where no one knows the sterling name and no one has a brief for me and I can. The sentence stopped and then continued from a different angle. I want to know what I'm like when there's no performance required. Romy made a small sound. Not a laugh, something smaller and less deliberate, the sound of someone who has recognized something. What? Arden said. Nothing. She capped the arnica tube. It's just, I've been watching you since the briefing room. Trying to figure out who you are when the mask is off. A pause. I think it's this. Right now. The bathroom and the shoulder and the dark blonde hair. I think this is who you are. Arden looked at her. At the hazel eyes, close and clear and doing the thing they did, registering everything and then trying, with only partial success, to look as though they hadn't. You don't know enough about me to make that assessment, Arden said. No, Romy agreed. But I know that you learned Arden before you say anything difficult. I know your jaw does something when you're surprised. I know you moved the notebook and put it back when you realized I'd noticed. She met the look steadily. I know you came downstairs on the 3rd morning and accepted coffee you hadn't asked for without saying thank you, and I know that was more personal for you than saying thank you would have been for most people. Arden was quiet. The shoulder was done. Romy set the arnica tube on the shelf and did not move away, and the bathroom was very quiet except for the distant, persistent sound of the sea, which had given up pretending to be anything other than romantic ambience, and Arden had run out of energy to argue with it. The inheritance, Arden said. Yes. It is a surveillance godhead. My grandmother spent 30 years and a considerable fortune building a global master key so that the Sterling family could, in theory, watch everything. Every government. Every private interest. Every intelligence network. They looked at their hands. She left it to me because I was the most competent heir and because she wanted to believe that competence was sufficient justification for that kind of power. A pause. It is not. The inheritance is a prison that happens to be made of other people's secrets. Romy looked at them for a long moment. That's why you want it to end, she said. That is why I want it to end. Arden met her eyes. It is also why I cannot simply disappear before the vault opens. The Sterling family's handlers will not allow the inheritance to go uncontrolled. If I refuse the handover, they will find another Sterling, or they will find another method. The only way to end it is to go through the vault. And on the other side of the vault, Romy said carefully, what happens to you? The question had several layers and Arden could see all of them from here, the operational layer that asked about extraction protocols, and the layer beneath that, which was asking about Protocol 6 and what Arden intended to do with it, and the layer beneath that one, which was asking something that neither of them had put words to yet. I do not know, Arden said, which was the honest answer to all 3 layers simultaneously. Romy looked at them for a long, quiet moment. Then she did something that Arden had not calibrated for. She reached out and placed her hand, briefly and carefully, over the back of Arden's. Not a grip. Not a hold. Just the weight of it, there and present, for the approximate duration of a breath. Then she stood, and picked up the arnica tube, and put it back on the shelf in the right place. "Get some sleep," she said. Briefing Friday. She went back to the bedroom, the shared bedroom, where the cover required them both to sleep, though the actual sleeping arrangement had resolved itself, over the preceding 4 days, into a very large bed in which both parties maintained their respective sides with the careful precision of a territorial negotiation in which neither party had been willing to be the first to acknowledge the absurdity of the arrangement. Arden sat on the edge of the bath for a moment after she left. The mirror showed them, the real hair, the bare face, the shoulder that felt better than it had. The bathroom shelf with the binder and the arnica tube and the wig on its stand. They thought about somewhere quiet and no performance required and the weight of a hand over theirs for the duration of a breath. They thought about the vault and what came after the vault. They poured a glass of water from the tap, drank it, turned off the bathroom light. In the bedroom, Romy was already on her side of the very large bed, apparently asleep, or performing sleep with the specific stillness of someone giving another person privacy to settle. Arden lay down on their side. The sea was audible through the terrace doors, and the dark was the particular dark of a house that had enough peace in it to allow actual darkness rather than the thin sleep-adjacent light of a safe house maintained for tactical readiness. They thought, "I am going to have to be significantly more careful than I have been." They also thought, "I am not certain I know how to do that anymore." They did not sleep for some time. When they did not move to the center of the bed. They almost did. Chapter 8, The Yacht Club Gambit. The target's name was Delacroix, Philippe, 47, and he was, according to the mission brief Echo had augmented with 3 additional layers of background research, the kind of man who had spent his entire life believing himself to be more interesting than the people around him and had been consistently, tragically validated in this belief by people who wanted something from him. Classic contact narcissist, Echo said in Romy's ear, the laptop sound of furious typing providing a backdrop. Responds to novelty, responds to flattery, responds best to people who seem mildly unimpressed with him and then become impressed. Think, aloof to warm pipeline. "I know the type," Romy said. "I know you do. I'm just saying don't go full impressed immediately. Make him work for it." Echo. "I'm just thorough." "You're the best," Romy said, and meant it. "Tell me something I don't know." A pause, then more typing. "Also, for the record, your heart rate is elevated." "That's because I'm about to board a yacht in a sundress." "Sure," Echo said, in the tone of someone who was not sure. The Porto Cervo Yacht Club occupied a stretch of Sardinian marina so expensive it seemed to be priced by the nautical mile, and the afternoon event, a floating cocktail party for the Mediterranean dealer network, invitation only, accessible only by tender from the club's private dock, was exactly the kind of occasion that required Romy to be someone other than a Bellwright agency field operative and someone very close to herself. This was, she had found over the preceding 2 weeks, one of the operational advantages of being Romy Vance. She did not have to construct a personality for the cover. The cover's domestic social persona was essentially just Romy, with a better wardrobe and a wife who could silence a room. The challenge was not performance. The challenge was calibration. The sundress was ivory and breezy and had been selected by Celine with the same instinct that had produced the deep-water gown. It made Romy look like herself, expensively. She had her hair tucked behind one ear and the silver thumb ring in her battered field notebook exchanged, for today, for a slim leather card case that was also a signal relay the size of a playing card. Arden was on overwatch. This was the part of the operational plan that had required the most negotiation in the briefing, which Romy was choosing to remember as a professional disagreement and which had had some of the qualities of a fight. Delacroix's circle responds to a specific social type, Arden had said, in the study, with the Belissaire guest files spread on the desk and the late afternoon coming through the window. A woman in a high-fashion presentation, formal, controlled. That is the type that gains access to his inner circle. That's the Sterling type, Romy had said. And Delacroix is going to know who you are before you're through the door. He's been in the Belissaire circuit for a decade. If the Sterling heir walks into his cocktail party and starts asking questions, every professional alarm he has goes off immediately. I can manage the alarm. You can. But you'll spend the whole operation managing it instead of getting the key code. Romy had looked at the file photograph of Delacroix, a man with a sun-weathered smile and the eyes of someone calculating, and then at Arden. I'm new. I'm the spouse. I'm not a threat. He'll talk to me because I make people comfortable and he likes being made comfortable, and you can run Overwatch from the club and I'll relay everything Echo picks up through the signal card. A pause that had the quality of a door being held shut from the inside. You have never run a solo contact operation of this complexity, Arden had said. I know. She had not argued with the fact. So talk me through it. Another pause. Then Arden had sat down across from her and talked her through it, with the same focused precision they brought to sparring corrections, specific, technical, covering every contingency, for the better part of 2 hours. It had been, Romy reflected on the tender out to the yacht, the most direct form of trust she had been offered since the villa began. Delacroix was on the upper deck of a 40-meter motor yacht that was called the Isabeau and was painted a cream that probably had a more expensive name than cream. He was exactly as advertised, sun-weathered, proprietorial, with the specific warmth of a man who knew how to perform generosity without actually deploying it. Romy accepted a glass from the first server she passed, found a natural position at the deck rail where the view did the work of establishing her as a person who had come for the afternoon rather than for a specific outcome, and waited for the social geometry of the yacht to bring Delacroix to her. It took 11 minutes. You're new to the circle, he said, in French-accented English, arriving at the rail with the ease of a man who considered every party a territory he owned by prior claim. Relatively, Romy said. My wife and I have been in the Ligurian area for a few months. We've been working our way through the summer circuit. Your wife. Arden Sterling. She said it without weight, the way you said someone's name when it was simply a name and not a social grenade, and watched Delacroix process it. The processing took approximately 2 seconds, name recognition, interest, recalibration. The Sterling heir, he said. Among other things, Romy said, and smiled in the way Arden had coached her, not warm first, warm second, as though the warmth required something to earn it. You're not from this world, Delacroix said. He said it with the slightly proprietary interest of a collector evaluating a new acquisition, and Romy deployed the expression she had for this exact type of statement, interested, slightly amused, suggesting she was deciding how much to give him. No, she said. I'm from a very different world. I got recruited into this one. By the Sterling heir. He smiled. That is a remarkable story. It has its moments. They talked. Romy did the thing she did, which was give people just enough of herself to make them feel that they were being trusted with something rare, and be genuinely curious about the things she was asking about, because genuine curiosity was impossible to fake to the degree required for the kind of contact Delacroix represented. She asked about the yacht. She asked about the summer circuit with the careful ignorance of someone who was learning it from a more knowledgeable guide. She let him be the expert, which he was in certain narrow domains, and she was interested in what she could actually learn from him, which was that the Delacroix network extended further into the eastern Mediterranean than the mission brief had indicated. That's interesting, she told Echo, via the signal card, in the brief window when Delacroix moved to refresh their drinks. I clocked it, Echo said. Penhaligon's going to want that updated. Also, you're doing great. Sterling's been very quiet on Overwatch. Arden? Hasn't said a word since you boarded. That's unusual. Normally she runs tactical commentary. Romy looked at her glass. She's watching. Obviously she's watching. I mean she's actually watching. A pause. Is that different? Romy, Echo said, with the specific patience of someone who had been watching this situation develop for several weeks. I think you know the answer to that. Delacroix returned. Romy put Echo on observational hold and gave Delacroix her full attention, which she had found, over 4 years of fieldwork, was the most disarming thing you could offer most people, because most people were used to divided attention and did not know what to do when it was concentrated fully on them. By the 40-minute mark, she had his confidence. By the 50-minute mark, she had been invited below deck to see the navigation system, which was the access point the operational brief had identified as the likely location for the key code. Romy. Arden's voice in her ear, for the first time since she'd boarded. Level, quiet, carrying the specific frequency of someone who had been watching for a long time and had just made a decision about something. The second door on the left below deck is where he keeps the security archive. Key code will be in the tertiary access panel, not the primary display. Understood, Romy said, which to Delacroix looked like a response to his description of the navigation console. The below-deck access took 4 minutes. Delacroix was the kind of man who liked to explain things, which made him both useful and manageable. The tertiary panel was exactly where Arden had said it would be. Romy had 3 windows of natural cover, the navigation display tour, the refreshment bar at the far end of the cabin, and Delacroix's tendency to face the window when making a rhetorical point, and she used the second one. Got it, she told Echo, via card. Clean relay, Echo confirmed. Come up when you're ready. She was ready in 2 minutes. They returned to the upper deck with the unhurried ease of people who had gone below for the view and found it worthwhile. Delacroix had, by this point, the expression of a man who had decided Romy was an exceptional person and was already designing the narrative of their acquaintance for his next dinner party. Your wife is a fortunate person, he said. I tell her that regularly, Romy said. She's working on believing it. She said goodbye with the warmth she had been building toward for the preceding 40 minutes and made her way to the tender with the unhurried ease of someone who had come for the afternoon, got exactly what they came for, and was in no hurry about any of it. On the club dock, Arden was waiting. They were in civilian clothes, dark trousers, a plain shirt, their real hair loose and unmanaged in the afternoon wind, and they had the expression of someone who had been maintaining a very specific internal stillness for a significant period of time. Clean extraction? Romy said. Clean, Arden said. Key code is verified. Penhaligon has a copy remotely. A pause. You managed Delacroix well. He was an easy read. Romy tucked the signal card into the leather case. Echo helped. Echo always helps, Arden said, and there was something in it that was. It was dry, but underneath the dry it was something else. Romy glanced at them and found the expression she'd been looking for, the one that wasn't performing anything. They walked back along the dock toward the car, and the afternoon was warm and the Sardinian harbor was doing its very considerable aesthetic best, and they were shoulder to shoulder, not touching, in the specific proximity of 2 people who had reached a certain point of comfort with each other's physical presence without having acknowledged that this had occurred. You gave me the panel location, Romy said. I had the schematics. You were monitoring the whole time. That was the operational structure. You could have gone silent. Let me run it cold. Arden was quiet for a moment. I did not want you to run it cold. They reached the car. Arden held the door in the way they had taken to holding doors, not as a social performance, but with the specific attention of someone who was aware of where the other person was and what they needed before they needed to ask for it. Romy stopped at the door. Thank you, she said. Arden looked at her. The afternoon light was very direct, doing nothing to manage the specific shade of their eyes, which at this hour and this angle were the clearest thing in Romy's immediate field of vision. You did not need the panel location, Arden said. You would have found it. Maybe. But it was faster with you there. The look held for 1 beat longer than was strictly required for the preceding exchange. Then Arden said, very quietly, yes. It was. They got in the car. On the dock, behind them, a server from the Isabeau cleared the last of the afternoon glasses from the rail where Romy had stood for 11 minutes waiting for Delacroix to find her, and the Sardinian afternoon continued doing its work, and in the car, heading back along the coastal road toward the villa, neither of them spoke for a while. Which was, Romy was finding, its own kind of language. They ate on the terrace that evening for the first time. Not the formal meals they had been performing for the Bellassare household staff visits, those were structured, at the dining table, with the domestic indicators box ticked and the shared meal requirement met. This was different. Romy had found pasta and olive oil and something that had been a lemon in a previous life, and had made dinner in the kitchen while Arden sat at the counter with a glass of water and the tactical debrief, and occasionally offered an observation about the debrief that was so dry it required a beat before Romy could confirm it was a joke. "Is that funny?" she had said, the second time. "Was that a joke?" "I am occasionally capable of humor," Arden had said, without inflection. "I know. I'm just cataloging." "Are you cataloging me?" "Constantly," Romy had said, and Arden had looked at the debrief and said nothing, but the jaw had done the thing. They ate on the terrace with the plates on the low table and the sea below and the Sardinian evening coming in from the west in long, warm waves. Arden ate with the systematic attention they brought to most physical functions, not mechanical, exactly, but efficient, the way someone ate when eating was something the body required rather than an occasion. And then, at some point in the middle of the pasta, they stopped being efficient and were just eating, the way a person ate when they had stopped reminding themselves to be something. "This is good," they said. "Thanks." Romy was watching the water. "I learned to cook because it was the only thing in a shared house that you could do that was actually yours. Like, even if the result was communal, the making of it was yours." Arden was quiet for a moment. "I never learned to cook." "I know. I found a binder in the kitchen drawer with recipes in it and they all look like they were downloaded from a catering website." "They were?" Romy turned and looked at them. "You downloaded a catering website's recipes for our kitchen binder." The villa required a functional domestic appearance. "Including recipes you've never made." "In the event that they were required." Romy looked at the water. Looked back. "Arden." "Yes. That's the most endearing thing you've done since the villa started." The jaw moved. "It was an operational measure." "I know." She was smiling and was aware of smiling and had decided not to do anything about it. "I'm noting it anyway." Arden looked at their plate for a moment. Then they said, with the specific deliberateness of someone who had decided to say something and was going to say it without editorial decoration, "You make things easier. Being here. I had anticipated that it would be, that the proximity would be primarily a liability. In terms of the cover's operational requirements." "And?" Romy said. "And it has not been primarily a liability." A pause. "It has been other things." Romy waited. "I am not certain how to manage that," Arden said. "I am noting it." "As you say." "Okay," Romy said. They finished dinner in a silence that was comfortable in the way that silences became comfortable when you had been through a number of uncomfortable ones first and they no longer needed to be filled. Afterward, Arden cleared the plates, which Romy noted, because Arden had not cleared plates before and had not been asked to, and did it now with the quiet naturalness of someone doing something because it was there to do. Romy went to the terrace rail and looked at the water and did not say anything about the plates. But she did write about them, later, in the notebook. She cleared the plates. No commentary. "I think that's what it looks like when someone is learning." She underlined learning. She had learned, over the preceding weeks, to take her own notations seriously. The notebook was getting full. Chapter 9, The Italian Safehouse. The village was called Montalcino Basso, which was not on any tourist map and was not in any operational database that Arden had consulted, and this was precisely why Penhaligon had chosen it. The order to relocate had come through at 0340. The observer from the Belissaire Gala had been identified as an independent contractor working for a competing interest that the Sterling family's intelligence network designated under the file name Cassius. Cassius was not a known agency affiliate. Cassius was, in Penhaligon's assessment, a freelance surveillance operation that had been monitoring the Gilded Scion Index situation from a lateral position, waiting to establish what the Sterling Bellwright joint operation was actually building toward before determining its own next move. The villa's cover had not been compromised, the watcher at the colonnade had not confirmed who Arden was, only that the social circuit activity was worth monitoring. The prudent response was 12 to 72 hours of relocation to a lower profile position while the villa's surveillance architecture was reviewed. The prudent response was a village in the Tuscan hills and a house that had been a farmhouse in the 16th century and had been converted, at some point in the last century, into the kind of small, stone-floored dwelling that the agency used when its budget was conservative and its operational discretion requirements were high. It had 2 rooms and a kitchen that was technically 1 room with a stove in it and a single bed and a loft with a narrow cot that had been installed by whoever last occupied the space and had, Arden estimated, a structural reliability of approximately 60%. Romy looked at the loft for a long moment when they arrived, in the blue dark of a Tuscan pre-dawn, with their go bags and the tactical relay case. "The loft," she said. "The loft," Arden confirmed. "How confident are we in the loft?" "I would not put weight on the left support post." Romy looked at the main bed. Looked at the loft. Made the specific calculation that was visible even in the dark because Romy's calculations were never invisible. "Operational necessity," she said. "Section 3 compliance," Arden agreed. They went to sleep at opposite edges of a bed that was, by any civilian standard, a reasonable size and, by the standard of 2 intelligence operatives who had spent the preceding 3 weeks maintaining exact distances, approximately 18 inches too narrow. The village was very small. Arden had operated in smaller places, in more isolated conditions, under higher threat levels, and had found all of those situations significantly easier to manage than 2 days in Montalcino Basso, which offered no operational tasks, no social performances, no structure, and the persistent company of Romy Vance in a space that was approximately 500 square feet. Penhaligon had said, "Stay low, minimal contact, wait for the all clear." Echo had said, in Romy's ear and therefore incidentally in Arden's, "Eat something, rest, I'll run surveillance from here." The sum total of their operational requirements for the 72-hour window was, exist, together, in a small stone house in the Tuscan hills without the architecture of the mission to structure the proximity. Arden discovered, by the end of the first morning, that this was a significantly more demanding operational condition than either of the preceding months had prepared them for. The problem was the domesticity. Not the fake domesticity of the villa, the performed shared meals, the Section 3 compliance, the cohabitation structured around what the cover required. This was something different, because there were no observers in Montalcino Basso and no Belisaire network to perform for and no operational justification for anything. What existed instead was a very small kitchen and 2 people who were both hungry at similar times and had to negotiate the singular stove with the spatial problem-solving of people and used to limited square footage. Romy made coffee in the morning with the economical practice of someone who had been making coffee in small kitchens her entire life. She made 2 cups without discussion, set Arden's on the narrow table beside the window, and took hers to the low stone step outside the door where she sat in the morning light with her notebook and what appeared to be a comfortable relationship with silence. Arden sat at the table with the coffee and did not think about the fact that it had been made without discussion, or about the way the morning light came through the low window of the stone kitchen, or about the fact that Romy's presence in the doorway, small and compact and entirely at ease with the texture of the morning in a way that suggested she had a natural relationship with early hours that Arden had never quite developed, was not, as it should have been, a thing that required management. They read the tactical update from Penhaligon. They checked the perimeter. They reviewed the second fragment's verification status. They did all of the things available to do, and by 0900 had completed them all, and then there was the rest of the morning. "Can you cook?" Romy asked, from the doorway. "No," Arden said. "I thought I asked you that before and you said something about the catering website recipes. Those were for emergencies. Is this not an emergency? This is a tactical relocation." Romy appeared to consider the distinction. "I'm going to walk to the village market. There is one," I checked Echo's map. "There's a road that's not visible from any approach angle that works. 30 minutes. She looked at Arden. "Is there anything you particularly want?" The question was simple and entirely domestic and should not have required a pause. "Whatever you think is appropriate," Arden said. Romy made the expression she made when Arden said something that required her to decide how much to push. "Arden. It's groceries. What do you want to eat?" "I told you. I do not have strong." "There must be something," she said, with the patient persistence of someone who had decided this was a question worth resolving. "Some food that isn't just fuel. Something that tastes like something." A pause that was longer than the question warranted. There was a place, Arden said, reluctantly. In Paris, when I was young. Before the training protocols. They made a specific kind of, it was very simple. Bread, white beans, a great deal of olive oil. Nothing interesting. But it was the first meal I remember choosing myself rather than eating because it was on the schedule. They stopped. Romy was looking at them with an expression that was not the soft-eyed sympathy they had been bracing for. It was interested. Attentive in the way she was attentive to things she was cataloging. White beans, she said. Got it. She went to the market. She came back with white beans and fresh bread and olive oil and several other things she was apparently planning on her own authority, and she made the meal in the small kitchen with the careful attention she brought to practical tasks, not performative, just exact, and she put it on the table and sat down across from Arden and waited. Arden looked at the bowl. White beans. Bread. Olive oil pooling in the right way at the edge. They ate. The silence was comfortable in a way that Arden was beginning to catalog as specific to Romy, the silence that existed because she did not fill silence to manage her own discomfort, and so could sit in it alongside another person without making it a demand. It is correct, Arden said. Romy looked up. The meal. You made it correctly. A pause that lasted exactly long enough for Arden to consider whether what came next was advisable and proceed anyway. I do not know how you did that. You told me what it tasted like. She was doing the thing with her eyes. Bread, beans, oil. Simple. You said nothing interesting. I figured nothing interesting meant not clever. Not trying to be something. Arden looked at the bowl. No, they said. Nothing trying to be something. They ate in the quiet of the stone kitchen with the late morning coming through the low window, and outside the village went about its small, unhurried business, and Arden ate without tracking the time and without reviewing the tactical update and without doing anything at all except being in the room with the meal and the person across the table. This was, they acknowledged privately, the most operationally dangerous 2 hours of the entire mission. The afternoon produced rain, which was not forecast but which arrived with the equanimity of weather that did not consult forecasts, and the farmhouse's stone interior in the rain had a specific sound, a low, ambient percussion on the old tiles, that was, against all tactical reasoning, extremely difficult to be professionally distant inside. Arden sat at the narrow table with the encrypted operational review, and Romy sat on the low stone floor against the wall with her notebook and her legs crossed and her pen moving in the focused, private way it moved when she was processing something rather than reporting it. What are you writing? Arden said, eventually. It was a question they had not planned to ask and did not have a professional justification for. Romy looked up. Observations. About the mission. Some of them. She turned the notebook slightly, not showing it but acknowledging it. Some of them about other things. What other things? She considered. Architecture. How things are built. She tilted her head in the direction of the room, the low ceilings, the uneven walls, the evidence of multiple centuries of incremental repair. This house has been fixed so many times that the original structure is barely visible. But the repairs are what hold it together now. A pause. I think about that a lot. Arden looked at the walls. The visible layers of plaster, the places where stone showed through, the patched timber above the doorframe that had been replaced at some point and not quite matched the original color. That is a meditation on resilience, they said. Maybe. Romy turned the notebook back. Or just about houses. The rain continued. Arden returned to the operational review. At some point in the middle of it, without clear transition, the operational review was set down and Arden was looking at the rain on the window and thinking about Paris and a bowl of white beans and the first meal chosen freely, and about the fact that Romy had made it correctly without being told how, and about what it meant that someone had been paying attention to the right things. There is something I want to tell you, Arden said. Romy looked up from the notebook. The observer from the gala. The Cassius contractor. Arden held the operational review against their knee. The competing interest they represent is not random. The Cassius file is a Sterling family designation. It belongs to my grandmother's former advisor, a man named Arthur's predecessor, who left the family network when the inheritance was first designated for me. A pause. His name is in a file I have not shared with Penhaligon. Romy was very still. He believes the inheritance should be operationalized, Arden continued. Not kept. Not destroyed. Used. He has been building his own access architecture for years, waiting for the vault to open under someone else's authority so he can acquire the index through a lateral approach. They met Romy's eyes. He knows about the joint operation. He does not yet know about the vault's biometric requirements. How long have you known this? Since before the Belissaire Gala. A pause. I know that is information I should have shared earlier. I am sharing it now because we are in a relocation that his interest may have partially caused, and you should know what you are operating inside. Romy looked at them for a long moment. The rain was doing its percussion on the tiles. Why are you telling me now? She said. Arden considered the question with the honesty it required. Because I am less willing to allow you to operate without complete information than I was 3 weeks ago. And because the gap between what I tell Penhaligon and what I tell you has become, in the last several days, a gap that I am finding difficult to justify. Romy was quiet for a moment. Okay, she said. Thank you for telling me. There is more, Arden said. The Cassius advisor, his access architecture includes a lateral approach to the vault. Which means he will have a presence at the Aegean island when the handover occurs. They looked at the rain. Which means the vault sequence will be complicated by a third party whose interest in the outcome is not aligned with either of our agencies. Romy wrote something in the notebook. Does Penhaligon know about the lateral approach? No. Echo needs to know. Yes. Romy looked up. Are you going to tell Penhaligon? Another pause. The rain was the only sound. I am going to share a version of it, Arden said. The version that does not include certain details about the Cassius advisor's specific access methods, which are derived from information that the Sterling family considers proprietary. Why? Because if Penhaligon has the full access architecture, the agency will use it to reach the vault through a different vector and the joint operation ends. Arden held Romy's gaze. Which means the inheritance ends up in agency control rather than destroyed. A pause. I would prefer it destroyed. Romy sat with this. You're managing your own handler, she said. Yes. So am I, Romy said, quietly. She said it without accusation, without the satisfaction of equivalence. Just as a fact that had been true for longer than this conversation. I've been managing what I report to Vane since the first week in the villa. They looked at each other in the small stone kitchen in the rain in the Tuscan hills, two people who had each been managing their respective handlers on behalf of a shared interest they had not yet articulated aloud, and the gap between the positions they had been sent to occupy and the position they had actually arrived at was very clear from here. Well, Romy said. Yes, Arden said. The rain continued. Arden put down the operational review. Romy put down the notebook. White beans again for dinner? Romy said. If you are willing. I'm willing. She stood and went to the kitchen. And Arden. Yes. Whatever comes out of the vault, we decide together what happens to it. She said it plainly, without strategy in it. Not Vane. Not Penhaligon. Not the Sterling family. Us. The room was very quiet. Yes, Arden said. And meant it for the first time since the mission began. Chapter 10, The High-Speed Honeymoon. The all-clear came on the third morning. Echo delivered it at 0712 with a message that read, Villa is clean, Cassius contractor pulled back, you're good to move. Also I have been awake for 26 hours and I made you a new operational file on the Cassius lateral approach. It's in your secure folder, review it when you're back. Also please eat breakfast first, you are going to need the calories today, I have a feeling. Romy read this standing in the farmhouse doorway with the Tuscan morning doing everything mornings in that part of the world did without apparent effort, the light, the air, the smell of the hills, and sent back, "We're moving now. Going to eat first. You sleep." Echo's response was, "Already on it. Be careful. She's going to be a problem today, I can feel it." Romy looked at this for a moment. "Put her phone away." "Echo says we're clear," she told Arden. Arden was at the table with the last of the coffee and the encrypted tactical map, which showed the route back to the villa across the coastal pass. They were in their civilian configuration, the dark trousers, the plain shirt, the real hair loose, and in the 3 days of the farmhouse had developed, without appearing to deliberately develop it, the most settled version of themselves that Romy had observed since the mission began. Not relaxed, exactly. But present. Present in a way that had less space between the surface and what was actually going on underneath. "The coastal route?" Romy asked. "The inland pass is faster and less exposed." Arden studied the map. "Through the Ligurian hills. We rejoin the coast road at Camogli. That's the mountain route." "Yes." Romy looked at the map. The mountain route was the kind of road that appeared on satellite imagery as a thin line threading through terrain that was not casual about its geography. "How's the car on mountain roads?" "The car is fine on mountain roads." "How are you on mountain roads?" Arden looked at her with the expression that lived just slightly south of patience. "I have driven on mountain roads before." "I know. I'm asking because Echo's feeling something and Echo's feelings have a reasonably good predictive record. Echo's feelings are intuitions derived from pattern matching across the intelligence data they process. They are not supernatural." "I know what they are," Romy said. "I'm still asking." Arden closed the map. "We take the mountain route. We move in the next 40 minutes. A pause. And if Echo's pattern matching is correct and there is a complication on the road, you drive." Romy blinked. "Why me?" "Because you have better spatial instincts in close-quarter environments and the mountain road is a close-quarter environment." Arden stood. "I observed this when you navigated the Belisar estate during the gala extraction. You move through tight spaces better than I do." Romy looked at them. "You've been watching how I navigate tight spaces." "I watch how you do everything," Arden said, with the specific flatness of someone who had said a true thing and was not going to qualify it. "It is operationally relevant." "Right," Romy said. "Finish your breakfast." She finished her breakfast. They packed the go-bags. They left the farmhouse. Romy took one look back at the low stone building in the morning light and thought, "I will remember this for a long time," and got in the car. The mountain road was exactly as advertised, a narrow, ascending corridor through Ligurian hill country that had apparently been designed for people who had strong feelings about the relationship between driving and commitment. The scenery was remarkable. Romy was paying approximately 15% of her available attention to the scenery and the remaining 85% to the road, the mirrors, and the white SUV that had appeared in the rearview approximately 12 minutes after they left the village. "We have company," she said. Arden was already looking at the side mirror. "I see them. 2 occupants. They picked us up at the Montalcino junction." "Cassius?" "Or Jax Thorne," Arden said. Romy processed this. "Who is Jax Thorne?" "A competitor who has been aware of the Gilded Scion situation since before the joint operation was established." "Australian. Independent contractor, which means they work for whoever makes the most interesting offer." A pause that had the quality of something being decided. "They enjoy this kind of thing. The car chase kind of thing." "The game," Arden said. "They enjoy the game. Which makes them unpredictable in a specific way." They checked the mirror again. "They are accelerating. I see them." Romy had already adjusted her grip on the wheel and was running the road ahead. The pass crested in approximately 3 kilometers. The descent on the far side would open into 2 routes, the main coastal road, which had traffic and witnesses, and a secondary track that cut down through pine forest to the shore. "Do they know the road?" she asked. "If it is Thorne, yes." "Better or worse than me?" Different, Arden said. Thorn is fast. They are not careful. And I'm careful. You are precise, Arden said. There is a distinction. The SUV was closing. Romy felt the familiar compound, not quite fear, not quite excitement, the thing the body produced when the operational stakes arrived in a physical form, and let it settle into her hands and her eyes and the specific attentiveness that had taken 4.5 years to produce, and that was, she had come to understand, the particular quality that Vane had deployed her for. Window, she said. Primary surveillance kit is in the case behind the seat, Arden said, already moving. If you need me to run tactical from here. I need you to tell me if that SUV has any other operational support in range. A pause, the sound of the case opening, the relay unit connecting. Echo, Arden said, directly, and Romy felt the slight surprise of hearing Arden call Echo by name and not designation. We have a tail. Confirm operational support network in this sector. Echo, in both their ears, one vehicle. I'm not reading additional support. What I am reading is the plate, which is registered to a holding company that has been used by Jax Thorne on 3 previous occasions. So Arden was right, it's Thorne. A beat. Hey Arden. Echo, Arden said. Be careful with my person, Echo said. Arden's jaw did the thing. Noted, Arden said. Romy crested the pass. The road descended in a long, corkscrewing series of switchbacks that the SUV would have less tolerance for than the smaller car, which was the first tactical advantage she had identified and intended to use. She took the first switchback at the outer edge of its radius, which was faster than the defensive line and required a confidence in the car's physics that she had assembled over the preceding 40 seconds of road study. The SUV took the same corner wide and had to correct. Good, Arden said, with the clipped economy of someone giving a genuine assessment rather than encouragement. How far to the Pine track? 1.6 kilometers. The junction is not marked. I need it counted from a landmark. There is a red-painted water tower visible from the road. The junction is 400 meters past it. Got it. Romy focused. The mountain was doing its thing, the road tightening, the gradient steepening, the views that would have been extraordinary under any other circumstances currently occupied by the rear view and the SUV, which had recovered from the first switchback and was pressing. They're fast. They always were. Arden was tracking the side mirror. Thorne learned to drive in the Australian outback, which is the opposite of this in every respect except that it also punishes errors. What do they want? The key code we acquired yesterday. The yacht club operation was not as invisible as we believed. We were clean. We were clean to Bellwright and Sterling intelligence. Thorne operates outside both networks. A pause. They want the key code. If they acquire it ahead of the vault handover, they have independent leverage on the inheritance outcome. Which is why they're following us and not Penhaligon. Yes. The code is currently with us, not with Penhaligon. Thorne is better at following assets than networks. Another pause. It is one of their more irritating qualities. Romy counted landmarks. The water tower appeared at the edge of her vision, red and practical against the green of the hillside. She counted. Hold on, she said. She took the junction at a speed that was probably inadvisable and was very precise, the small car dropping onto the pine track with a controlled impact that shook everything in the vehicle and nothing on the road behind them, because the SUV had missed the turn entirely and was already past it. Clean, she said. Clean, Arden confirmed, watching the mirror. They will identify the track in approximately 90 seconds. This gives us long enough, Romy said. The pine track exits at the shore road. From there we can reach the marina in 6 minutes and lose them in the boat traffic. A silence. How do you know the track exits at the shore road? Arden said. Echo built me a terrain map of the whole region when we first arrived. I reviewed it on the first day. Another silence. Echo built you a terrain map, Arden said. Echo builds me everything I might need before I know I need it, Romy said. That's what Echo does. That is, Arden said, with an unmistakable quality beneath the level, an exceptional support relationship. I know, Romy said. I'm very lucky. The pine track was rough and fast and required her full attention. Arden held the relay unit and tracked the SUV's recovery and said nothing unnecessary, which was its own kind of operational support, the specific discipline of someone who knew when silence was more useful than information. When the track emerged onto the shore road, the Ligurian coast opening out ahead of them in the full Mediterranean afternoon, Romy felt the adrenaline begin to step down in the calibrated way it stepped down when the peak of an operational sequence had passed. They reached the marina. The boat traffic was exactly as anticipated. They were invisible within 4 minutes. They lost us at the junction, Echo confirmed, in both ears. Thorn's heading back to the pass. You're clean. A beat. Also, Romy, your heart rate was 112 at the peak of that, and I want it noted that I was monitoring. Noted, Romy said. You did great, Echo said. Both of you. Arden said nothing, but Romy heard the quality of the silence and recognized it. They parked at the marina's outer lot. The engine ticked down. The afternoon was very quiet after the mountain road, the kind of quiet that only existed after something loud. Romy sat with her hands on the wheel for a moment, letting the adrenaline do the last of its stepping down. Then she became aware that Arden was looking at her. Not the operational assessment look, not the mask, not the professional surface. The other thing. The thing that had appeared in the candlelight at the gala and in the low light of the farmhouse kitchen, and that Romy had been accumulating careful notations about for weeks. What? She said. Nothing, Arden said. You're doing the thing. What thing? The looking thing. The one that isn't the professional look. A pause. You were very good on that road, Arden said. It was not what Romy had expected them to say, and it arrived with a directness that bypassed whatever she had been preparing for and landed somewhere closer to the center. Thanks, she said. You were very good at not flinching. I do not flinch. You also said you'd give me the drive before you knew we'd need it, and then you needed it and you gave it to me anyway. She met the look. That's not nothing. Arden looked at her for a long, still moment. Then, with no operational justification whatsoever, in a car parked at a Ligurian marina on a clear afternoon, Arden reached over and briefly, carefully, tucked a strand of Romy's hair back behind her ear, the one that had come loose in the mountain road's urgency, trailing across her face. The gesture lasted approximately 2 seconds. It was done with the same careful attention Arden brought to everything they did with their hands. Then the hand withdrew. Neither of them said anything about it. Romy turned back to the windshield. Arden turned back to the relay unit. The marina was very peaceful. Somewhere across the water, the coast continued being the coast. Villa? Romy said. Villa, Arden confirmed. They drove back along the shore road in the late afternoon light, shoulder to shoulder in the small car, not touching, not speaking, with the specific quality of two people who had moved past a threshold without naming it and were not yet ready to name it and were, in the naming-adjacent space of the drive home, simply there. Echo, who was monitoring, noted the silence and the duration of it and sent Romy exactly one message, I see you, just saying. Romy sent back one word, stop. Echo sent back a laughing emoji spelled out in text, laugh cry emoji, and then, I'm going to sleep now. Call me if Thorn reappears. Also Romy, she tucked your hair, didn't she? Romy stared at her phone for 3 seconds. Put it away. Looked at the coast road ahead and the late afternoon doing everything late afternoons did when they had been through something worth remembering, and felt, in the space between the adrenaline and the almost word that Arden had not said and the thing she was not yet saying either, the specific and terrifying sensation of something becoming real. Chapter 11, The Art of the Lie. The morning came in hard and without mercy, which was appropriate. Arden was awake before the light. They had been awake for most of what came before the light, which was not unusual, but last night the wakefulness had had a different quality than its usual operational variety. It had been the kind that sat just behind the sternum, patient and warm and entirely unwelcome, the kind that existed because something had happened and the body had not yet decided what to do with it. Something had happened. The drive back from the marina. The parked car. The way the adrenaline had stepped down and left, in its wake, something that had no operational designation. The strand of hair behind Romy's ear, which Arden had touched without deciding to touch, which was the most alarming part of the sequence. The specific stillness in the car afterward. And then the villa, the entry hall, the quiet in which neither of them had said anything about the strand of hair or the stillness, and instead Romy had gone to the kitchen and Arden had gone to the study, and at some later hour they had each arrived in the shared bedroom with the particular careful attention of people who were managing the geometry of a situation that had shifted without announcement. And then, somewhere in the dark, in the quiet, in the space between Romy's side and Arden's side and the sea coming through the terrace doors, Romy had said something. Very quietly. Not a question, not an operational note. Something simple and undefended in the dark, the kind of thing that was said in the spaces where the performance had run out of structure. I think, Romy had said, that today was the best day I've had in a very long time. Arden had not responded immediately. They had processed the statement with the full attention of someone who recognized that it required something true in return and was calculating what true looked like without a script. Yes, they had said, eventually. It was. And then Romy had turned over, and the darkness had rearranged itself, and somewhere in the centimeter of changed distance between one side of the bed and the other, the something that had been building for weeks had arrived at a new position. Not a declaration. Not a decision. Something simpler and harder than either, the mutual acknowledgement, in the dark, that this was real, and that they both knew it, and that neither of them had a protocol for what came next. The kiss had been quiet. It had been Romy who turned back, who closed the distance with the same undefended quality that characterized everything she did, and it had lasted the duration of a single, unhurried breath, and it had not been for any camera or any cover or any operational requirement. It had been the most honest thing Arden had done in years, and it had lasted only a moment, and then Romy had pulled back and they had both lain in the dark without speaking, and Arden had thought, I have made a significant error in judgment. They had not slept after that. Now it was 0545 and the Ligurian morning was beginning its relentless performance outside the terrace doors, and Arden was sitting at the study desk with the encrypted briefing Penhaligon had sent at 0300 open on the screen, reading it without processing any of it, which was not a condition they had any familiarity with prior to the preceding 6 weeks. The briefing said, Monaco Gallery acquisition confirmed. Auction, Thursday. Attendance required under the married couple cover. The third and final pre-vault element would be in play. After Monaco, the vault. After the vault, the end of the mission. The extraction protocols. The dissolution of the cover through standard procedure, which was the language Vane had used, and which Arden understood in the operational register as the severance of everything that had been built in the last 6 weeks, including the strand of hair, and the white beans, and the quiet in the farmhouse rain, and the particular shape of Romy Vance asleep on her side of a bed they were supposed to be sharing for professional reasons. Protocol 6 was in the briefing's appendix, as it was in every briefing. In the event of mission compromise or unacceptable security risk. Elimination of said party. Arden had read this language 7 times in 7 briefings and it had never produced any sensation beyond a functional acknowledgement. This morning it produced something that was not a sensation and not a feeling and was, in the vocabulary Arden had available, closest to the word dread. They closed the briefing. Sat with the dark screen. In 4 weeks or fewer, the vault would open. The inheritance would end. And the standing order would become relevant. Not a contingency. A conclusion. Romy did not know, with full operational clarity, what Protocol 6 meant for her specifically. She had read the kill order, Arden's name in the target field, authorized by Vane. She did not know that Penhaligon held the parallel order with her name in the same field. She did not know that the order had been updated, in the last briefing, with a timeline, upon vault completion, within 48 hours. She did not know that Arden had been aware of this since the 2nd week in the villa and had made, in various permutations, the same calculation every day since, the calculation that ended with the conclusion that the only way to protect Romy Vance was to ensure she remained operationally unreachable to Penhaligon's cleanup sequence. Which required, among other things, that she not become someone Arden could not bring themselves to protect at the cost of the mission. The calculation had become, approximately 6 weeks ago and with increasing urgency, wrong. The cost had restructured itself. The mission's terms had shifted. And the quarter-second before Romy's hair behind her ear, and the quiet breath in the dark, had made the calculation unexecutable in its original form. Arden poured a glass of water and drank it at the desk and thought, I am going to have to be the stone again today. Not because I want to be. Because she is safer if I am, until I understand what can be done about the 48-hour timeline and whether there is anything at all that can be done about the 48-hour timeline. They went to the kitchen to make coffee. Romy came downstairs at 0630, which was later than her usual hour, and she was wearing the oversized shirt and her hair was down and she had the specific expression of someone who had slept lightly and was not quite sure what the morning had decided to be yet. She looked at Arden. Arden was at the kitchen counter with the briefing open on the secondary tablet and the Sterling mask on, which was the correct professional description and was also not quite what it had been before this morning, because the Sterling mask was usually impenetrable and this morning it had a seam that Romy would find if she was paying the kind of attention she always paid. Morning, Romy said. Good morning, Arden said. The register was professional. Calibrated. The space between them was the operational space, the Section 3 distance. Romy would notice this. She always noticed this. Coffee, Arden said, and put the second cup on the counter without looking at her. Romy took the cup. She was watching Arden with the tilted head attention that meant she had already noticed the register and was running the sequence. What was different this morning? What had changed? Whether the difference was professional or personal, whether those were even distinct categories anymore. Briefing came in, Arden said. Monaco. Thursday. The auction. Third element. Will attend as the cover. Dress code is formal. They turned back to the tablet. I'll forward the brief when you're ready. Silence. Arden, Romy said. Yes. Are we going to talk about last night? The question had the specific quality of something said by someone who already knew the answer and was asking anyway because they believed in naming things directly, which was one of the qualities that had been, at various points in the preceding weeks, a liability and an asset and something Arden had no adequate category for. There is a Monaco brief to review, Arden said. I know there is. Romy put her cup down on the counter. Not hard. Just down. I'm asking something else. Arden looked at the tablet. The briefing was still open. The words were not resolving into meaning. Last night was outside the operational parameters, Arden said. It should not have happened. It presents a risk to the mission's integrity and to both of our positions. The silence that followed had a specific weight. Okay, Romy said, and the single word was doing a great deal of very precise work, communicating that she had heard this, and had already understood what it was, and was not going to argue with the words while making it clear that she did not accept them as the full truth. The Monaco operation requires a clean professional baseline, Arden said. If the cover's emotional architecture becomes unstable, the performance suffers. Understood, Romy said. She took her coffee and went to the terrace. Arden stayed at the counter for a moment after the terrace door slid shut. The kitchen was very quiet. The tablet was still open to the Monaco brief. The second cup sat on the counter where Romy had put it down, slightly more definitively than was strictly necessary, and Arden looked at it and thought, she knows exactly what I'm doing. She is letting me do it. That is worse than if she argued. It was worse because Romy's specific form of grace, the grace of a person who had spent 20 years being set down by institutions and had learned to absorb the blow without becoming the blow, was the thing Arden was relying on and was also the thing that made it unbearable to deploy against her. They were going to have to be very good at this. They were going to have to be the stone. They had been the stone for 6 years before the villa, and the villa had done something to the stone's structural integrity, and they were now in the position of someone trying to maintain a wall that had, overnight, lost its binding. On the terrace, Romy sat in the morning light and wrote in her notebook with the concentrated deliberateness of someone putting something very specific and fragile down in writing before it could become something else. She wrote, "She's going back inside the stone. I knew she would. I'm not going to make it harder." She paused. Added, "But I'm not going to pretend I don't know what last night was. That's mine. She can have the morning." She closed the notebook. Looked at the water. Drank her coffee in the Ligurian morning, which was, as always, entirely too beautiful for the situation it was currently hosting. The Monaco auction was in 2 days. The professional distance held for those 2 days in the specific, exhausting way that professional distances held when the people maintaining them were both entirely aware of what was being maintained and why, carefully, with a mutual, unspoken courtesy that was its own form of intimacy and that Arden found, at intervals, significantly more destabilizing than the absence of distance had been. Romy did not push. She did not withdraw either. She occupied the villa with the same easy, present quality that she had occupied it with since the beginning, the notebook on the coffee table, the early mornings, the coffee made without announcement, and she gave Arden the professional space they had asked for while making it entirely, quietly clear that the space was a courtesy she was extending and not a conclusion she had accepted. On the second morning, over the Monaco briefing at the dining table, she asked 3 precise operational questions about the auction's security architecture and suggested a communication approach that improved the mission brief by a margin that Penhaligon, when Arden relayed it, described as significant. She was, in every operational sense, the partner Arden had been told she would be before the villa and had come to understand, inside the villa, at a level that went considerably beyond what operational meant. In the evening she cooked, which she always did, and Arden reviewed the briefings, and they ate together in the professional courtesy of the Section 3 compliance and said nothing about the strand of hair or the dark or the simple word that had been enough. Arden was, they were acknowledging privately, extremely tired. Not the operational exhaustion of mission pace. The other kind, the exhaustion of maintaining a position that required continuous active effort to hold against something that wanted, with significant force, to be something else. The gown for the Monaco auction was black and structured and had been selected by the Sterling family's social team for its recognizability in the circuit. The sterling red went on in the villa's bedroom mirror with the precision that had never left, even when everything else had shifted. Platinum updo, 7 pins. The jewelry from the leather case. The composed expression. Romy was across the room, in a cut of deep green that Celine had sent from Paris, and she was doing the small clasp at her necklace in the mirror with the particular focus of someone managing fine motor work at the end of a process. She looked, in the green, like herself expressed in a different language, not the deep water blue of the Belisaire gala, but something warmer. Something with more color in it. She looked up and found Arden in the mirror. The expression on her face lasted approximately 1 second before she put the professional register back. But in that 1 second, in the bedroom mirror, Arden saw the full architecture of what Romy was carrying, the patience of it, and the weight of it, and underneath both of those, not hurt, but something that was choosing not to be hurt because it understood the situation clearly and had decided that understanding was the correct response to it. Arden looked away. "The car is at 1930, Arden said. "I know," Romy said. They went to Monaco. The auction house occupied the second floor of a Belle Époque building overlooking the harbor, and it was full of the specific type of individual who spent considerable sums on objects they intended to keep primarily as leverage rather than pleasure. The evening had the compressed, pressurized quality of an environment where every conversation was also a transaction, every compliment a gambit, every glass of wine held at an angle that communicated something about positioning. Arden was in their element here, which was to say they were in a place that required the performance they had been giving for 6 years and for which they had every tool necessary. The Sterling mask operated at full capacity. They moved through the auction's social architecture with the unhurried authority of someone who had arrived not to participate in the room but to extend it a professional courtesy, and the room reorganized itself accordingly. They were a unit. The cover required it and the mission required it and the operational brief required it, and Arden executed it with the precision that had characterized every public appearance since the Belisaire gala, with Romy at their side performing the certainty that she had learned to perform, and that was, Arden was not going to complete that thought. The target was a private dealer named Marchetti who held the third element in a sealed bid auction running parallel to the main event, and the access mechanism required the Sterling heir to establish direct contact through the formal introduction network that Belissaire had primed over the preceding weeks. It was social engineering of the highest precision, the kind of operation where every prior event, every prior interaction, every prior performance of the married couple had been laying a single long foundation toward this moment. Romy performed her part with the clean competence that had been building since the first gala. She navigated the social architecture alongside Arden with the specific quality of a person who understood the room well enough to move through it naturally rather than tactically. The distinction that, Arden had come to understand, was the whole of her operational value in this context. She was not pretending to belong. She had, at some point in the preceding weeks, actually arrived. There was a moment, mid-evening, in the space between two conversations, when they were standing briefly alone at the edge of the main floor. Romy was watching the room with her peripheral surveillance expression. Arden was managing the 6 seconds until Marchetti's associate moved into their intercept path. "She's been watching you for 40 minutes, Romy said, quietly. Marchetti's associate. "I know." "No. The woman by the east window. She's not working. She's just watching." Romy tilted her head slightly. "I think she might know you." Arden did not follow the look. "Did not need to. She's in my grandmother's social network. Old money, old loyalty. She'll want an introduction." "Do we need it?" "Not operationally. She will expect it anyway." Romy nodded. "I'll take Marchetti's associate while you manage the introduction." She responds to directness. "I checked the brief. Her access to the third element requires the dealer code from the sealed bid register, which Echo has already pulled as of 10 minutes ago." Romy met their eyes briefly. "I've been managing this since we arrived. You can run the introduction. I've got the element." Arden looked at her. She was not performing certainty. She was certain. She had been running the operational sequence independently, in parallel, and had not needed to announce it, and was only reporting it now because the moment was operational and not because she required acknowledgement. This was the partner Romy had become over the preceding weeks. This was the thing that made the Monaco evening feel both professionally clean and personally impossible, because watching Romy move through this room with this competence and this ease was not a thing Arden could manage with the professional clarity the situation nominally required. "Good," Arden said. "Yes," Romy said. They separated. The introduction with the woman from the grandmother's network took 9 minutes and was conducted entirely in the surface language of social courtesy with the full Sterling mask deployed. The woman was pleased to be acknowledged. She said things about the grandmother that Arden absorbed without expression, because the grandmother's legacy was a landscape Arden had spent years not having visible emotional responses inside of. Across the room, Romy was with Marchetti's associate, and she was doing the thing she did, the warm attention, the genuine curiosity deployed with surgical precision, and by the time Arden concluded the introduction and moved to regroup, Romy was already stepping away from the associate with the small leather card case in her hand. "Third element," she said, very low. "Encoded. Echo's pulling the decryption now. Confirmed by Penhaligon. In 30 seconds. A beat. Echo says clean." The rest of the evening was the performance, and Arden gave the performance everything it required: the correct champagne angle, the correct social warmth, the correct physical proximity to the woman playing their spouse. They were, by every visible measure, the Sterling couple that the circuit had been watching since the Belissaire gala, polished and plausible and entirely convincing. On the drive back, the car was quiet. Monaco receded in the rearview. The night was clear. Romy was looking at the window, at the coast moving past in the dark, with the expression that lived somewhere between operational decompression and something more private. She was turning the leather card case over in her hands, a habit she had with small objects when she was processing. "Third element," Romy said. "Yes." "Next is the vault." "Yes." She turned the card case over once more. "How long do we have?" "Penhaligon will confirm the timeline after the element is verified." "A week." Perhaps 10 days. Romy nodded. She put the card case away. She looked at the window. Arden, she said. Yes. I need you to know something. She said it to the window, not to Arden, which was not cowardice. It was the specific choice of someone who knew the other person needed a way to receive something without having to meet it directly. I know what you're doing. With the distance. I know why you're doing it. A pause. I'm not going to fight you on it. But I need you to know that I know, because it feels wrong to have you think that you've convinced me of something you haven't convinced me of. Arden looked at the road ahead. What I have said, Arden said, carefully, is accurate. I know what you said. I'm talking about what's true. The road went on. The coast went on. The night went on. Romy, Arden said. Yes. What is true is complicated. I know it is. She turned from the window and looked at the profile that Arden was offering as the only available surface. I'm not asking you to uncomplicate it. I'm just asking you not to pretend it's simple. A long silence. No, Arden said, very quietly. It is not simple. Romy turned back to the window. The coast was dark and the stars were doing their unreasonable work, and inside the car the specific gravity of a situation in which two people understood each other perfectly and could not act on the understanding was the loudest thing in the world. At the villa, Arden went to the study. Romy went upstairs. Arden sat at the desk with the Monaco debrief and the Penhaligon confirmation that came in at 2300 and the Protocol 6 appendix that lived at the bottom of every briefing and that tonight read, for the first time, as something more than language. They read the 48-hour timeline again. They poured 2 fingers of scotch from the bottle in the desk drawer. They sat with it and did not drink it and thought, very specifically, about what options existed within a system built entirely to produce outcomes that served the system and not the people inside it, and whether any of those options had anything to offer two people on the wrong side of a countdown. The scotch went undrunk. Arden turned off the study light at 0100 and went upstairs. In the shared bedroom, in the dark, with the sea doing its ambient work through the terrace doors, Romy was on her side of the very large bed, and she was asleep, or she was giving Arden the privacy to believe she was asleep, and Arden could not determine which, and it did not matter. They lay in the dark. They did not move to the center of the bed. The distance between the sides was exactly as it had always been, and it was, tonight, the longest distance they had ever had to cross, and they did not cross it, because the thing the distance was protecting was not the mission. It was her. Chapter 12, The Kiss at the Gala. The masquerade was the Belissaire family's annual charity event, which meant it was the most photographed, most attended, and most observed gathering in the circuit's autumn calendar, and it was where they were going to plant the final access key. Romy knew this because the briefing said so, and she knew it in a secondary way because Echo had sent her a 17-page supplemental file at 0600 with the subject line, "Everything I know about this party, which is more than you think, read all of it, I mean it." She had read all of it. Twice. The mask she was wearing was bronze and gold, half-face, with featherwork at the temples that Celine had described as architecturally consistent with the Sterling social aesthetic and which Romy had described as a lot of bird, and which had been produced at sufficient cost that Romy chose not to think about it. The gown was amber, deep and warm, and it did the thing Celine's selections always did. It made her look like herself, at the highest possible frequency. She was standing at the villa's bedroom mirror, finishing the mask's ribbons at the back of her head, when she became aware that Arden was in the doorway. This was not unusual. What was unusual was that Arden had not said anything, which was also not unusual for Arden specifically, except that the quality of the not saying was different tonight. Romy caught them in the mirror, the full Sterling architecture, the gown, deep silver this time, with a structural neckline that the social team had selected for its combined formal authority and recognizability, and the platinum updo and the sterling red and the mask. The Belissaire event required masks for all attendees as a social convention, and Arden's was white and silver, full face, covering everything above the jaw. Below the jaw, the sterling red. The precise, unsmudged line of it. Above the jaw, nothing. Or everything, depending on how you read what masks covered. "You look," Romy started, and then stopped, because the word she had arrived at was real and she was choosing to be careful with what she made real right now. The car is in 12 minutes, Arden said. I know. The biometric sequence will run at the 3rd hour of the event. The access panel is in the estate's lower gallery. Echo has the approach path. I know. The performance tonight needs to be. Arden. Romy turned from the mirror. I know all of this. I read the brief. I read Echo's 17 pages. She looked at Arden across the bedroom. Tell me something that isn't in the brief. A pause. The senior Belissaire, Arden said, will be watching us more closely tonight than at any previous event. The formal recognition circuit culminates here. The biometric sequence is the last social authentication before the vault becomes accessible. The mask's white surface was perfectly still. She will be looking for the truth of it. Not the performance. The marriage has to be real to her in a specific way that the social architecture of this family requires. She has to believe we chose each other, Romy said. Yes. And that's different from what she's been watching for the last 6 weeks. Arden's jaw moved, below the mask. It requires a specific quality of evidence, that is, it requires us to access something we have been managing carefully. Romy looked at them. At the gown and the mask and the sterling red and the jaw below it, which was the only visible piece of the real face and which was doing the thing it did when something complicated was happening underneath. Okay, Romy said. Okay. Then let's go. The Belissaire estate at night was a different creature than it was at its afternoon best. It was older and more deliberate after dark, the centuries of the building coming forward in the lamplight in a way the day suppressed, and the masquerade version of the annual event occupied all 3 floors with a specific, immersive quality, everyone masked, the social currency of recognition temporarily suspended, the room organized around a common anonymity that was understood by all parties to be theatrical and made the evening feel, simultaneously, more performative and more honest. Romy moved through it on Arden's arm with the equilibrium she had developed over the preceding weeks, the equilibrium of a person who had learned to be genuinely present in a room that was specifically designed to make genuine presence difficult, because the masks removed the visual cues that social navigation usually relied on and left only the other things: posture, movement, the grain of a voice, the specific quality of attention. She identified 6 people she recognized from prior events by posture alone within the first 20 minutes. She found this, as she found most things that required that kind of attention, satisfying in a way that had nothing to do with the mission and everything to do with being the particular person she was. Far right balcony, she said, low, angled toward Arden's ear. Bronze mask. That's Marchetti's associate from Monaco. I see her. She is not operational tonight. The Monaco element has been verified, she is here socially. And the tall one in black. Cassius Network. Arden's voice was even. He has been in the Belissaire circuit for 2 seasons. He is here to observe the recognition sequence. He's going to watch us all night. Yes. A beat. That is not operationally ideal, but it is manageable. They accepted the champagne ritual, circulated through the upper floors, and were received by the Belissaire family's senior representative, the same silver-haired woman from the first gala, whose silver mask sat low on her face and whose eyes, above it, were exactly as observant as they had been every previous evening. She looked at them both with the long, measuring attention of someone who had been in the business of evaluating couples for decades. Sterling, she said. And Mrs. Vance Sterling. She said both names with the quiet satisfaction of someone confirming a thing they had come to believe. You look well. Thank you, Romy said. The evening is extraordinary. It always is. The senior Belissaire looked at them with the specific expression Romy had come to associate with people who were about to ask a question whose answer they already partly knew. I have been watching you both this season. I want to say something, which I hope you will receive in the spirit in which it is intended. Romy waited. The Sterling family, said the senior Belissaire, has attended this circuit for 3 generations. I have watched the heir perform this social world with great precision for many years. Her eyes moved between them. What I have watched this season is different. This is the first time I have believed the Sterling heir was present. Not performing. She paused. Whatever this is, it is the most convincing thing this family has produced in 20 years. Thank you, Arden said. The mask covered the eyes. The jaw below it was very still. I intend to finalize the recognition sequence this evening, said the senior Belissaire. The formal documentation will complete through the standard process. The family's social endorsement of the union is confirmed. She looked at Romy with the directness of someone who had decided she was worth addressing directly. You have done something I was not certain was possible. I hope you know what you have. I'm learning, Romy said, which was both operationally safe and entirely true. The Belissaire senior departed. They stood for a moment in the wake of the conversation. Formal recognition confirmed, Arden said, to the heir between them, low and precise. The biometric sequence can proceed tonight, Romy confirmed. Yes. They moved. The lower gallery access required a navigation through 3 floors of the masquerade's most densely populated spaces, which they executed with the clean efficiency that their weeks of operation had produced. Echo was in both ears, running the approach path and the security architecture, noting the positions of the Cassius observer and Marchetti's associate and the 6 other parties Echo had flagged as potential operational contacts. The lower gallery was quieter. Lamplit, lined with the Belissaire family's older acquisitions, the ones kept below for the guests who were seriously interested rather than socially present. The biometric panel was set into the wall behind a false frame, disguised as part of the estate's original stonework, and required 2 simultaneous registrations, an authorized Sterling identifier and a recognized partner designation. This was the sequence the entire operation had been building toward. The social authentication, the marriage documentation, the weeks of the circuit, all of it had been the architecture required to make this moment possible. This was the last step before the vault. Panel is live, Echo said. 30-second window. You have 10 seconds after I confirm, then the sequence locks for 6 hours. Acknowledged, Romy said. She looked at Arden. Arden looked at her. Under the masks, they were closer than the panel required them to be, which was not operationally necessary and was the specific result of a gravitational force that the preceding weeks had been quietly building without announcement. The sequence requires simultaneous contact registration, Arden said. Their voice was level. The mask was perfectly still. I know. The biometric reads physical proximity and, the panel's original architect was my grandmother. A pause. She had a sense of theater. The registration requires simultaneous contact with a secondary verification. The panel was designed to read emotional physiological response concurrent with the biometric. Romy stared at them. Your grandmother built an emotional lie detector into the inheritance lock. She called it an authenticity requirement, Arden said, with the specific flatness of someone who had spent years being exasperated by a deceased person's architectural choices. So it has to be real, Romy said. For the panel to register. The panel reads cortisol, oxytocin, heart rate variability, and galvanic response through a contact surface. It was designed to prevent any 2 people simply performing a marriage from accessing the vault. Arden's jaw was doing the thing. My grandmother was extremely thorough. Romy looked at the panel. Looked at Arden. The gallery was quiet around them, the parties sound a muffled ambient hum from above, and the lamplight was doing the very specific work of a space designed to be seen in. Then this is not going to be a problem, Romy said. Romy. I mean it. She looked at them with the full, clear attention she brought to things she meant entirely. Whatever you're about to say about operational parameters, I mean it. This will not be a problem. She held out her hand. Come here. Arden looked at the extended hand. The mask was white and silver and covered the eyes and the bridge of the nose and the forehead, and what it left visible was the mouth and the jaw and the sterling red, and Arden's expression below the mask was the one that Romy had been watching assemble itself for 6 weeks, the one made of cold things arranged very carefully, which was tonight, in this light, not quite managing to be cold. They took her hand. The panel registered the first biometric. Romy stepped forward. The thing about doing this honestly, she thought, the thing about being the person she was, who did not have a performance for this, who had only the actual thing, was that it required no management. The honest thing was easier than the performed thing had ever been. She looked at Arden through the masks, through the sterling red and the white silver and the amber gown and the 6 weeks of the villa and the farmhouse and the yacht and the mountain road, and she said the things she had been carrying since the dark kitchen in the farmhouse, quietly and without strategy in it. I can't do this anymore. Arden went very still. The mission, Romy said. I can still do the mission. I mean, I can't do this, whatever this is that's in between us and isn't the mission. I can't pretend I don't know what it is. She looked at them. I'm telling you because the panel needs to know it's real. And it is real. That's all I'm saying. Romy, Arden said. Below the mask their voice had lost the professional register entirely, and what was left was the voice that existed in the 30-second gaps and the farmhouse rain and the dark bedroom, the one that didn't have the cover's calibration in it. I know, Romy said. I know it's complicated. I know there are things you haven't told me. I know the vault is coming and I don't know what comes after the vault. She held the look. I'm saying it anyway. The panel required contact for the secondary verification. Arden leaned in. The kiss was not for the senior Belissaire, who was not present. It was not for the cover, which did not require it at this precise moment. It was not for the panel, which had already registered what it needed. It was, in the lamplit lower gallery of the Belissaire estate with the masquerade continuing above them and the Cassius observer 3 floors away and the vault still weeks and 1 island distant, for them. Just them. The specific, unhurried truth of 2 people who had been moving toward this particular moment since a briefing room in Switzerland and who had finally arrived at it with no performance left available. It lasted longer than the panel required. Biometric sequence complete, Echo said, in both their ears, with the specific voice of a person who had been monitoring the sequence and had chosen, with what Romy recognized as considerable personal restraint, not to say anything else. They separated. Not far. The masks were still on. The sterling red was slightly less precise. Panel cleared, Arden said, and their voice had the quality of something that had been remade very recently and was not quite dry yet. Panel cleared, Romy confirmed. Above them, the masquerade continued its expensive, theatrical work. In the lower gallery, in the lamplight, the distance between them was the smallest it had been since the dark bedroom, and it felt, for the first time, like the right distance. Not a tactical calculation. Not a Section 3 compliance. The actual proximity of 2 people who had decided, without words and without a protocol, that this was where they wanted to stand. There are things I need to tell you, Arden said. About the vault. About the timeline. I know, Romy said. Not here. No. Not here. She looked at them. But soon. Soon, Arden said. They went back upstairs. The masquerade received them with its usual expensive animation, and the cover received them back into its requirements, and they moved through the rest of the evening with the full operational competence the mission demanded. But there was something different in the way they moved through it, a quality that the senior Belissaire had named earlier and that Romy had been trying to describe since the first gala, when she had noticed that the performance of certainty and the actual certainty were not as far apart as they should have been. They were not apart at all anymore. Romy caught their reflection in the darkened window of the gallery's upper landing on the way out, 2 masked figures, one silver-white, one bronze-gold, and between them the specific, recognizable posture of a couple who were not performing anything. She thought, I need to know what Arden has to tell me. I need to know about the vault and the timeline and the things they've been carrying that I haven't seen yet. I need to know all of it. She thought, whatever it is, we decide together what happens to it. That was the agreement. Not Vane. Not Penhaligon. Not the Sterling family. Us. She held on to that word on the drive back to the villa, with the coast coming and going in the dark and the masks removed and Arden beside her with the sterling red and the real hair and the real expression, and the vault still ahead of them and the timeline still unknown. She held on to the word. She was going to need it. Chapter 13, The Handler's Shadow. Director Helena Vane arrived at the villa on a Tuesday, without announcement, at 11 in the morning, in a car that had no plates visible from the road. Arden saw the car from the study window at 10:47, and by 10:50 had made 3 separate assessments. First, that it was agency transport. Second, that it was Vane's, specifically, because Arthur's people did not use the unremarkable dark sedans that British intelligence had been deploying since approximately 1987 and that communicated, to anyone who was looking, a very specific institutional aesthetic. And third, that this was not a courtesy visit. Vane did not make courtesy visits. Arden was at the study desk in their civilian configuration, the dark trousers, the plain shirt, the real hair, which they had not bothered with the wig for because the villa was secured and there had been no social performance scheduled until the vault timeline finalized, when they heard the doorbell, which Romy answered, because Romy was in the kitchen and was closer to the entry, and because neither of them had anticipated requiring formality at 11 on a Tuesday. By the time Arden reached the entry hall, Vane was already inside. She was exactly as Arden had studied her in the files and observed her in the Zurich briefing: grey suit, silver hair, the posture that had decided, at some prior point, to become a principal. Her eyes, when she looked at Arden across the entry hall, performed the specific assessment that Arden had observed her performing on Romy in Zurich, not the look of a person seeing, but of a person cataloguing. "Sterling," Vane said. "Director." Arden moved into the entry hall without hurry and without the sterling mask, which was a deliberate choice. Vane knew who Arden was. Performing the socialite persona in one's own operational residence for the person who had co-constructed the operation would have been a tell. "I would have called ahead," Vane said, "but I find unannounced visits more informative." "I'm sure," Arden said. Romy was at the kitchen doorway. She had her expression exactly right, composed, calm, the specific ease of someone who had not just found an unannounced intelligence director in their entry hall and found it alarming. Her hazel eyes were doing the thing they did, registering everything and then appearing not to. She was watching Vane the way Arden had watched her in the Zurich briefing, with the attentiveness of someone taking a very detailed inventory. "Vance," Vane said. "Director Vane," Romy said. "Would you like coffee?" It was the correct response. It was also, Arden noted, the response of someone who had been trained well enough to offer hospitality as a social mechanism for normalizing an abnormal situation, which bought time and established the domestic register of the cover without surrendering any ground. "I would not," Vane said. She looked around the villa with the assessing eye of someone evaluating an asset's deployment conditions. "The villa is well chosen. The Belissaire cover has held." "It has held," Arden confirmed. "The recognition sequence completed at the gala." "Not a question. The biometric access is secured. You are within 1 step of the vault." "Yes." "The timeline, therefore, advances." Vane moved into the main room with the ease of a person who considered all spaces her operational territory by default. She sat on the white sofa, the same sofa where Arden and Romy had first established their rules, 6 weeks ago, and looked at Arden with the expression that meant the administrative portion of the conversation was complete and the actual conversation was beginning. Arden sat in the chair across from her. Romy did not come further into the room. She remained at the kitchen doorway with the quality of someone who had assessed the room and concluded that the doorway was the correct position. "The vault handover," Vane said, "is scheduled for the 17th. That is 9 days. Penhaligon said 10 to 14, Arden said. "I moved the timeline." Her tone had the flat certainty of someone who moved timelines the way other people moved furniture, because the arrangement suited them and because the furniture did not have a vote. "The Cassius operation has been developing faster than our prior assessment. Their lateral access architecture is closer to operational readiness than we believed. We cannot allow the Cassius interest to reach the vault ahead of the handover." "The Cassius interest is not at the vault stage," Arden said. "Their access architecture has a structural limitation in the third layer of the gilded scion sequence," Vane said. Yes. I am aware. The peripheral tracking stilled, briefly, and Arden felt the full weight of her attention land squarely. Your management of the Penhaligon briefings has been noted, Sterling. You have been selective in what you share regarding the Cassius lateral approach. The room was very quiet. I have prioritized operational security, Arden said. Specific elements of the Cassius access architecture are proprietary to the Sterling family's intelligence network. Sharing them through Penhaligon's channel would compromise the mission, Vane said. Yes. I understand the position you are managing. She looked at Arden with the expression that Arden had identified in the Zurich briefing as something that lived below the professional surface, not warmth, but its administrative equivalent. The recognition of capability. You are an exceptional operative, Sterling. I have always known this. What I am here to establish is whether you remain an operative. A pause. Clarify, Arden said. You have been in this villa for 6 weeks with an agent who has a high empathy index and a documented capacity to reach people who have fortified themselves against connection. Vane said it without effect, the way she said everything, as though the words were technical specifications. I am here because my intelligence suggests that the operational dynamic in this villa has evolved beyond the mission's parameters. She paused. I am here to remind you of the parameters. Arden looked at her. From the kitchen doorway, Romy was very still. The parameters, Vane said, are these. The vault opens on the 17th. The Gilded Scion Index is secured. Protocol 6 is executable upon vault completion. Standard 48-hour window. She held Arden's gaze. The Sterling heir's cooperation is required through the vault sequence and not beyond it. The Bellwright Agency's asset is operational until the mission concludes. She paused. At which point the cover dissolves. Through standard procedure. Standard procedure. The language was the same language it had always been. It had never been coded. It had never been softened. Arden had read it in 17 briefings and in the Zurich document and in the Belissaire debrief, and it had never produced the specific sensation it produced now, sitting in the white sofa's facing chair in the villa where the actual thing it described had a face and a name and hazel eyes that were watching from the kitchen doorway with an expression that was holding perfectly steady. I understand the parameters, Arden said. I require more than your understanding, Vane said. I require your confirmation that Protocol 6 remains executable. The sentence sat in the room. Arden was aware of Romy in the doorway. Aware of the specific quality of the stillness she was maintaining, which was the stillness of someone who was processing information very fast and was not going to produce any visible reaction to it in this room and in this moment. Protocol 6 is operative, Arden said. Vane nodded once, with the nod of someone crossing an item off a list. Good, she said. She stood. The vault coordinates will be transmitted to both your devices 48 hours prior. Travel arrangements are under agency management. You will arrive on the island separately and establish the cover position before the handover sequence begins. She moved toward the entry. The Cassius interest will be present at the island. Manage it at your discretion. You've known about the Cassius presence at the vault, Arden said. I have known about the Cassius presence since the Belissaire Gala. Vane's tone did not change. I chose not to share it because the information would have altered the operational dynamic in ways that were less useful than allowing you both to develop your own management of the situation. She paused at the entry. As I said, you are exceptional operatives. I trust you to handle the complications. She looked at Romy, and the look was the same look it had been in the Zurich briefing, the appraisal that lived beneath the approval, and she said, You have performed above the mission's assessed parameters, Vance. The agency will take note of that. A pause. Protocol 6 is a contingency. Performance above parameters does not alter contingency structures. She left. The car went back down the private road and disappeared. The villa was very quiet. Romy was still in the kitchen doorway. She was not holding the doorframe, but her hand was near it. She was looking at the space where Vane had been sitting on the white sofa, and her expression was doing something very specific. It was processing, at considerable speed, the architecture of what had just been said and what it meant. Arden stood at the center of the main room and waited. Protocol 6, Romy said. Yes. She said it's executable upon vault completion. Yes. She said the cover dissolves through standard procedure. She looked at Arden. She was confirming to you, in front of me, where I could hear it, that I'm the target. Arden said nothing. She wanted me to hear it, Romy said. She wanted me to know that you know. The sentence had the precision of someone who understood manipulation at a structural level and was naming it as she saw it. This was not distress. This was Romy Vance at operational clarity, and it was one of the things that made her who she was and that Arden had spent 6 weeks trying to hold at a manageable distance and had completely failed at. She was confirming my position, Arden said. Reminding me of the order of loyalties. And she wanted me to see whether you'd hold the position under that pressure. Romy looked at them steadily. You said Protocol 6 is operative. Yes. Is it? The question was simple and not simple. It was asking something specific about what Arden's confirmation meant, and whether it was tactical compliance or actual intent, and it deserved a real answer. I told her what the mission requires me to tell her, Arden said. Romy looked at them for a long moment. That's not a no, she said. It is not a no. But it's also not yes the way she means yes. No, Arden said. It is not yes the way she means yes. Romy's expression shifted. Not relief, something more complex than relief, which was the expression of a person who had just received a confirmation they needed and who was simultaneously processing that needing the confirmation meant something about the nature of their situation. What's the timeline, she said. 9 days. The 17th. And after the vault, 48 hours. That is Vane's stated window. Penhaligon's order has the same timeline for your agency's sequence. Arden met her eyes. Both orders are bilateral. The standing authorization applies to both of us. Romy went still again. You've known about the parallel order since when, she said. Since the 2nd week in the villa. The silence had a texture now. And you've been managing around it, she said. Yes. She stopped. Started again. By pulling back. The Monaco morning. The professional distance. She looked at them. You thought if you made me angry enough, or hurt enough, I'd disengage before the vault sequence. Yes. Because if I was disengaged, I might not be present for the handover. And if I wasn't present, the order was harder to execute. The timeline required your absence from the vault sequence to protect you, Arden said. If you are not present, neither order can be executed at the primary window. Romy looked at the sofa. At the room. At Arden. That was your plan, she said. To protect me by making me leave. It was a plan, Arden said. It was not a good plan. I am aware it was not a good plan. Because I didn't leave. You did not leave. A pause that required effort to maintain. You do not leave. That is, it is one of the things I have come to understand about you, and I should have known it from the file, and I should not have relied on a plan that required you to leave. Arden looked at their hands. The gala changed the calculation. I need a different plan. Romy said. Arden looked up. We need a different plan, Romy said. That was the agreement. Not Vane. Not Penhaligon. Us. She crossed the room and stood in front of Arden with the specific quality of someone who had decided that the distance was not acceptable anymore and was not asking permission to close it. I read the vault brief. I know what the inheritance is. I know what Vane wants it for. She met the look. I don't want her to have it. Nor do I. Then we figure out what to do about the 17th. She was close enough that the specific warm quality of her presence, the vanilla lip balm and the warmth of her and the hazel eyes at this distance, was an undeniable operational classification irrelevant fact. Together. Arden looked at her. The thing about Romy Vance, the thing that the file had not said and that 6 weeks of the villa had clarified to the degree of physical certainty, was that she made the weight of everything feel different. Not smaller. Different. The way something carried shared felt different from the same thing carried alone, even when the weight was identical. There is something I have been considering, Arden said. Tell me. The vault's master console. The gilded Scion index is embedded in the console's primary architecture. It is not a portable asset, it cannot be extracted and relocated. It can only be transferred or destroyed. Arden looked at the floor. Destroyed requires a specific sequence applied to the console itself. A physical one. A pause. It requires being in the vault. Romy was very still. You're not planning to hand it over to Vane, she said. I never planned to hand it over to Vane. Arden met her eyes. I planned to hand it over to no one. I planned, from the beginning of this operation, to enter the vault and end the inheritance permanently. Another pause, in which the rest of the sentence took shape. What I did not plan for was doing it with a 48-hour kill order on both of us and someone else in the room who I was unwilling to lose. The room was very quiet. Outside, the Ligurian afternoon was doing its usual work. The sea was a constant in the background. Inside, Arden was standing in the main room of the villa without the Sterling mask and without the professional distance and with the full, undisguised architecture of their actual position visible, which was the position of a person who had been carrying a plan they were no longer sure they could execute alone and who had, somewhere in the last 6 weeks, stopped being sure they wanted to. Okay, Romy said. Okay. 9 days. She looked at them steadily. I need to tell Echo. I know. And you need to tell me everything you know about the vault's self-destruct sequence. She held the look. All of it. Nothing managed. Nothing managed, Arden said. Romy nodded. Then, without ceremony and without the professional distance that Vane had come to remind them both to maintain, she reached out and placed her hand against the side of Arden's face, briefly, specifically, the way she placed her hand over things she was confirming were real. 9 days, she said. 9 days, Arden agreed. She went to get her notebook and her phone. Arden went to the study to pull the vault schematics they had been carrying in the encrypted file since the assignment began and had never shown Penhaligon and had always known they were going to need to show someone, eventually. They had just been, Arden reflected, waiting to know who. Now they knew. It had, as most important things did, taken longer than the situation warranted and been worth every minute of the delay. Chapter 14, Whispers in the Comms. The discovery happened on a Wednesday, 6 days before the 17th, at 0834 in the morning, when Romy was in the villa's kitchen making coffee and Echo sent a message that read, "Call me, now, use the secondary channel, not the agency line." Romy put down the kettle. Read the message twice. Took her phone to the terrace and closed the door and switched to the secondary channel, which was the one Echo had built outside the Bellwright architecture during the first week of the operation and which Romy had been using, with increasing frequency over the preceding weeks, for the communications she was managing outside of what she reported to Vane. Echo answered on the first ring. "Your comms are being monitored," Echo said, without preamble. "Not the secondary channel. The primary agency line. They've been running a passive intercept on the villa's domestic audio since week 3. Romy looked at the terrace door. The kitchen was visible through it. The villa was quiet. Arden was in the study with the vault schematics. "How passive," she said. "Everything audible in the common areas. Kitchen, main room, terrace. Bedroom is clear, which is, I think they deliberately cleared it, which tells you something about what Vane was looking for. She was looking for what we were doing operationally." Romy leaned against the terrace rail. "Not personally. She has transcripts of 11 conversations in this villa. Including the one about managing your reports to her." Romy was quiet for a moment. "How long have you known?" she said. "I identified the intercept signature 4 days ago. I have been pulling the transcript logs since then to understand the scope." A pause, during which Romy heard the particular quality of Echo's silence that meant they were deciding how to deliver something. She has the conversation about the white beans. The white beans. The farmhouse kitchen. Arden saying, it was the first meal I remember choosing myself. And Romy saying, nothing trying to be something. Does she have the masquerade? Romy said. She has the approach and the extraction. The lower gallery doesn't have audio, which is why the panel was built there. A pause. She doesn't have the kiss. Romy exhaled. But she has enough, Echo said. She has the conversation in the main room about Protocol 6. She has you asking Arden whether it's a no. Does she have Arden's answer? Yes. The terrace was very bright in the morning. The sea below was doing nothing in particular, just existing at the frequency it always existed at, which Romy had come to find steadying rather than beautiful. Steadying was more useful right now. Okay, she said. There's more, Echo said. Tell me. The Bellwright intercept isn't the only tap running in this villa. There's a secondary signal I found while I was pulling the agency logs. It's cleaner, professional grade, not agency standard. Different architecture. Echo's typing had the rapid, dense quality it had when they were working through something that bothered them. It's been running since week 2. It does not belong to Vane. Sterling family? No. The encoding signature matches a Cassius network node. Romy was very still. They have everything Vane has, she said. From week 2 onward. Yes. More typing. I'm running a source trace now. The node is mobile, it's been physically repositioned 3 times. The current position is within 2 kilometers of the villa. 2 kilometers. How long has it been at the current position? Since the night of the masquerade. Echo's voice was careful now. Romy. They were at the gala. Whoever is running the Cassius operation was at the masquerade, and they followed you back here. And they have audio on everything we said after the gala. Including the conversation with Vane. Including the conversation with Vane. Including Protocol 6 and the 48-hour window and Arden's answer and the vault schematics discussion and the 9 days and the fact that Arden had never intended to hand the inheritance to anyone. They know the plan, Romy said. They know the outline of the plan. Echo paused. I don't think they have the vault schematics. Those conversations happened in the study, which has a different audio environment. I'm running a check, but I think the schematic details are still clean. That's something. It's the most important something. Echo's typing stopped. Romy. Whoever is running Cassius, they are going to be at the vault. They know Arden is planning to destroy the index. They have 6 days to prepare a counter to that. Unless we find the node first. I have the location narrowed to within 200 meters. I can get it tighter. Give me 4 hours. Take 2. Romy turned from the rail. Echo. Yeah. How much of what you've been holding back from me, about this operation, about what you found, how much is there that I don't know yet? A pause that was longer than the question merited, which was itself an answer. Some, Echo said. Not because I was managing you. Because I was waiting to be certain before I said anything. The pause had the quality of a door being carefully opened. I found the parallel kill order on you 6 days after we arrived. Penhaligon's authorization, target designation, 48-hour post-vault window. Romy closed her eyes briefly. I know, she said. You know. Arden told me. A few days ago. Arden told you. Echo's voice had something in it that was not surprise and was not relief and was the specific quality of someone whose operational concern and personal concern had just resolved into the same thing. Okay. Did you know she knew? I suspected. I've been watching the dynamic in this villa for 6 weeks, Romy, and it is not what the mission brief called for. A beat. I am glad they told you. I need you to trust me to handle what happens on the 17th, Romy said. With Arden. I need you running support, not intervention. I'm not going to let you die on that island. I know. I'm not planning to die on that island. But what happens in the vault, that is going to have to be our call. Not Vane's, not Penhaligon's. She looked through the terrace door at the villa. Ours. Echo was quiet for a moment. That includes me, Echo said. I'm part of ours. Yes, Romy said, and meant it. You absolutely are. Then get Arden on the secondary channel. I need to share the vault schematics analysis I've been running independently. I have some thoughts about the self-destruct sequence. Echo's typing resumed. Also, Romy. Yes. I need you to be careful about what you say in the common areas until I can pull the caches node. Assume everything audible is being recorded. Understood. Romy looked at the kitchen. How do I tell Arden without? There's a note on the coffee machine, Echo said. In your handwriting. You wrote me a coffee order once on a napkin and I kept it. I can replicate the handwriting approximately. It's the cleanest low-tech option. A pause. Check the coffee machine in about 3 minutes. Romy looked at her phone. You already deployed an agent to the villa. I deployed a very fast motorbike courier who works for a food delivery company I may have given a brief contract to. Echo's voice had the specific satisfaction of a problem solved elegantly. The note will say, secondary channel only today. Smile when you see it. Romy smiled. You are extraordinary, she said. I know, Echo said. Call me when you've spoken to Arden. The note appeared on the coffee machine as promised, in Romy's handwriting, tucked under the base of the espresso unit where it was not visible from any angle that the intercept's audio sensors would have eyes on if they were paired with a visual component, which Echo had already checked and confirmed they were not. Romy made the coffee. Carried Arden's cup to the study. Set it on the desk, picked up the pen from the desk surface, wrote secondary channel only on the back of her hand, and tilted it briefly toward Arden. Arden looked at it. Looked at Romy. Romy put the pen down and left. 15 minutes later, Arden appeared on the secondary channel. Comms compromised, Arden said. The voice was flat and professional and moving fast. Agency intercept or external? Both, Romy said. I'll send you the source trace, Echo ran. Agency has been on the common areas since week 3. The other signal has been running since week 2. The signature matches caches. A silence with a specific quality. The second signal, Arden said. The encoding. Echo says it's a caches network node. Currently positioned within 2 kilometers. Has been there since the masquerade. Romy paused. They followed us back from the gala. They have been in position since Jack's Thorn, Arden said. It was not a question. Romy went still. You think Thorn is running the caches node? I think the encoding signature you've described matches Thorn's operational architecture. The mobile repositioning pattern, 3 location shifts over 6 weeks, is consistent with a surveillance operator who moves to maintain signal quality rather than one who is stationed. A pause. Thorn was at the yacht club. They were on the mountain road. They had been following this operation from the beginning. And they were at the masquerade. Yes. They know about the vault plan. They knew about the vault plan before the masquerade, Arden said. The mountain road was not a key code intercept attempt. It was a positioning move. They wanted to confirm the operational direction before committing resources. A pause. Thorn does not want the inheritance for caches. They want to decide what happens to it. That is a specific kind of leverage play. They want to be in the room when it ends, Romy said. Yes. Arden's voice was doing something that Romy had come to identify as Arden thinking very fast in a direction she was not yet sharing. This is manageable. Thorn is going to be at the island. Yes. And I know how Thorn operates. A pause. I have known Thorn for a long time. The file said rival and informant, Romy said. The file is accurate. Another pause. Thorn and I have history that predates the Gilded Scion operation. We have worked adjacent to each other on 3 previous assignments. We understand each other's positions. Can we trust them? I would not use the word trust, Arden said. I would use the word aligned interests. If the inheritance is destroyed, Thorn loses a leverage asset. If the inheritance goes to Vane or to the Sterling family, Thorn loses an entirely different leverage position. The option that serves Thorn's interests is the one in which the inheritance ends in a way that no single party controls. A beat. Which is what we are planning. So Thorn might help. Thorn will make a calculation. Whether it lands in our favor depends on the specifics of the 17th. Arden paused. I want to reach out to them. Through what channel? One that Vane does not have. One that Thorn will recognize as genuine. Romy thought about this. Echo can route it. Yes. I'll ask. She messaged Echo, who responded, already on it, give me 6 hours. Also Romy, Arden's right about Thorn. I've been running their profiles separately. The leverage calculus works. They're chaotic but they're not stupid, and destroying the index serves their long-term interests better than either agency getting it. Romy put her phone down and looked at the terrace, at the sea below, at the morning continuing its work in the specific way mornings did when the situation was escalating and the world was declining to acknowledge it. She had 4 questions now that she had not had this morning, and they were all operational and all required answers before the 17th, and she was going to answer them one by one in the way she had learned to answer hard questions, by being present in them instead of circling around them. But first she needed to think about the paranoia. Because beneath the operational clarity, beneath the analysis, beneath the secondary channel and the Cassius node and Thorn's leverage calculus, there was something smaller and less manageable, the knowledge that the villa had been listened to. That Vane had transcripts of 11 conversations. That the farmhouse and the gala and the early mornings and the white beans and everything that had been real in this operation had been recorded and catalogued and placed in a file somewhere under the heading Operational Assessment. It was the particular violation of a private life that had no official standing. The mission was not a private life. She knew that. She had always known that. But the conversations in the dark and the farmhouse rain and the morning light and the thing that had been building since the briefing room in Switzerland, those were not mission assets, and the fact of them being in a file made her chest feel like something had been handled without permission. She sat with this for the time it took to be true and unpleasant, and then she set it down. Because the other thing that was true, and that she was choosing to give more weight, was this: Vane had transcripts of 11 conversations, and she had heard Arden say it is not yes the way she means yes, and she had come to the villa anyway to confirm Protocol 6 as though that sentence hadn't happened. Which meant Vane believed the confirmation was enough. Which meant Vane had underestimated Arden. Which was, in Romy's operational assessment, the most significant intelligence advantage they currently had. She wrote this in the notebook in the shorthand she had developed for things that needed to stay off the villa's audible surface. V. Underestimated. That's the gap. She underlined it. 6 days. She went to find Arden. Chapter 15, The Broken Vow. The fight began over logistics and ended somewhere else entirely, which was the way fights that were really about something else always went. It started on the afternoon of the 14th, 3 days before the 17th, with Penhaligon's confirmed travel itinerary, separate agency transport to the Aegean island, arriving at different windows, establishing the cover position from distinct entry points before proceeding to the vault together. Standard compartmentalization for joint operations approaching a high-risk conclusion. Arden had read the itinerary at the study desk and then sat with it for a long time, which was how Romy had found them when she came in with the secondary channel update from Echo. Penhaligon wants us to arrive separately, Romy said. I know. I have the itinerary. The approach window is 6 hours. I know. She looked at them. You've been sitting here for 20 minutes. I have been reviewing the approach architecture. The approach architecture took you 3 minutes to review. She set her phone on the desk and sat in the chair across from them. What are you actually thinking about? Arden looked at the itinerary. It was a simple document: transport schedules, arrival windows, coordinates. It had the impersonal administrative quality of all logistical documents and contained, within that impersonality, the specific detail that had been occupying Arden's attention for the preceding 20 minutes, the 6-hour window between their respective arrivals. 6 hours in which Romy would be on the island alone, with the cover to establish and the cache's presence to manage, and no Arden and no secondary channel support from the vault's proximity, which was a signal dead zone that Echo had confirmed, and that created a communications gap of approximately 90 minutes at the island's furthest operational perimeter. 6 hours. 90 minutes without comms. On an island with the cache's network active, Thorne's position still unconfirmed, and the 48-hour kill order scheduled to activate upon vault completion. The approach window is unacceptable, Arden said. Echo can cover the comms gap. Echo cannot cover the physical gap. I'm not going to need covering for 6 hours on an island. You are going to need covering for 90 minutes in the perimeter blackout zone with the cache's presence active. Arden kept the professional register. They had been keeping the professional register since the Vane visit, which was a conscious operational choice and not, they were telling themselves, the other thing it was. The approach window needs to be modified. Penhaligon won't modify it. Then we modify it independently and reconcile it with the official itinerary on arrival. Romy looked at them. The tilted head expression. Meaning we both take the earlier window and tell Penhaligon we arrived in the later one. Yes. And if Penhaligon checks the transport logs? The transport is agency arranged. Penhaligon believes I have no independent access to the booking architecture. A pause. He is incorrect. Romy looked at the desk. Looked at Arden. The hazel eyes were doing the thing where they were processing something that was both operational and the other thing simultaneously, and the head tilt had moved from assessment to something closer to the expression she used when she had caught Arden being something other than what was strictly necessary. Okay, she said. We modify the approach. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Arden. Yes. Is this about the approach window, or is this about the fact that you don't want me on the island without you? The professional register required the answer to be, this is about the approach window. This is about operational safety. This is a tactical decision based on the specific risk architecture of the 17th century conditions. The approach window is an operational risk, Arden said. Yes, Romy said. I know it is. She was watching them with the patience she deployed when she was being careful with someone. I'm asking whether it's also the other thing. Arden looked at the itinerary. It is also the other thing, they said. Romy nodded. Then we modify the approach, she said. For both reasons. She picked up her phone. I'll tell Echo. That was the afternoon of the 14th. The evening of the 14th was when the fight happened. It started with the vault schematics, which they had been reviewing on the study table since the Vane visit, spreading across the surface in the careful, thorough way of people who were building a plan that needed to be exact. Echo had sent a structural analysis of the self-destruct sequence. Thorne had responded to Arden's outreach through the agreed channel with a message that was 3 sentences long, Australian in its economy, and constituted a yes to the aligned interests proposal without using any of those words. The plan had structure now. It had moving parts and contingencies and the specific quality of something that had a chance of working if the conditions were right. And Arden, sitting with the schematic spread across the table at 8 in the evening, was looking at the conditions and understanding, with the clarity of someone who had spent 6 years reading the gap between what was planned and what was survivable, that the conditions were not reliably in their favor. Romy came in with 2 plates. She had made dinner again, which she always did, and she set them on the corner of the table not covered by schematics with the practicality she brought to all domestic logistics, and sat down, and looked at the spread. Tell me what you're seeing, she said. The self-destruct sequence requires a physical activation at the console, Arden said. There is no remote option. There is no time trigger we can set and withdraw from. The sequence must be initiated in the vault, held for 40 seconds, and the activation confirmed before the vault's secondary lock engages. 40 seconds. During which the activation initiator must remain at the console. Romy looked at the schematic. At the console position, which was in the vault center, which was the first position any incoming force, agency backup, Cassius operatives, Penhaligon's cleanup crew, would target. You're not going to be able to hold the console for 40 seconds if the vault is compromised, she said. No. Arden looked at the plan. If the vault is compromised before the 40-second window closes, the sequence aborts. The index survives. Vane gets the inheritance. So we need the vault to stay clean for 40 seconds after you start the sequence. Yes. Echo can manage the access sequence to delay entry by 60 seconds. The vault door is rated for a 200-second breach attempt. If we close the interior lock after we enter. The agency has the interior lock's override code. Arden's voice was flat. Protocol 6 includes vault access provisions. Vane anticipated the possibility that one or both parties might attempt to use the vault structure against her. Romy was quiet for a moment. She's thought of everything, Romy said. She is very good at her job. So have we, Romy said. Thought of things she hasn't. The self-destruct sequence is not in Vane's intelligence. Arden met her eyes. She knows the index can be destroyed. She does not know the activation method. She will not have a counter protocol prepared for a physical activation at the console. So she'll try to stop it with people rather than code. Yes. Which is why the 40-second window is the primary tactical problem. Arden looked at the schematic. If Romy is at the access point, managing the physical breach delay at the door, Arden holds the console for the sequence. The combined 60+ second delay is achievable. A pause. It requires you to be at the vault door under active breach conditions for the full 40 seconds. The room was quiet. You're describing a situation where I'm at the door holding off backup while you're at the console, Romy said. Alone. Yes. And if the backup is more than the 60-second delay can handle. Echo is running a support sequence from the island's external communication array. They can create electronic interference that extends the breach difficulty beyond 60 seconds. The estimate is 80 to 90 seconds of effective delay. Arden looked at the schematic. With the standard agency cleanup crew size, that is sufficient. With the standard crew size. Yes. And if Vane sends a larger crew? Arden did not answer immediately. This was the gap in the plan, the place where the arithmetic was honest and the honesty was uncomfortable, and they had been sitting with it for 4 hours and had not found a solution that did not depend on conditions being favorable. That is the risk, Arden said. Romy looked at the schematic. Looked at the console position. Looked at the door position. There is another option, she said. Arden looked at her. Arden holds the console for the sequence, Romy said. I'm at the door. Thorn is the wild card. We know they're going to be in the vault, we don't control when or how. But if Thorn arrives before the breach. Thorn's position is not reliable, Arden said. Thorn's position is self-interested and consistent, Romy said. They want the index destroyed. They confirmed that. If Thorn is in the vault when the sequence starts, they are a body between the console and the breach. That extends the 40 seconds significantly. If Thorn is in the vault when the sequence starts, we give them a reason to be there. Arden looked at her. What reason? We tell them the truth. Romy met the look steadily. We tell Thorn exactly what the sequence requires and exactly when it starts. We ask them directly to hold the access point. She paused. Echo said Thorn's leverage calculus is consistent. A direct ask is less risky than hoping they figure it out independently. Arden was quiet. You want to ask Thorn for help, they said. I want to be honest with Thorn about what we need, Romy said. Which is not the same thing and is the same thing. She held the look. It is what I would do. I am aware it is not always the move you would make. I am asking you to consider that in this specific case, it might work better. The sentence sat in the room. This was, Arden thought, the precise quality of Romy Vance that had made the whole of the preceding 6 weeks what they had been, the specific, grounded clarity of someone who had learned that honesty was not a vulnerability. Who had learned it not in training, but in the way people learn things that changed them, through a life that had required it, and had given it back. Yes, Arden said. Yes to the thorn ask. Yes. A pause. I will reach out to Thorn tonight. Romy nodded. She looked at the schematic for a moment, and then she pulled her plate toward her and began to eat, which was not a transition away from the conversation but a way of being in it, because Romy ate when she was present rather than when she was performing the end of something. Tell me about the vault, she said. What it looks like. What it smells like. Everything in the schematics that isn't the schematic. Arden looked at her. I want to know what I'm going into, Romy said. Not the plan. The place. She met their eyes. Tell me. It is below the island, Arden said. 30 meters below sea level, accessed through a tunnel from the estate's lower structure. The air is recirculated, it has a specific quality, industrial, ozone adjacent. My grandmother described it as the smell of the future, which she meant as a compliment. A pause. The architecture is brutalist. Glass and chrome. The console is in the center, a raised platform, a circle of screens. Everything is lit from below. It looks like a room that was built to feel important. And the master key is not a physical object. It is embedded in the console's architecture, a distributed encoding across 17 primary servers that live in the vault's floor. The self-destruct sequence fries every layer simultaneously. The encoding is not backed up. It was never backed up, because my grandmother understood that a backup was a vulnerability. She really did think of everything, Romy said. Almost everything. What did she miss? Arden looked at the schematic. She built the vault's authentication sequence around the assumption that the Sterling heir would go into the vault alone, Arden said. The biometric partner requirement was a fail-safe against a rogue heir. She did not want the index accessible to an heir who had not demonstrated the capacity for partnership. She believed a person incapable of genuine partnership was incapable of wielding the index responsibly. A pause. She did not anticipate the possibility that the heir and the partner would have interests that were opposed to the index's operationalization. She built in a check but not an override. She built in a check that she believed she understood completely. Arden met Romy's eyes. She was wrong about what the check was capable of producing. Romy looked at them for a moment. She built a heart into the lock, Romy said. And she thought she could predict what hearts would do. Yes. Romy was quiet. Then, I think that might be the saddest thing about the whole operation. It is a machine for surveillance, Arden said. I do not typically feel sad about its limitations. I feel sad about her limitations, Romy said. She built a lock that required love to open it, and she still believed she could control what love did. Arden looked at the schematic. No, they said, quietly. She could not. That should have been the end of it. The dinner, the schematic, the plan with its risks and its gaps and the thorn message that Arden would send after midnight on the channel that Vane did not have. It should have been the end of the evening, two operatives going over the architecture of their own survival with the professional attention the situation required. But it was not the end. Because Arden sat with the schematic and the dinner and the Romy across the table who had said the saddest thing about the whole operation and had meant the grandmother and had also, Arden understood, meant something closer, and the specific terror that had been building since the vault timeline finalized was not the operational terror of a plan that required 40 seconds, not the tactical terror of a cleanup crew and an override code. It was the other kind. The kind that said, she is at the door for 40 seconds, and if the conditions are wrong, she is at the door alone. And underneath that, I cannot do the 40 seconds at the console if I am watching the door. And underneath that, this is the problem the plan does not solve. Not the breach timing. Not the crew size. Not Thorn's position. The other problem. The one that was not in the schematic. Arden looked at Romy. I need to say something, Arden said. Romy looked up. I am going to say it once, Arden said, and then I am going to not say it again until after the 17th, because the saying of it is a liability. I am aware of that. I am choosing to say it anyway. Romy set down her fork. If the conditions on the island go wrong, Arden said, if the breach is faster than the estimate and the 40 seconds does not close before the access point is compromised, I want you to leave the door. Romy opened her mouth. Let me finish. Arden's voice had the quality it had in the dark, in the quiet, in the moments that had no professional register in them. The console sequence self-terminates if the initiator is removed. If I break the hold at the console, the sequence aborts and the index survives. I can break the hold. I can go to the door. A pause. What I cannot do is have you at that door and maintain the console hold for 40 seconds. I have tried to calculate this and I cannot make it work. Arden. The vault is 30 meters below the sea, Arden said. If the sequence aborts and Vane's crew is in the vault, the index survives and Protocol 6 executes. Both of us. They held the look. I am not telling you to leave. I am telling you that if the conditions require it, you have my permission to go. Your permission, Romy said. Yes. I don't need your permission. I know you don't. The voice was level, but the level was thin. I am giving it anyway. Because if you stay at the door and something goes wrong, I will not be able to hold the console. I will come to the door. And the index will survive, and we will both be in a vault 30 meters below the sea with a cleanup crew and Protocol 6. Romy looked at them. You're trying to tell me, she said slowly, that you can't prioritize the mission over me. And you're asking me to solve that problem by promising to leave if it gets bad. She held the look. So that you can hold the console. Arden said nothing. That is, Romy said, the most complicated way anyone has ever told me they care about me. I am aware that it is a terrible way to say it, Arden said. It's not terrible. Romy's voice was quiet, and it was the quiet that cost something. It's you. It's exactly you. She looked at the schematic. At the door position. I'm not going to promise to leave. Romy. I'm not. She met the look. What I am going to promise is that I will do everything I can to make the 40 seconds achievable. With Thorn. With Echo. Every tool we have. A pause. And if it goes wrong, if the conditions go wrong, I will make a decision based on what I see in the vault. Not a promise I made at a dinner table 3 days before. That is not the assurance I need. I know. She reached across the schematic and put her hand briefly over Arden's, the way she had in the bathroom and in the farmhouse, and all the time she had placed her hand over something she was confirming was real. But it's the honest one. She met the eyes. And you know what honest ones sound like, coming from me. Arden looked at her hand on theirs. The vault schematic was between them, full of 40-second windows and access points and the specific, irresolvable mathematics of a plan that required them both to be in the right place at the right time with the right conditions, and the conditions were not guaranteed. Yes, Arden said, very quietly. I know. They sat in the study for a long time after dinner, not working, not reviewing the schematic, simply sitting in the room that had been the operational heart of the villa for 6 weeks, in the comfortable, costly quiet of two people who knew exactly where they were going and were choosing to be here first. Arden sent the Thorn message at midnight. The response came in at 0148, in the 3-word Australian economy that Arden had learned, over years, to translate, understood, I'm in. 3 words. Arden read them twice. Then they turned off the study light and went upstairs. In the bedroom, the terrace door was open to the sea, and Romy was on her side of the very large bed, and the night was doing what nights did when everything was about to change. Arden lay down. The distance between the sides of the bed was not the 6-week distance. It had not been, since the masquerade. It was closer now, close enough that the warmth of the other person was a physical fact rather than a calculated approximation. Romy's hand found Arden's in the dark. Not a grip. Just the presence of it, there and specific and grounding. They lay in the quiet. 3 days, Romy said. 3 days, Arden confirmed. The sea went on. The night went on. Somewhere across the Mediterranean, an island was waiting with a vault and a kill order and 40 seconds. Neither of them slept very well. But they stayed close, and that was something, and in Arden's experience, something was the only foundation that anything real had ever been built on. Chapter 16, The Protocol 6 Discovery. The morning of the 15th was the morning Romy found the tablet. Not found in the sense of stumbling across it. Found in the sense that Arden had gone to meet with the island's advance coordinator at 0800, leaving the study empty, and Romy had gone in to pull the vault schematics for a secondary review with Echo, and the tablet was on the desk, and it had not been cleared. This happened because Arden was, Romy had come to understand over the preceding 2 months, meticulous about almost everything and intermittently careless about the things they believed were already resolved. The vault schematics had been reviewed and the plan had been finalized and the Thorn confirmation had arrived, and Arden had closed the schematic folder and moved to the next operational task and left the tablet on the desk with the encryption session still live because the schematic review was done and the session had served its purpose. The session was still live. Romy had not intended to open anything. She had reached for the stylus to navigate to the shared vault file, and the screen had still been active, and the folder that was open was not the vault schematic folder. It was a Sterling family archive. Subdesignation, Succession Protocol. File reference, SP-17, Arden. She should have closed it. The correct action was to close the folder, pull the vault schematics from the shared directory, and tell Arden the session had been left open. She read the file instead. It took 4 minutes. The document was 31 pages, which was the length of a document that was meant to be thorough, and the language was legal in the specific way of family legal instruments that had been designed to look like administrative process while functioning as something considerably more final. Romy read it with the full attention she gave to things she was cataloging, which meant she did not skim and did not stop when the language became uncomfortable, which it did on page 7 and did not stop being uncomfortable for the remaining 24 pages. The Sterling family succession protocol was a document that predated Arden's involvement in the inheritance operation by approximately 3 years. It had been drafted by the family's legal network following the grandmother's death, and it outlined the conditions under which the Sterling heir's succession rights were to be transferred, revoked, or terminated. Terminated was the relevant word. The protocol's termination clause was activated, automatically, upon one of the following conditions: voluntary relinquishment of the inheritance, unauthorized destruction of the inheritance, cooperation with any non-Sterling party in the limitation or dissolution of the Gilded Scion Index, or demonstrated breach of the family succession obligations as defined by the Family Council. Every one of those conditions described exactly what Arden was planning to do on the 17th. The termination clause was not a legal sanction. It was not a financial penalty. The document's language in Section 17 was precise and without ambiguity. In the event of a designated termination trigger, the Family Security Council is authorized to implement the Succession Termination Protocol, which shall be carried out by family-designated operatives within 72 hours of the triggering event. Succession Termination Protocol. Romy sat very still with the tablet in her hands. She had known about Vane's kill order. She had known about Penhaligon's parallel order for her. Arden had told her, 2 days ago, about both bilateral agency orders, and she had processed those with the clinical focus of someone incorporating tactical information into a plan that was still viable. She had not known about this. She had not known that the Sterling family had their own termination protocol for Arden, independent of both agencies, with a 72-hour window attached to a trigger that Arden would pull the moment they touched the console on the 17th. She had not known that the plan Arden had been building since before the villa, the plan to enter the vault and end the inheritance permanently, had always included, as a structural consequence, Arden's own death warrant signed by the family they had spent their entire life serving. She had not known that Arden knew this. Had always known this. Had known it when they said, "I want this to end." Had known it when they said the only way to end it is to go through the vault. Had known it when they spread the schematics across the study table and talked about 40 seconds and door positions and Thorne's leverage calculus. Romy put the tablet down very carefully on the desk, the way she put things down when she was managing something large inside a very limited amount of space. She thought about all the things she knew about Arden Sterling. She thought about the jewelry coming off in the order of relief, and the dark blonde hair, and the white beans, and the coffee made without being asked, and the hair tucked behind her ear on the mountain road. She thought about I cannot, which was what Arden had said in the ending Romy had read in the vault, the moment the gun hand shook, and she thought about what it meant to have built a plan that made I cannot the most honest sentence available. She thought, Arden told me about both kill orders. Both agency orders. And did not tell me this. She sat with the reason for that for a moment. The reason was not evasion. The reason was not the managed reporting that Arden had been doing with Penhaligon. The reason was that Arden had known, with the specific precision of someone who understood what their plans cost, that telling Romy about the family's termination protocol would change the plan. Would change what Romy was willing to do on the 17th. Would change the variable that Arden had been trying, since the first day in the villa and through every subsequent calculation, to protect. The reason was that Arden had built a plan to destroy the inheritance and die for it, and had been building that plan since before Romy Vance was assigned, and had decided, at some point in the villa, that Romy could know about the agency's bilateral orders because those were survivable with the right plan, but could not know about the family's termination protocol because that one was not survivable, and Arden had accepted that. Had accepted it. Had planned around it. Had sat across the study table 3 days ago and talked about 40-second console windows and asked Romy to leave if conditions went wrong, and the reason Arden needed Romy to leave was not just the agency cleanup crew. It was the 72 hours after. Romy stood up. She walked out of the study, through the main room, out to the terrace, and she stood at the rail in the morning light and breathed the Ligurian salt air and let the feeling she was having be what it was, which was grief, the specific sharp grief of a person who has discovered that someone they love has been carrying a death sentence so quietly that the carrying of it looked like ordinary planning. She was angry. She acknowledged the anger the way she acknowledged all her operational feelings, clearly, specifically, without letting it become the primary lens. She was angry that Arden had not told her. She understood why Arden had not told her. Understanding did not make the anger smaller. It made it more precise. She took out her phone and called Echo on the secondary channel. "I need you to confirm something," she said, when Echo picked up. "Yeah." Echo's voice had the quality it had in the early mornings, when they had been awake for long enough that the social layer had worn thin and what was underneath it was just Echo, direct and careful. "Tell me." Sterling Family Succession Protocol. SP 17 Arden. Termination Clause, Section 17. She paused. "Did you have this?" A silence. "Yes," Echo said. Romy closed her eyes briefly. "When?" she said. "Week 4. Echo's voice was doing the thing it did when they were being honest about something they had chosen not to say immediately. "I found it while I was building the Cassius file. The family archive has shared infrastructure with the Cassius network. I pulled it when I was tracing the node signature." "You didn't tell me." "No." A pause. "I was trying to determine whether Arden knew about it. Before I said anything. Because if Arden knew and hadn't told you, that was one situation. And if Arden didn't know?" "Arden knew," Romy said. "Yes." Echo's voice was quiet now. "I figured. By week 5. The way Arden structured the vault plan, the self-destruct sequence, the 40-second hold, the ask to Thorn. None of it included an exit strategy for Arden. The plan had an exit for you. The plan had an exit for the operation." A pause. "It didn't have an exit for the person at the console." Romy stood at the rail and looked at the sea. "I should have told you sooner," Echo said. "I kept thinking Arden would tell you. I kept thinking the next conversation would be the one where they said it." A beat. "I'm sorry, Romy." "Don't be sorry," Romy said. "I need you to focus." She looked at the water, at the flat bright Ligurian morning. The termination protocol. 72 hours from the trigger event. The trigger is the destruction of the index. Yes. What are the family's operational assets? The ones that would execute the protocol. Echo was already typing. 3 confirmed operatives in the Sterling Family Security Council. 2 have been in the Mediterranean for the last week. 1 arrived on the Aegean island yesterday morning. More typing. Romy. One of them is Arthur Penhaligon. The name landed with the specific weight of something that had been waiting to land. Penhaligon works for the family, Romy said. Penhaligon has always worked for the family, Echo said. The agency arrangement was brokered through the Sterling family network. He was never Bellwright. He was never independent. A pause. He is the family's inside operative in the joint operation. The agency bilateral kill order with his authorization, that was family sanctioned. Arden was always going to be the one handling both threats. Romy turned from the rail and looked at the villa. At the study window where the tablet was still on the desk. She thought about Arden at 29 years old. About the apartment and the manila folder placed on the kitchen counter and the lawyers who had come to hand down a sentence. About the cover and the jewelry and the wig in the sterling red and every performance that had come before this one, and what it meant to have grown up inside a family that had, from the beginning, treated succession as a mechanism with a termination clause. She thought about, I want to be somewhere quiet. Not strategic quiet. Just a place where no one knows the Sterling name. She thought about, the only way to end it is to go through the vault. And then she thought about something that she had not thought about before, which arrived now with the specific clarity of an idea that had been assembling itself from available evidence for some time and had finally reached the point of completion. She went back inside. She did not go to the study for the vault schematics. She went to the kitchen, and she made coffee, 2 cups, with the focused, present attention she brought to practical tasks when she was thinking hard about something else, and she put both cups on the kitchen counter and looked at them. The plan had a gap. Not the 40-second window. Not the crew size. Not Thorne's position. A different gap. The gap that existed because the plan had been built by someone who had accepted their own death as a structural element and had therefore not fully engaged with the question of what happened if the structural element was removed. What happened if the 72 hours was not the end of the story? What happened if the plan on the 17th was not just to end the inheritance, but to end the inheritance and leave? What happened if the exit strategy that Arden had built for Romy was extended to include the person at the console? She turned this over. She looked at the vault schematics in her head, the ones she had memorized over the preceding 10 days, the console position, the approach tunnel, the sea caves below the island's western cliff face that the advance team's satellite imagery had flagged as a secondary egress point and that Arden had designated as the extraction route for Romy and had not mentioned in connection with their own exit. The sea caves. The western cliff face. 30 meters below the sea surface, the vault sat in its brutalist glass and chrome cathedral. 20 meters above the vault's ceiling, the island's natural rock structure was honeycombed with the limestone passages that the Aegean had been cutting for several thousand years. The advance team's imagery had shown 3 of those passages emerging at the cliff face above the waterline. The water below the cliff was deep and clear and accessible by any small craft that was willing to come close to the rock. Romy stood at the kitchen counter with both cups of coffee and thought about what she was going to say when Arden came back. She thought about it for the time it took to be fully formed, and then she thought about it for the additional time it took to be honest rather than just formed, and then she picked up both cups and went to the terrace to wait. Arden came back at 0930. They came through the entry hall with the specific quality they had when returning from an operational meeting, the mask not quite reinstated, the real hair still loose, the civilian configuration. They stopped at the kitchen doorway, looked at the empty counter, looked at the terrace. Romy was at the rail with both cups, one held toward Arden. Arden crossed the main room and came to the terrace and took the cup. They stood side by side at the rail. The sea was doing its usual work. The morning was warm and unreasonably beautiful and completely indifferent to the fact that tomorrow they were leaving for the Aegean. I found the tablet, Romy said. Arden went very still. The session was still live, she said. I found SP-17, Arden. She looked at the sea, not at Arden. I read all. 31 pages. The quiet lasted for a moment. Then Arden said, in the voice they use for true things that cost something, yes. You've known since before the villa. Since before the assignment, Arden said. Since the day the lawyers came with the manila folder. The termination clause was in the original succession document. I have always known that choosing to end the inheritance would activate it. And you planned the vault sequence around that. Yes. Without telling me. Another pause. Yes. Romy turned from the rail and looked at them. Arden was looking at the sea with the jaw set and the profile precise and the expression that lived in the gap between the stone mask and the real face, the one that was not performing anything and was not relaxed either, the one that existed when something was being held steady through effort rather than ease. I am not angry that you didn't tell me, Romy said. Arden looked at her. I understand why you didn't tell me, she said. You knew I would try to solve it. And you thought it was not solvable. So you built a plan that solved for my exit and accepted the clause as a fixed condition. She held the look. I am angry that you decided the clause was fixed without asking me to look at it. Arden said nothing. The sea caves, Romy said. A pause. The egress route, Arden said. Yes. I designated those for your extraction. The western passage, Romy said. Echo confirmed the width is sufficient for 2 people moving fast. The passage from the vault's lower level to the cliff face is 40 meters of tunnel at a 12-degree incline. The self-destruct sequence initiates a 2-minute countdown from the first activation. 2 minutes is enough time to cover 40 meters at pace and clear the cliff face before the structural sequence reaches the outer rock. Arden turned from the sea. The family's operatives will be positioned at the standard egress, Romy said. The main tunnel from the estate. Not the sea caves. The sea caves are not in the estate's own security assessment, they're in the satellite imagery, not the estate's maps. She looked at Arden. Echo confirmed this at 0900. You called Echo before I got back, Arden said. Yes. Arden looked at her. The expression had shifted, the held steady quality was not quite holding. The self-destruct countdown, Arden said carefully, begins at activation. The console requires a physical hold for 40 seconds. After the hold completes, the countdown runs for 120 seconds before the structural sequence reaches the vault's primary architecture. They paused. 120 seconds is the window. For 2 people to reach the sea caves from the console. Yes, Arden said, very quietly. Have you run that calculation before? Another pause, longer this time. No, Arden said. I have not run that calculation. Romy looked at them. At the platinum wig's absence and the dark blonde hair and the jaw that was doing the thing, and the blue eyes at this angle and the Ligurian morning light that were not the controlled ice of the Sterling mask but something else, something that was trying not to show how hard it was being hit by the specific fact of being told that the gap they had accepted as a structural condition was not a fixed gap. That is because you were not planning to use the window, Romy said. I was planning to hold the console until the structural sequence was confirmed. Past the 120 seconds. Yes. Romy stepped forward and put her hand against Arden's face, the way she had the night of the masquerade, briefly, specifically, the touch that said I know you are real and I am not letting you disappear. You plan to stay in the vault, she said. Yes. So you would not have to run from the family's operatives. A long silence, the longest since the farmhouse reign. Yes, Arden said. The word was barely audible. It was also, Romy thought, the most honest thing Arden had said since the briefing room when they had said separately, and it had meant something about what they needed to keep at a distance. This was the thing the file had not said and that 2 months of the villa had clarified to the degree of physical certainty. The stone was not coldness. It was not pride in the simple sense. It was the architecture of a person who had been told, from the very beginning, by the very family that was supposed to keep them, that their value was conditional and their ending was already written into the documents. And who had, over years, absorbed that architecture so completely that the ending had stopped feeling like something to fight and had started feeling like the logical conclusion of a life that had always been owned by something else. That was what Romy was looking at right now. Not a plan. Not a mission parameter. A person who had not believed there was a window for two. Listen to me, Romy said. Arden was very still. We are going to hold the console for 40 seconds, Romy said. And then we are going to have 120 seconds. And we are going to use all of them. Together. She did not move her hand from Arden's face. That is the plan now. Not a plan for me and a fixed condition for you. One plan. Both of us. She held the gaze. Say yes. The sea was very bright below the terrace. The morning continued its work. Arden reached up and placed their hand over Romy's, the way Romy had placed hers over Arden's in the bathroom, on the edge of the bath, with the real hair and the bare face and the distance that had seemed uncrossable and had turned out to be crossable all along. Yes, Arden said. Romy lowered her hand. Stepped back. Looked at the sea. Good, she said. Now let's call Echo and revise the exit sequence. They went inside. The study was warm and the schematic was still spread on the desk and the tablet was still on the surface beside it, its session finally going dark. They pulled the sea cave egress onto the secondary monitor and Echo's voice came through the speaker with the dense, rapid focus that meant Echo was already 3 steps ahead of the conversation. Western Passage confirmed, Echo said, before Romy had finished the sentence. 2 people, moving fast. I have the 120-second window mapped to the terrain. You're going to want to know about the water temperature. Tell me, Romy said. Manageable. A beat. Also. I'm very glad you had this conversation. Echo, Romy said. I know. Working. They worked through the morning. The plan expanded to include both of them in the window, and the plan was better for it, and the gap that had been a structural condition was no longer a gap but a solvable problem with a specific and achievable solution, and the tablet sat dark on the desk in the study of the Ligurian villa on the morning before the last day before the island, and the sea outside was exactly as beautiful as it always was and would continue to be, and the 2 people inside were building the first plan either of them had ever made that assumed they would both be on the other side of it. That was the morning of the 15th. Tomorrow they were going to the Aegean. Chapter 17, The Last Cigarette. The hotel in Athens was the kind of place the agency used for pre-insertion staging, anonymous, mid-range, with a service entrance and no restaurant and the specific impersonality of a space that was never anyone's destination. They had arrived separately, as the itinerary required. Romy's transport had come through the civilian terminal at 1640. Arden's agency vehicle had taken the service approach and reached the hotel at 1820. They were in adjacent rooms on the 6th floor, which was the agency's idea of proximity, the kind that allowed for operational contact while maintaining the compartmental architecture of a joint operation approaching its final phase. The 17th was tomorrow. Arden sat on the room's small balcony at 2200 hours and looked at the Athens lights and held a cigarette they had not lit. This was a fact that required context. Arden did not smoke. Had not smoked since a 3-month period in their early 20s when a posting had taken them to a city where the alternative methods of managing extreme operational stress were less accessible than cigarettes, and they had given it up afterward with the same clinical efficiency they had applied to beginning it. But the cover's props kit had included a pack for the gala circuit. Certain social settings required the gesture of a cigarette if not the substance, and the pack had stayed in the jacket pocket through Monaco and the masquerade and the villa's final days, and tonight, in the Athens hotel room with the 17th 12 hours away, Arden had taken a cigarette out of the pack and was sitting with it unlit between 2 fingers, looking at the city. The Sterling red was on. This was operational. They were in a city where the Sterling social network had peripheral coverage and the mask was the appropriate precaution, but it was also the other thing, which was that Arden had put the mask on in the Athens hotel room because the mask was what you wore when the thing inside it needed to be contained, and tonight the thing inside needed to be contained. Not because of fear. Fear, in the operational sense, had never been Arden's primary challenge. They had been in vault-level situations before, high risk, high containment, the specific mathematics of a plan that required precision execution under adversarial conditions. Fear was a variable they could manage. Fear had a shape and a location. What was happening tonight was not fear. It was something that had no operational designation, which was the problem. The revised plan was good. Romy had made it good. The sea cave egress, the 120 seconds, the two-person window that Arden had not built because Arden had not, until the terrace conversation on the morning of the 15th, believed in the two-person window as a real and achievable structural element rather than a hope. The plan was good and Arden believed in it and was going into the vault tomorrow with the full intention of executing it and coming out the other side. This was new. Arden had been going into vaults, metaphorically and literally, for 6 years, and the going in had always been, at some operational level, a one-way projection. Not suicidal in the clinical sense. Simply practical, the exit was a lower priority than the objective, and the exit was therefore planned with less precision than the approach, and if the exit was impractical it was acceptable to classify it as a fixed cost. This was how you operated when the thing you were protecting was the mission and the thing you were was the instrument of the mission. The thing Arden was protecting was not the mission anymore. This was not a new realization. It had been building since the farmhouse rain, since the white beans, since the dark and the quiet breath that had been the first honest thing in years. But the morning on the terrace with the tablet and Romy's hand against their face and say yes had moved something that had previously been a feeling into the category of a fact, with the irreversibility of facts. The fact was that Arden was going to do everything possible to come out of the vault alive, because Romy was going to come out of the vault alive, and not coming out alongside her was not a condition Arden was able to construct a plan around anymore. This was, by any operational measure, a significant liability. It was also the truest thing about the evening. Arden turned the unlit cigarette in their fingers and thought about the vault. Thought about 30 meters below sea level, the ozone smell, the brutalist glass and chrome. Thought about the console in the center, the circle of screens, the specific architectural logic of a room built to feel like the center of the world. Thought about Romy at the door. The Cassius node was silent. Echo had confirmed Thorn was on the island, positioned at the estate's eastern approach, which was the position of someone who was staging rather than observing, someone who had made a decision and was ready to act on it. Thorn's 3-word confirmation had been in, and Arden had known Thorn long enough to read that as a commitment rather than a courtesy. The agency cleanup crew was confirmed at 6. Echo had the crew's arrival manifest from a secondary intercept. 6 was the standard protocol crew size for a Protocol 6 double execution, which was a number that communicated exactly how seriously Vane was taking the 17th, seriously enough for 6, not seriously enough to question whether 6 was sufficient. Vane had underestimated. Romy had named this 2 days ago, sitting in the kitchen after the calm's discovery, writing something in her notebook. V underestimated. That's the gap. Arden held the cigarette and thought about Vane and the gap and the 11 conversations in the Belisare circuit transcript file and the specific quality of Vane's visit to the villa, the way she had confirmed Protocol 6 in front of Romy as though the confirmation would hold Arden in position through the 17th. The way she had assessed the situation and arrived at, the operative who has been the stone for 6 years will hold the stone when it counts. Vane was wrong. That was the gap. Arden was aware of a specific sensation that they did not have a full vocabulary for, which was what happened when you spent 6 years being a particular kind of person and then became a different kind of person and the two versions stood in the same space for a moment before the old one stepped back. It was not loss. The stone had been a survival mechanism, losing it was not loss. It was something else. A weight lifting. The particular relief of a person who has been holding a position for so long that they had stopped noticing they were holding it, and who had finally, in a hotel room in Athens with an unlit cigarette, put it down. They thought about the family. About the apartment and the lawyers. About the tradition of the sterling red and the platinum updo and the gown that moved beautifully, and about the succession protocol with its termination clause, and about Arthur Penhaligon on the island with whatever instruction he was carrying. They thought about the grandmother who had built a heart into the lock and believed she could predict what hearts would do. She had been wrong about that. Arden sat with the wrongness of it for a moment. sat with the strange, compressed feeling of a legacy that had been built at enormous cost and had reached its end in a vault 30 meters below the sea, because the person it had been built for had turned out to be someone the legacy had never adequately accounted for, someone with a partner. Someone who was going to walk into the vault tomorrow and not walk out alone. The Sterling name would end on the 17th. Not the legal name, that was a different process and a different document and a different life. The name as a function. The name as a mission. The name as the weight of a dead woman's architecture pressing down on a living person's shoulders since the day the lawyers came. That was ending tomorrow. Arden looked at the sterling red in the dark window of the hotel balcony. The reflection looked back. Precise, composed, expressionless. The mask as it had always been. They thought about Romy at the masquerade, saying, "I think this is who you are." The bathroom and the shoulder and the dark blonde hair. They thought about the notebook and its underlines. They thought about, she's not cold. She's terrified. Difference is important. They thought about the thing they had never said first, in the entirety of their adult life, to any person. The thing that had been arriving slowly and with considerable care since the briefing room in Switzerland, moving through the villa and the farmhouse and the yacht and the gala and the terrace and all the mornings in between, assembling itself from the coffee and the notebook and the sparring and the white beans and the hair behind the ear and the hand at the console of a very small chest. The thing that was going to be said on the other side of tomorrow, because tomorrow was not the end of the story. Tomorrow was the part before the part where the story started. Arden set the cigarette down on the balcony rail, unlit. Lit cigarettes left a specific smell on the sterling red, and the sterling red was for tomorrow, one last time, and then it was for the silk cloth that would wipe it clean on a raft in the Aegean, and then it was nothing. They went inside. The room had the impersonal quality of all staging rooms. Arden sat on the edge of the bed and picked up the secure phone and opened the secondary channel and typed one message to Romy, who was in the adjacent room, who was 12 meters and one wall away. The message said, "Sea caves. 120 seconds. Both of us." The response came in 40 seconds, which was 30 seconds faster than any operational confirmation had any business arriving, and which told Arden something very specific about what Romy had been doing on her side of the wall tonight. The response said, "Both of us. Sleep." Arden set the phone down. Lay back on the bed in the staging room dark with the Athens lights coming through the curtains. Sleep was not immediately available, but rest was, which was different and sufficient. They lay still and thought about the vault schematics, the tunnel, the console, the sea caves, the water temperature, the 120 seconds, and the schematics were clean. The plan was solid. Thorn was positioned. Echo was running the support sequence from the island's external array. Everything was in order. They thought, before the rest arrived, about the raft. About the Aegean dawn on open water. About a silk cloth and sterling red coming off in a clean, decisive line. About what came after. For the first time in a very long time, what came after was a room that Arden could see into. Not clearly. Not in detail. But it was there, and it was real, and it had the specific quality of a future that contained another person, not as an obstacle or a mark or an operational parameter, but simply as a presence, steady and warm, the way a person was present when they had decided to stay. Arden closed their eyes. Slept. The Athens lights went on doing what city lights did all night, indifferent and beautiful, and in the adjacent room Romy Vance was also lying in the dark and also, eventually, sleeping, with her phone face up on the pillow beside her and both of us lit on the screen. Tomorrow was the 17th. Chapter 18, The Descent to the Vault. Arden. The island appeared at 0640, when the transport's forward camera resolved it from the gray of the Aegean pre-dawn. It was not large. The Belissaire family's private island was approximately 2 kilometers end to end, which was large enough to contain an estate and its grounds and the terraced cliff structures that had been built into the western face over the preceding century, but small enough that from the water it had the quality of a decision rather than a geography, a specific, deliberate place, chosen and held. The estate itself was visible from the approach, white and severe above the cliff line, its architecture Mediterranean in the way that places built to endure were Mediterranean, not decorative, but exact. Below the estate, not visible from this angle and not on any architectural survey the Sterling family's team had commissioned, the vault sat in its subterranean cathedral and waited for the thing it had been waiting for since the grandmother had finished building it. Arden stood at the transport's bow rail and watched the island resolve and thought about very little. This was a practiced skill, the deliberate evacuation of the pre-insertion cognitive space, clearing the architecture for what was coming. Empty the room before you fill it. It was the stone's most useful function, and Arden was going to use it one more time. They were in the sterling red. In the gown, not the Dior, not the silver Monaco piece, but a particular dress that had been selected for today with specific intentionality, deep charcoal, structured, the neckline severe in the Sterling family's formal register. The platinum updo. All 11 pins. The mask in its full precision. The last time. That was the specific quality of this morning's dressing, not the performance for the performance's sake, but the deliberate completion of something. The Sterling heir, in the Sterling armor, going to the Sterling vault, to end the Sterling legacy. There was a logic to it that Arden had stopped resisting somewhere in the hotel room last night. If the mask was going to come off for the last time, it was going to come off properly. Romy was already on the island. She had taken the earlier transport, the one that had arrived at 0530, and had established the cover position at the estate with the advance team before the social circuit representatives arrived for the formal recognition of the inheritance handover. Arden had received Echo's confirmation at 0615, Romy on site, cover established, recognition team present, Cassius operative in eastern position, Penhaligon confirmed at the estate's main approach. Echo had not specifically mentioned Thorne's position, which meant Thorne was somewhere Echo was choosing not to transmit. That was fine. Thorne knew the sequence. Thorne knew the timing. The transport reached the island's private dock at 0652. Romy. The estate in the early morning had the quality of a place that had been curated for centuries and was aware of it. Romy stood in the estate's main gallery, in the amber dress that Celine had sent by courier to Athens, with the leather card case and the silver thumb ring and her short dark hair behind her ears, and she watched the recognition team assemble around the formal handover documentation with the calm, present attention of someone who had been in this room 100 times in rehearsal and was now in it once for real. She had been awake since 0400. This was not anxiety, it was the specific alertness that came before the thing you had been building toward, the quality of attention that sharpened rather than scattered. Her notebook was in the card case. She had written one thing in it this morning, in Athens, before packing, both of us. She had underlined it. The recognition team was 6 people, a Sterling family solicitor, 2 Belissaire family representatives, an independent assessor, and 2 members of the social circuit whose attendance was required by the formal recognition protocol. They were processing documents, which was the administrative architecture of a handover that had to look, to all external observers, like the legitimate social transfer of a family estate's access rights to a legally recognized inheritor and partner. Penhaligon was at the main approach, not inside. He was managing the external security perimeter, which was the position of someone who needed to control the building's access points and not the position of someone involved in the handover itself. Romy had confirmed his location at 0615 and had noted it and had continued noting it at intervals because Penhaligon's position was one of the things she was tracking alongside the eastern egress and the service corridor and the vault's access panel. At 0704, Arden came through the estate's main entry. Duel. The first moment was not words. Arden came through the entry and Romy was at the end of the gallery, and the recognition team was between them, and across the length of the formal stone room they looked at each other in the way that had no operational designation and no Section 3 compliance category and no language in any mission brief that had ever been written. Arden's face was the Sterling face. Precise, composed, the mask in its full architecture. Below the mask surface, in the specific configuration of the eyes and the jaw and the almost imperceptible quality of the carried weight, it was the other thing, the 30-second gap thing, the face that existed in the bathroom and the farmhouse and the dark, the face that was simply and entirely Arden. Romy gave them a slight nod. Small, specific. The message was, I see you. I'm here. Let's do this. Arden's jaw moved, once, with the tell. The message back was, as it always had been, everything in the nothing it showed. They moved through the handover formalities with the professional precision of two people who had been performing this cover for 2 months and had it down to the degree that the performance was barely a performance anymore. The recognition team observed the Sterling heir and their partner with the approving attention of people witnessing the conclusion of a process they had been part of since the Belissaire Gala, and what they saw was exactly what they needed to see, a couple, poised and credible and entirely in accord. The solicitor produced the inheritance documentation. The biometric registration, completed at the masquerade, was confirmed. The formal recognition of the handover was signed, witnessed, and sealed with the specific administrative gravity of a legal process that was about to become, in approximately 40 minutes, irrelevant. At 0741, the recognition team departed. At 0742, the vault's access sequence was available. They were alone in the gallery. "Echo," Romy said. "Here." Echo's voice in both their ears was quiet and steady. "Penhaligon is at the main approach, not moving. The agency crew is staged at the secondary entrance, 6 confirmed, as expected. Thorn is," a pause, "the kind with information in it. Thorn is inside. Lower corridor, east side. They came through the service access at 0630. Arden looked at the gallery's east corridor. The ghost of something crossed their expression, not surprise, but the specific quality of someone who had known this about Thorn and was confirmed in the knowing. "The sequence," Arden said. "Electronic interference is ready on your signal," Echo said. 60-second delay on the agency crew's breach attempt, extendable to 90 with the secondary package. Penhaligon's access override will be active. I can't block it, but I can delay the code propagation by 45 seconds. A beat. That's your window. Everything I have is in those numbers. That's enough, Romy said. It's close, Echo said. Be fast. A pause, shorter and warmer. Both of you. Be very fast. They moved. The vault's access tunnel began behind the estate's lower library, a panel set into the stone that was not on any architectural drawing and that Romy had identified from the advance team's ground-penetrating radar survey that Echo had acquired through channels that Romy had not asked about. The panel required the Sterling biometric and the partner registration simultaneously, the grandmother's final authentication gate, and it opened with the specific mechanical sound of something very old and very well engineered releasing its hold. The tunnel was stone and service lighting, a narrow corridor descending at 12 degrees, exactly as the schematics had shown. The air changed immediately, cooler, pressurized, the quality that Arden had described as industrial and ozone-adjacent. The smell of the future, the grandmother had called it. They moved in single file, Arden first, Romy behind, with the focused efficiency of people who had walked this tunnel in their heads 100 times and were now walking it once for real. Neither of them spoke. The only sounds were footsteps and the distant, ambient hum of the vault systems, already active, already waiting. The hum grew as they descended. The tunnel ended at a second gate, heavier, chrome-edged, set into a frame that had the specific engineering quality of something designed to survive an explosion on either side. The gate required the Sterling heir's palm against a reader that was set at exactly Arden's height and that had been calibrated to exactly Arden's biometric in the year the grandmother had died and the lawyers had come with the folder. Arden placed their palm against the reader without looking at it. The gate opened. The vault was exactly as it had been described and exactly as Romy had imagined it and nothing like either. It was the specificity of it that the descriptions had not captured, the scale, which was larger than the schematic's dimensions had suggested, the ceiling height that transformed the brutalist architecture from oppressive to cathedral, the lighting from below that made everything look like it was floating slightly above its own surface, the circle of screens around the central console that were all active, all running, all displaying fragments of the grandmother's surveillance architecture in the specific visual language of a system that had been waiting 30 years to be whole. The index. Not a bomb. A godhead of code. The console was in the center, raised on a platform, exactly as the schematic showed. 3 steps up. A single curved surface. The activation sequence built into the palm reader on the console's left face. Romy looked at it. She thought about what it would mean if this system were operational. Not in the abstract, she had thought about the abstract. She thought about it specifically, every government, every private interest, every intelligence network, every individual whose digital existence had ever touched a server anywhere. Every message, every transaction, every photograph, every moment that had been expressed in data and therefore could be watched. All of it, available to whoever had the index. Available to Vane. To the Sterling family. To anyone who could hold it long enough to use it. No. Ready, Arden said. Ready, Romy confirmed. Arden went to the console. Romy went to the vault door. She positioned herself with her back to the door's interior locking mechanism, facing the tunnel gate, with the card relay unit in her hand and Echo's interference package running active. The door behind her was the vault's inner seal, the secondary lock that had a 200-second breach rating that Vane's crew had the override code for, and that Echo had a 45-second delay on. 45 seconds of delay plus 60 seconds of electronic interference plus 40 seconds of console hold plus 120 seconds of countdown. 265 seconds from activation to see caves. The schematics had the tunnel to the western cliff face at 40 meters. 265 seconds was more than enough, if everything ran clean. If everything ran clean. Romy stood at the vault door and looked at Arden at the console and thought, it has to run clean. We are both coming out of this vault. Echo, she said. Activate. Interference package active, Echo said. Your clock starts when Arden hits the console. Arden placed their palm against the reader on the console's left face. The screens changed. Every one of them, simultaneously, shifting from the fragmentary display of the grandmother's surveillance architecture to a single unified image, the full gilded Scion index, assembled for the first time, the three fragments now complete, the master key rendered in its entirety across 17 screens in the visual language of a system that had just recognized its heir and was, for the first and last time in its existence, fully present. It was extraordinary. That was the honest truth of it. The grandmother had built something extraordinary, in the worst possible service of the worst possible purpose, and standing in the vault with the screens running the index in full, it was impossible not to feel the scale of what was about to end. Arden's hand went flat against the console's activation surface. The 40 seconds began. Romy turned to the vault door. Chapter 19, The Radical Surrender. Romy. The first 20 seconds ran clean. The agency crew hit the outer perimeter of Echo's interference package at second 9, and Romy felt the change as a sound, the specific electronic whine of a system running hard against an obstruction it had not anticipated. 6 people, standard breach formation, moving toward the vault door with the organized efficiency of a cleanup crew that had been briefed on the protocol and had not been briefed on Echo. Echo's voice was level in her ear. Crew is at the interference boundary. Package holding. You have the 60 seconds. 21 seconds had elapsed on the console hold. 19 to go. Romy stood at the door with the relay unit and her full attention on the outer tunnel, tracking the crew's progress through Echo's audio relay. 6 people. Standard kit. They were moving slower than the interference alone would produce. They had hit something unexpected and they were reconfiguring, which was the thing that happened when a prepared crew encountered an unprepared obstacle. Good. That was the gap. That was what they needed. 28 seconds. 12 to go. Arden, she said. Holding, Arden said, from the console. Their voice was flat and precise with the effort of the hold, and underneath the flatness there was the specific quality of someone who was very aware of every second. 33 seconds. 7 to go. The whine from the interference boundary changed pitch. The crew had activated a secondary breach approach. She heard Echo respond instantly, the secondary package deploying with a burst of typing sound in her ear. Secondary package engaged, Echo said. Extending the window. You have 90 seconds from my first count. You are at 56 elapsed, 34 remaining in the outer hold. 40 seconds. The console hold completed. Hold complete, Arden said. Self-destruct sequence active, Echo confirmed. Countdown running. 120 seconds. The screens in the vault changed again. The unified index display was replaced by a single readout, the countdown, rendered in the grandmother's architecture in clean white numerals on every screen simultaneously. The hum from the vault systems deepened, not an alarm, something more structural, the sound of a machine that had been told to end itself and was proceeding with the thoroughness of its design. 117 seconds. Romy moved from the vault door. Crew is through the interference boundary, Echo said, with the precision of a countdown within the countdown. Inner tunnel breach in approximately 45 seconds with Penhaligon's override code delay. Understood, Romy said. She was already crossing the vault floor toward the console platform. Arden. The sequence had run exactly as planned for the first 40 seconds, and then the variable arrived that the plan had accounted for and the plan had not fully accounted for in the same moment, which was the specific way plans came apart. The variable was the figure at the vault's secondary access. Not the agency crew. Not the outer tunnel. The secondary access, a maintenance panel set into the vault's east wall that was on the family's architectural drawings and not on any document that had been shared with either agency, which was why Penhaligon knew about it and which was why the panel opened at second 41 to admit Arthur Penhaligon alone, moving with the practiced calm of someone who had used this entrance before. He was holding a suppressed sidearm. It was leveled at Romy. This was the family's move. Not the agency crew with the override code, those were the external pressure, the design distraction. The family's move was the inside approach, the man who had always been inside the operation, positioned from the beginning to be exactly here at exactly this moment. Arden understood, in the 2 seconds it took to process Penhaligon's entry and his aim and the specific geometry of the situation, the full architecture of the trap, the recognition team and the formal handover and the agency crew at the outer perimeter were theater. The grandmother's failsafe for a rogue heir was not the biometric lock. The biometric lock was the front door. The failsafe was Arthur. Penhaligon looked at the countdown running on every screen. Looked at the console. Looked at Arden. Deactivate the sequence, he said. His voice was the same voice it had always been, transatlantic, clipped to essentials. You know the override. I know the override, Arden said. 103 seconds on the countdown. The console required the heir's palm for the override sequence, which meant Arden had to turn away from Penhaligon to reach it, which meant Penhaligon's sidearm would be on Romy for those seconds, and Romy was 12 feet from the muzzle, and Arden was 6 feet from the console. Override it, Penhaligon said, or she dies before you reach the panel. Arden looked at Romy. Romy. Romy was looking at the gun. She was also looking at Arden, and at the countdown on the screens, and at the vault's geometry, the console to her left, Penhaligon at the secondary access behind her, the tunnel gate straight ahead. The card relay unit was still in her hand. Echo was in her ear, and she could hear the quality of Echo's silence, which was the silence of someone who was running every calculation available and had landed on the same mathematics she had. Penhaligon was between her and the tunnel gate. Arden was between the console and Penhaligon's line of fire. The override panel was 6 feet behind Arden on the console's right side. 97 seconds. She thought, if Arden hits the override, the sequence aborts. The index survives. Both agency orders execute within 48 hours. The vault mission fails. She thought, if Arden does not hit the override, Penhaligon fires. She thought, Arden is going to hit the override. She could see it in the way Arden was standing, the specific, controlled stillness of someone who had already made a calculation and was in the process of accepting it. 6 years of the stone. The architecture that had been built to put the mission first and the person second, and that had been, for the last 2 months, slowly and deliberately dismantled, and that was right now, under the specific pressure of a gun aimed at Romy Vance, reassembling itself with the terrible efficiency of a structure that had been built into a person's bones and never fully left. Arden was going to protect her. At the cost of everything they had come to the vault to do. 92 seconds. No. Duel. Romy moved. Not toward the tunnel gate. Not toward Penhaligon. She moved toward Arden, across the vault floor, past the console platform, directly toward the line between Arden and the secondary access, and she stopped in the space between them. The sidearm tracked her. She was now between Penhaligon's gun and Arden. Arden said, with a precision that had broken through the stone in the specific way that things that could not be contained broke through it, "Romy. Move away from." "No," Romy said. She was looking at Arden. Not at the gun. Not at Penhaligon. At Arden, who was 3 feet away, whose expression had come completely undone in the last 3 seconds in the specific way that the stone came undone when it had no more architecture to defend itself with. "The timer is at 85 seconds, Romy said. Her voice was steady. She had found the ground under this and she was on it. "If you hit the override, the sequence aborts and the index survives and Vane gets everything she came here for. If you don't hit the override, the sequence completes in 85 seconds and we have the rest of the window for the sea caves." She did not move. "But Penhaligon has to not fire for 85 seconds, and you need to not hit the override for 85 seconds. "He will fire," Arden said. "In approximately 10 seconds if you do not move." "I know," Romy said. She looked at Arden with the full, clear attention of someone who had made a decision that was not a calculation. "You've spent your whole life being the shield," she said. "Being the one who doesn't need anyone. Being the stone." She took 1 step forward, closing the distance to 2 feet, so that her voice would reach precisely and not be performance. "I'm not asking you to stop. I'm asking you to trust that I can be the shield for 85 seconds. Just this once." She met the ice-blue eyes. "Let me." Behind her, Penhaligon said, "Move away from the heir, Vance, or—" "I heard you," Romy said, without turning around. She was still looking at Arden. "You've been the weapon that forgot how to be a person for years. You figured it out. In a villa in Liguria, with coffee and notebooks and white beans and a fight on a sparring mat." She held the gaze. "You're a person. You're my person. Let me be yours for 85 seconds. Arden's hand, Romy saw, was slightly shaking. Not the gun hand. The other hand. Arden's right hand, which was down at their side, not reaching for the override, and it was shaking in the specific way that hands shook when a person was holding something back that was larger than the container available. The stone was shaking. "I can't," Arden said. It came out with the grain of something said from the very bottom of a person, all the way under the stone and the sterling red and the 6 years. "Romy. I cannot." "I know," Romy said, softly. "I know you can't. That's not weakness. That's you." She looked at them. "Let me hold the door." 68 seconds. The shot from the secondary access was not a shot. It was a single suppressed sound from a different direction, from the east wall, from the maintenance panel that Penhaligon had used, which had admitted a second figure that neither of them had tracked in the geometry of the preceding minutes, and which had now, with the specific Australian economy of someone who had been waiting for the right moment and had decided this was it, changed the room. Jax Thorne had excellent timing. They had always had excellent timing. Penhaligon went down. Not dead. Thorne did not shoot to kill unless the contract required it, which this one didn't, and Romy had been specific about that in the outreach message that Echo had routed. Penhaligon was down and secured in approximately 4 seconds, with the efficient brutality of someone who had done this before and found it straightforward. Thorne straightened up and looked at the countdown. 58 seconds, they said. The accent was exactly as thick as Arden's file had described. "You two want to sort out whatever this is and start moving?" Romy turned around. Thorne was exactly as the file had described, sun-worn, compact, with the eyes of someone who was calculating 3 moves ahead and finding the calculation entertaining. They looked at Romy with the frank assessment of a person meeting someone for the first time after having listened to 2 months of their surveillance audio. "You're smaller than I expected," Thorne said. "You're exactly as advertised," Romy said. Thorne looked at Arden. Something passed between them, the specific, compressed communication of 2 people who had been in each other's orbits for years and had developed a language for it that had no words. 54 seconds, Thorne said, to Arden. "I'd move." Arden. Romy was already moving, back toward the console platform, extending her hand to Arden, not looking back to check if Arden was going to take it. She knew Arden was going to take it. Arden took her hand. The vault's countdown was at 51 seconds and the screens were white with the numeral and the hum was very deep now, the sound of 17 servers preparing to end themselves with the thoroughness of their grandmother's design, and the glass and chrome cathedral was beginning to feel, in the specific and non-metaphorical sense, like a place that was about to become something else. Sea caves, Romy said. Sea caves, Arden confirmed. They ran. The tunnel to the western cliff face was 40 meters and 12 degrees of incline and Arden knew every meter of it from the schematics and nothing of it from experience, and the experience of running it was the specific experience of a person running towards something rather than away, which was a distinction that Arden understood in the body and not just in the mind as they moved through the stone passage with Romy's hand in theirs and the countdown running in the vault behind them and Thorn. Covering the secondary access with the unhurried competence of a person who had committed to a position and was going to hold it. 40 meters. 30. Echo, Romy said, breathing hard. Outer cruise status. Still in the interference boundary, Echo said. Penhaligon's override code was the critical path and it's out of play. You have the window. A beat, the Echo beat that meant something was being decided. Also Romy, your heart rate is 131 and I want it on record that I've been tracking this for 2 months and it has been the most stressful 2 months of my professional life. Noted, Romy said. Thorn? I'm fine, Thorn said, through the relay. Go. 20 meters. The passage curved and narrowed and the sound of the countdown was replaced by a different sound, water. The specific, close, amplified sound of the sea moving through limestone, the Aegean working its way through the rock with the patience of several thousand years of practice. The passage was darker here, the service lighting ending, and Arden moved on memory and the schematic and the feel of the tunnel's walls close on either side. 10 meters. The cliff face appeared as light, not the vault's artificial below-surface light, but the actual dawn light of the Aegean morning coming through the rock aperture with the specific quality of light that had traveled a long way and arrived without being asked for. They came through the aperture at full pace and the world opened. The sea was 40 feet below. The western cliff face of the island dropped clean to dark blue water, and the water was deep and cold and very clear, and the dawn was coming up out of the east in long bands of rose and gold across the Aegean, and the island behind them was beginning to make a sound that was not any of the sounds it had made before. The self-destruct sequence, in the vault 30 meters below them, was in its final seconds. Romy looked at the water. Looked at Arden. Ready, she said. Arden looked at the sea. At the dawn. At the specific quality of a morning that was the first morning of something that had no name yet. Yes, they said. They jumped. The water was cold and deep and dark and then light, and then the surface, and then the Aegean dawn breaking open across the sky, and behind them the island made a sound that was the end of a legacy and the beginning of nothing, which was exactly what had been intended from the beginning. The vault was gone. The index was gone. The Sterling name, as a function and a weight and a sentence handed down in a manila folder in a kitchen a long time ago, was gone. They surfaced in the cold Aegean water and the dawn was very bright and Romy was laughing, not the performance laugh, not the social warmth laugh, but the real one, the one that Arden had heard exactly twice in 2 months and that had the quality of something released from a great height. And Arden was looking at her with the expression that no file had ever captured and that only happened in the spaces where the performance had fully run out. We're alive, Romy said. Yes, Arden said. Both of us. Both of us, Arden confirmed. The water was cold and the dawn was extraordinary and the island was still making its ending sound behind them, and they were both there, and it was both of them. And the sea caves had been exactly 40 meters and the tunnel had been exactly 12 degrees and the window had been sufficient. Thorn surfaced 10 meters away, because Thorn had apparently also decided the maintenance panel egress was less interesting than the sea, and they came up with the expression of someone who had found the entire morning satisfactory. Nice cliff, Thorn said. Echo, Romy said. I see you on the water surface, Echo said, and the voice had the quality it had when Echo was not managing it at all, just being what they were. Both of you. Both of us, Romy said. I know, Echo said, I know. Start swimming. The raft is 200 meters north. They swam. Chapter 20, The Great Escape. The raft was a 4-person inflatable with an outboard motor and a supply cache that Echo had prepositioned through a contact Romy had not asked about, and it was, in Romy's immediate assessment, the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. They reached it in the order in which they had covered the 200 meters, Romy first, because she was a stronger swimmer than anyone who encountered her expected, then Arden, and then Thorn at a pace that suggested Thorn considered urgency optional now that the vault sequence was complete and Penhaligon was secured. The raft had the outboard, a kit bag, 3 emergency thermal blankets, 2 changes of dry clothes in vacuum-sealed pouches, and a waterproof case with a satellite communicator. Echo had been very thorough. It also had 1 sealed envelope in the kit bag, addressed in handwriting that was neither Echo's nor any of theirs, and which Romy set aside without opening because the raft was currently the most important thing in her immediate operational environment and the envelope could wait. The island was still visible behind them as the outboard pulled them north, putting distance between themselves and the estate. The estate itself was intact. The self-destruct sequence had been a vault-contained event, designed by the grandmother's architects to end the index without collateral damage to the surface structure, which was either foresight or aesthetics, and Romy had decided it was probably aesthetics. The vault was gone. The estate stood on the cliff above the sea caves, unchanged, and would probably go to probate and eventually to the Belissaire family's extended network, and all of that was a legal problem for a different day. The island was putting out a thin column of dark smoke from the estate's lower levels, visible from the water. The vault's ventilation system going down, Echo had confirmed. Nothing catastrophic. Just the end of something. Arden was sitting at the raft stern with the outboard, steering north, with the sterling red still on and the platinum updo in what remained of its 11-pin structure, which was 4 pins, the others lost to the cliff jump and the Aegean. Their charcoal gown was soaked and salt-heavy and was going to be, Romy assessed, a write-off, and they were steering the raft with the same controlled attention they brought to everything they did with their hands. Thorn was lying on their back in the raft's center, looking at the sky with the expression of someone who had had a satisfactory morning and was taking a moment to appreciate it. Penhaligon secured, Romy said, settling at the bow with the satellite communicator. I used the same restraint kit the agency put in the vault's maintenance supply, Thorn said, to the sky. Seemed appropriate. The crew at the outer perimeter, Arden said. Echo has them in a 40-minute interference loop, Romy said. Long enough for us to clear the island's territorial water. She looked at the satellite communicator. Echo. Here. Echo's voice through the communicator had a quality that was different from the earpiece, slightly more distant, but cleaner. The kind of quality that said the person on the other end was in a real chair in a real room and was going to stay there. You're clear of the island's approach vectors. Vane's team at the secondary entrance has no water assets. They came in by air and they don't have a boat. By the time they reach a vessel, you'll be in international waters. Vane herself, Arden said. In Athens, Echo said. She got the vault confirmation at 7:53, the moment the countdown completed. She is aware that the sequence was not overridden. A pause. She is not happy. I have the comms intercept running and it is. She is very unhappy. She'll come for us, Romy said. Yes, Echo said. Eventually. But right now she has no index, no heir, a secured operative who works for the Sterling family and not the agency, and a joint operation that has just produced no usable intelligence assets. A pause. She's also going to have a significant institutional explanation to produce for the Bellwright board, because the operation's outcome is not what the operations brief described. Another pause, shorter. I've been documenting everything for 6 weeks. Everything. If she comes for you aggressively, she has a problem. Romy looked at the communicator. Echo. I said I'd keep you alive, Echo said. Documentation is part of keeping people alive. What about Penhaligon? Thorn said, to the sky. Penhaligon is Sterling family. He'll be extracted by the Family Security Council in approximately 90 minutes. The family's position is complicated right now, because the succession protocol's termination trigger has been activated, which means the Sterling family's legal standing in relation to the inheritance has changed significantly. Echo's typing was audible. I'm still running the legal architecture. It's going to be interesting. Interesting, Arden said. Long-term interesting, Echo said. Not today interesting. Today is navigational. Thorne sat up. They looked at Arden across the raft with the expression of someone who was making an assessment that had nothing to do with the morning's operation and everything to do with the longer history. You really did it, Thorne said. Yes, Arden said. The whole thing. Thorne looked at the island, at the smoke. You actually ended it. Yes. Thorne was quiet for a moment. Then they said, with the directness of someone who did not typically bother with qualifications, good. It needed ending. They reached into the kit bag and produced what appeared to be an energy bar of a brand that Romy did not recognize, which they began to eat with the equanimity of someone for whom the morning had been nutritionally incomplete. My account. For the record. Confirmed, Arden said. I'll be in touch, Thorne said, to the Aegean at large. Eventually. I'm taking a holiday. Romy looked at them. Where? Somewhere without surveillance architecture, Thorne said. I find I have strong feelings about surveillance architecture right now. They paused. You too should do the same. Get very lost for a while. They looked at Romy, then at Arden, with the frank acknowledgement of someone who had been listening to 2 months of conversations and had drawn their own conclusions. You've earned it. Nobody said anything to that. The raft moved north through the Aegean morning, the outboard doing its steady work, the island receding to a smudge of white and smoke against the gold of the eastern sky. The water was very blue. The light was the specific Aegean light that made everything look like it was happening slightly closer to the surface of something essential than anywhere else in the world. Arden had been steering since they cleared the island's territorial water, and had not spoken for a while, and Romy had been watching them from the bow with the full attention she brought to things she was deciding how to say. The sterling red was still on. Not the wig was gone, lost to the cliff or the water, and the dark blonde hair was loose and salt-damp and entirely present, pushed back from Arden's face with the same gesture they had used in the bathroom and the farmhouse and every room where the mask had come off. But the sterling red was still on, precise and unsmudged despite the Aegean, which was something Romy had been thinking about for the last 20 minutes. She understood why. The red would come off when Arden was ready for it to come off, and not before, and she was going to wait for the right moment because some endings had to be chosen at their own time. She reached into the kit bag and found the sealed envelope. It had no return address. The handwriting on the front was cramped and specific, and it addressed the Sterling heir using a name that was not Sterling and was not the operational cover. It was a third name, a private one, which meant whoever had written this had known Arden long enough and closely enough to have been told it. Romy looked at the envelope. Looked at Arden. This is yours, she said, holding it up. Arden looked at the envelope. Their expressions shifted through something that Romy read, carefully, as complicated. Where did you get that? Arden said. Kit bag. Echo prepositioned it. Romy looked at the handwriting. Who wrote this? A pause. My grandmother, Arden said. Romy went still. She died 2 years ago, Arden said. She left letters. For specific contingencies. They looked at the envelope for a moment. She was very thorough about contingencies. She left you a letter for the contingency that you ended the inheritance. She left me a letter for the contingency that I chose freely, Arden said. She made the distinction in her legal instructions. The termination protocol was for the contingency that I failed in the succession. The letter was for the contingency that I succeeded in something else. Romy looked at the envelope. At Arden. What does succeed in something else mean? She said. I believe, Arden said, carefully, that she built the heart into the lock because she always knew what hearts could do. She simply waited to see if mine would. A pause. She was, in some respects, a very old woman who hoped she was wrong about herself. Romy was quiet for a moment. Do you want to open it now? Arden looked at the envelope for a long moment. Then at the sea. Then back. Not yet, they said. When we're further. Romy put the envelope back in the kit bag. Said nothing about it. Some things needed distance before they were opened, and she had learned, over 2 months, that Arden's relationship with their own timing was something you respected rather than solved. The raft went on. Thorne finished the energy bar and produced a second one from somewhere and offered it to Romy, who accepted it on the grounds that the morning had been calorically demanding. The outboard continued its steady work. The island was nearly gone now, reduced to the specific presence of something that had mattered and was becoming the past. At 0912, the agency crew broke out of the interference boundary, according to Echo's relay. They were 40 minutes behind and had no water assets, and Vane was in Athens. The Aegean was large and the raft was small, and the raft's course was not one the agency had planned for. At 0941, Thorne's prepositioned contact reached them by a second vessel, a 40-foot sailing ketch with no flag and a captain who asked no questions and had been paid in advance for a week of Aegean passage and a great deal of discretion. They transferred to the ketch with their kit bags and the satellite communicator and the envelope, and Thorne took the bow position as though they owned the vessel, which was a possibility Romy chose not to examine. The raft was cut loose and the ketch moved south. At some point in the early afternoon, in the aft deck's low shelter with the Aegean running past in the specific blue of October in the southern islands, the crisis of the morning had sufficiently receded that the body could begin to release what it had been holding, and the release was not dramatic. It was quiet, the way exhaustion was quiet, the way relief was quiet when it arrived after something very large and very loud. Romy was sitting against the ketch's aft rail with her knees up and her head tipped back and the sun on her face, and she was not thinking about anything in particular, which was the specific luxury of a person who had been thinking very hard for a very long time and was being given, by the Aegean afternoon, a brief recess. Arden came and sat beside her. They sat in silence for a while. The sea was doing everything it did. Thorne was at the bow, apparently asleep. Echo's satellite communicator sat between them in the kit bag with its light on green, which meant the channel was clear and the situation was, by whatever measure applied to situations like this one, stable. Echo wants to know where we're going, Romy said, after a while. What did you tell them? I said I'd ask you. Arden was quiet for a moment. Somewhere quiet, they said. Not strategic quiet. I know the kind, Romy said. Somewhere where no one knows the Sterling name. The Sterling name is currently attached to a self-destructed vault and a terminated succession protocol, Romy said. I think the name is doing less work than it used to. Good, Arden said. The afternoon went on. The ketch moved south through the islands, and the wind was good, and the captain was as discreet as advertised, and Thorne slept at the bow with the abandonment of someone who had filed the morning under completed and moved on. Romy was aware, in the specific way she was aware of things she was about to do, that this was the moment. The afternoon quiet, the ketch, the Aegean. The first space that had existed since the vault in which there was no operational requirement and no clock running. She reached into the kit bag. Took out the small leather card case. Set it on the rail beside her. She looked at Arden. Arden was looking at the sea with the expression they had when they were present in a space without performing anything, the bathroom and farmhouse expression, the face below everything else. The dark blonde hair was loose. The charcoal gown was salt-stained and would not recover. The sterling red was still on. Hey, Romy said. Arden turned. Romy reached over and took Arden's hand. Not the brief contact of confirmation, the full hold, hand in hand, in the afternoon on the deck of a ketch somewhere in the southern Aegean with the vault behind them and the quiet ahead. We made it, she said. Yes, Arden said. Both of us. Both of us. Romy looked at them. At the sterling red. She thought about saying, you can take it off, if you want. But she was Romy Vance and she understood, specifically and precisely, that some things had to be chosen at their own time. She waited. Arden looked at her for a long moment. Then they reached into the kit bag, past the communicator, past the sealed envelope, past the practical contents of a prepared escape, and found a small square of folded cloth. White silk, from the gown's hem, which Romy had cut during the villa's final packing and had folded and placed in the kit bag without explanation, because she had understood that the moment would come and the moment would need a cloth, and there was no reason for it to be a poor one. Arden held the cloth. Looked at it. "You packed this," they said. "Yes." "When?" "Last night," Romy said. "In Athens. When I was lying awake thinking about the sea caves." Arden looked at the cloth for a moment longer. Then they raised it to their mouth, and with the same deliberate, unhurried precision they brought to everything they did that was real and not performed, they wiped the sterling red off. The color came away in a clean, decisive line across the white. Sterling red, smearing into nothing. Arden folded the cloth, looked at it once, and dropped it over the stern rail into the Aegean, where it opened briefly on the water's surface and was taken by the current and was gone. They looked at Romy. The face without the red was the face Romy knew. The bathroom face, the farmhouse face, the dark bedroom face. The face that had been there the whole time, under every performance and every mask and every weight of a name that was now traveling south on the Aegean in a silk cloth. "I'm unemployed," Arden said. Romy felt the laugh arrive before she had decided to let it, the real one, the one from height. "We're both unemployed," she said. "Technically we're still married, which probably doesn't help." "Technically," Arden said, and the word had a quality in it that was not quite a correction, "we are still married and I would not necessarily describe that as not helping." Romy looked at them. The afternoon light was extraordinary, which it always was in the southern Aegean in October, and the ketch moved south with the good wind, and from the bow Thorn said, without opening their eyes, "I'm awake enough to be disgusted by both of you. I want that on record." "Noted," Romy said. She did not look away from Arden. Arden did not look away from her. The hand that was holding Romy's was steady, which was different from the vault. In the vault it had been shaking, which was the stone coming apart at its foundations, which was the right and true and irreversible end of a structure that had been built to protect the person inside it and had, in the end, been the last thing Arden needed to be protected from. The hand was steady now. "I need to tell you something," Arden said. "Okay," Romy said. "I have been," the sentence began and reorganized. "This is not, I have said this before, in the operational context. I have said it as a tactical statement about the relationship between the cover and the mission and the nature of proximity within." "Arden," Romy said. "Yes." "Say it like yourself. Not like a briefing." A pause. Short, specific, the particular pause of someone who had spent years speaking in the language of briefings and was trying, right now, to find the one that belonged only to them. "I love you," Arden said. Simple. Undecorated. Said first, which was the thing Arden had never done, in the entirety of their adult life, for any person. Said into the Aegean afternoon with the directness of a person who had just discovered that the most terrifying thing they had ever faced was not the vault or the 40 seconds or the cliff, but this, the complete and total absence of a performance. Romy looked at them. The thumb ring caught the light. The silver thumb ring that she had been turning when nervous since the Zurich briefing room, which she was not turning now because her hand was held. "I know," she said. "I've known for a while." "I am aware," Arden said, with the very dry specific quality that was only theirs, "that I love you is not typically received with I know." "I know that too," Romy said. "I love you. I've loved you since the farmhouse and the white beans and possibly before that. I'm still working out the exact timeline." She looked at them steadily. "I wanted you to say it first." Arden looked at her. "Why?" they said. "Because you never say it first," Romy said. "And I wanted you to know that you could." The afternoon was very warm and the sea was very blue and Thorn was apparently asleep again or had decided that being awake for this was not something they were willing to do, and the ketch moved south through the Aegean with no particular urgency. Arden leaned in, and for the first time since the hotel in Athens and the masquerade and the dark bedroom in the villa, they let their head rest against Romy's shoulder. Not to protect anything. Not to maintain anything. Just to be there, in the specific and unremarkable and entirely extraordinary way of a person who had decided that this was where they wanted to be. Romy looked at the sea. She thought, we're both here. We're both alive. The vault is gone and the index is gone and the Sterling name is on a current somewhere in the southern Aegean. She thought, whatever comes next is not a mission. She thought, I think I'm ready to find out what we're like when there's no performance required. She thought, with the full and grounded certainty of someone who had been paying attention since a briefing room in Zurich and had been taking very careful notes ever since, this is it. This is the thing the whole thing was for. The ketch went south. The Aegean received them without comment, the way the sea received everything, completely, and without condition, and as though it had always been expecting them. Somewhere, on a current heading southwest, the silk cloth continued its journey into nothing. The Sterling red was gone. It was a perfect afternoon. Chapter 21, Wiping the Red Away. The dawn came in from the east like something that had been waiting to be allowed. Arden was awake before it. This was not unusual. They had spent years waking in the specific gray hour before light, calibrating the day's conditions before the day had declared itself. But the quality of this waking was different from all the previous ones, because the previous ones had each been the start of a performance and this one was not, and the body, apparently, knew the difference. The ketch had found anchorage in the small bay of an island that had no tourist infrastructure and one village and the specific, quiet self-sufficiency of a place that had long ago decided it did not require the world's attention. Thorn had arranged this through the captain by means of a conversation conducted in Greek that Arden had followed with partial comprehension and complete faith in the outcome, because Thorn had been conducting arrangements of this nature for their entire career and had never yet produced a result that was worse than adequate. The village's small harbor had a jetty, and the captain had a contact at the jetty, and the contact had a room above a fishing supply warehouse that smelled of rope and salt and had 2 narrow beds and a window that faced due east over the water. Thorn had taken one of the narrow beds and been asleep within 4 minutes, which was a skill Arden had always envied and had never successfully developed. Romy had taken the other narrow bed. She had been asleep by the time Arden had come in from the small balcony, curled on her side with her dark hair loose against the pillow and her hand open, and Arden had stood in the room for a moment looking at her before lying down on the floor with the kit bag under their head, because the floor was clean and the situation called for rest and the specific mathematics of 2 narrow beds and 3 people had only one solution that Arden was willing to implement. Romy had woken at some point in the night and found them there and had said, without full coherence, "What are you doing?" Arden had said, "Sleeping." Romy had said, "Get up here." It had not been a request. They had shared the narrow bed in the way that the villa's very large bed had taken weeks to produce and that the narrow bed produced in approximately 30 seconds by virtue of the physics being non-negotiable, and Romy had gone back to sleep immediately with her shoulder against Arden's arm and the open hand resting against Arden's side, and Arden had lain in the dark and listened to the harbor sounds and thought about nothing in particular, which was the first time in 6 years that thinking about nothing in particular had been possible. At some point they had slept. Now it was dawn, and Arden was awake, and Romy was still asleep, and the window was beginning to produce the specific, gentle insistence of a Aegean sunrise that was not asking permission. Arden got up without waking her. This required a specific and deliberate care, which they applied with the same attention they brought to everything their hands did that mattered, and the result was that Romy's breathing did not change and her hand found the warm place Arden had left and stayed there. Arden stood at the window. The harbor was gray-gold and quiet. 3 fishing vessels rode at anchor in the small bay, their hulls catching the early light in a way that made them look older and more permanent than they were. The ketch was moored at the far end of the jetty. The water was very still. They were wearing the kit bag's dry clothes, a plain navy shirt and dark trousers, both slightly too large, both entirely without social meaning. Nothing that communicated anything. Nothing that required a performance. The face in the window's reflection was bare. No sterling red. No platinum updo, no 11 pins, no engineered architecture of a persona that had cost decades to construct and had come apart, in the end, not under any external pressure but under the specific, internal pressure of a 23-year-old with hazel eyes and a battered notebook who had simply refused to pretend she didn't know what she was seeing. Arden looked at their reflection for a moment. The dark blonde hair, sleep must, pushed back from their face. The pale face without the red. Broad shoulders, unmanaged, not held for any room. This was the face that existed in the 30-second gaps. This was, apparently, just the face now. The kit bag was on the floor beside the door. Arden crossed the room and crouched beside it and, with the specific care of someone handling something that had been waiting, lifted out the sealed envelope. The grandmother's handwriting. The private name. They had been carrying this letter since before the island. Technically, they had been carrying the knowledge of its existence since before the villa, because the grandmother's legal instructions had included a reference to the contingency letters and their placement in specific trusted hands for specific triggering circumstances. Arden had known about the letter and had not thought about the letter in the same way they had not thought about the two-person exit window, because thinking about it required believing it was possible, and believing it was possible required a quality of hope that the stone had not been built to maintain. They turned the envelope over. Ran a thumb along the seal. The seal had the grandmother's wax insignia pressed into it, the Sterling family's emblem, a stylized key. The grandmother had kept her sense of theater to the very end. Arden sat down on the floor with their back against the wall, below the window's growing light, and opened the envelope. The letter was 2 pages, handwritten, in the cramped and specific script of someone who had spent a lifetime making sure their words were exact. It began, "If you are reading this, you have chosen freely." Arden read it. They did not read it quickly. They read it the way they read things that required the full architecture of their attention, slowly, with the willingness to stop and sit with a sentence before the next one. The grandmother's handwriting did not become easier as the pages went on. She had written with the compressed energy of someone who knew they were writing to a person who had been trained to read everything as information and wanted this letter to reach the person beneath the training. The grandmother wrote about the lock. About the biometric sequence and the authenticity requirement and the specific decision, made years before Arden was born, to build a system that could not be opened by anyone who had not chosen someone. She wrote that she had built the termination clause because she had believed, when she was younger, that the only thing worth protecting was the work. She wrote that she had understood, much later, that the only thing worth protecting was the person who would have to live inside the work. She wrote, "I was a Sterling long before I was a person. I made the mistake of building a world that would make the same mistake again. The only thing I could leave you, after all of it, was a door I knew you would have to choose to walk through. Not the vault. The choice before it." She wrote, "I hope you found someone worth the choosing." She wrote, "If you did, and you are reading this, leave. Whatever you think you owe the name, you have paid it. The name owes you the rest." At the bottom of the second page, in a handwriting that was slightly looser, as though it had been added later or under different conditions, "I am sorry the weight was so heavy for so long. You were always more than I gave you room to be." Arden sat with the letter for a while. The harbor sounds continued outside. A gull. The quiet knock of a vessel against the jetty. The water doing the small, patient work it had always done. They thought about the grandmother, the woman who had built a surveillance godhead and a termination clause and a heart lock and a contingency letter, and who had been, in the end, a person who had made the same mistake the stone made, confusing protection with distance, confusing power with love, and who had left, in the letter, the evidence that she had known the difference by the time there was nothing left to do about it but write it down. They thought about 30 years and several $1 billion and a global master key designed to watch everything, and about the fact that the thing the grandmother had watched most carefully, in the end, was the door she had built for the heir she had given no room to be anything but the heir. Arden folded the letter. Put it back in the envelope. Set the envelope on top of the kit bag. From the narrow bed, Romy said, "How long have you been up?" Her voice had the specific quality it had in the early mornings, when the social layer hadn't assembled yet and it was just Romy, warm, unhurried, entirely awake in a way that suggested she had been awake for longer than the question implied. "A while," Arden said. "The letter." "Yes." A pause. Romy sat up. Her dark hair was loose around her face in the morning light from the window, and she was in the kit bag's other dry clothes, the gray shirt that was also too large, because the clothes had been sized for function rather than fit, and she looked at Arden on the floor with the expression she used when she was deciding whether to ask or wait. She decided to wait. This was one of the things she had learned, over the months, and that Arden had noticed with the specific attention they brought to things that mattered. Romy knew the difference between a silence that needed filling and a silence that was doing its own necessary work. After a moment, Arden said, she knew. What did she know? That it was always going to end this way. That the lock was designed to produce this ending. That if the heir found someone worth the choosing, the inheritance was always going to be less important than the choosing. Arden looked at the envelope. She built in the ending she hoped for. And then she built in the termination clause in case she was wrong about whether it would arrive. Romy was quiet. She sounds like she was a very complicated person, she said. She was a Sterling, Arden said. We are, as a family, structurally incapable of simple. Romy looked at them. And then, with the specific quality she had when something landed and she was deciding whether to let it be small or let it be what it was, she said, you're not a Sterling anymore. Arden looked at the window. At the light coming through it in long, warm bands across the floor. No, they said. I suppose I am not. The simplicity of it was remarkable. 6 years and a name and a performance and a vault full of the grandmother's ambition, and the ending of it was just, no. I suppose I am not. Said in a room above a fishing supply warehouse on an island with no tourist infrastructure, in borrowed clothes that didn't fit, with no operational brief and no cover story and no handler in an earpiece. Just this. Just the room and the light and Romy sitting on the edge of the narrow bed with her feet on the floor and her expression clear. Arden stood up from the floor and went to the window. The harbor had moved into full dawn now. The fishing vessels were coming awake. One of them had an engine running, a low, practical sound, and a figure was moving on the jetty with the unhurried purpose of someone beginning work they knew well. The ketch was still and golden at its moorings. The water was doing what it had been doing for several thousand years and was apparently going to continue doing regardless of what had happened in a vault 30 meters below a private island yesterday morning. Echo messaged, Romy said, from behind them. I didn't want to wake you. Last night, while you were asleep. What did they say? Romy picked up her phone from the floor beside the bed. Read, Vane is contained. Bellwright Board has opened an inquiry based on the documentation package. She's not going anywhere fast. Penhaligon is in family custody and the family's legal position is currently being described by their own solicitors as, quote, challenging. Thorne is off-grid as of 0200, which is fine, I expected that. She paused. Then there's a lot of numbers I think are coordinates, and then it says, take your time. I've got you covered. Also I found a very good coffee place in Kyoto and I think you should both come. Arden turned from the window. Kyoto, they said. Echo has been wanting to go for a long time, Romy said. I think this is their way of proposing a destination. Is that where we're going? I don't know, Romy said. She looked at them with the full, clear attention that had been the first thing Arden had noticed about her in a briefing room in Zurich, the attention that registered everything and then tried, with only partial success, to look as though it hadn't. Where do you want to go? The question was simple and had no operational designation and no strategic component and no answer in any mission brief that had ever been written. Arden looked at the harbor. At the old fishing vessels and the early light and the jetty worker moving with the unhurried purpose of someone who had chosen their life and was living inside it without apology. Somewhere I have not been before, Arden said. That is not a Sterling destination. Not on any circuit. A pause. Somewhere with a kitchen. Romy looked at them. I want to learn to cook, Arden said, which came out with the very specific quality of a true thing that had never been said aloud before and had been waiting, apparently, for this room and this light and this person to say it to. Romy's expression did the thing it did when something arrived that was both expected and better than expected. Not the laugh, something quieter than the laugh, warmer. I'll teach you, she said. You will. White beans first, she said. Since you already know what that tastes like. Then we build from there. Arden looked at her. The morning was fully in the room now, the Aegean dawn, the light on the water, the specific, unrepeatable quality of a first morning that was the first morning of something that did not have a name yet and did not need one. Outside, the gull was still working the harbor, and the fishing vessel's engine was a steady, domestic sound, and the world was going about its business with the indifference of a world that was very large and had seen many things and considered this particular morning, in this particular room, to be entirely unremarkable. Which was, Arden thought, exactly right. They crossed the room and sat beside Romy on the edge of the narrow bed, close enough that the warmth of her was the primary physical fact of the morning, and they looked at the window together, the harbor, the vessels, the light on the water. "I have been thinking," Arden said. "Tell me. About what you said in the vault. About letting you hold the door." They looked at the window. "You said, just this once." A pause. "I want you to know that I understood what you meant by the just. I do not expect to be the person at the door for the rest of it. I do not expect you to hold things for me indefinitely." Another pause, shorter, in which something was being assembled with the care it required. "But I am also, as it turns out, not very good at being held. I am aware this will require practice." Romy looked at the side of their face. "I know," she said. "I'm patient." "You are not patient," Arden said. "You are determined, which is different and in some respects more effective." Romy considered this. "That's accurate. I am noting it." "Good." They sat in the easy, unremarkable quiet of two people who had been through something enormous and had come out the other side together and were now, in the specific and undramatic way of the morning after everything, simply sitting. The narrow bed was not designed for two people and was managing it anyway, because certain situations produced their own geometry regardless of the available space. From the floor, from the other narrow bed, came the specific sound of Jack's Thorn not quite pretending to be asleep. "I can hear you both," Thorn said, to the ceiling. "Just so you know." "We know," Romy said. "I want it on record that I went into a vault yesterday and shot a man in the kneecap and jumped off a cliff for you people, and I am now being subjected to whatever this is, and I feel it is inadequately compensated." Echo said you confirmed the engagement for free, Romy said. "Your words." "There's free and there's this," Thorn said. "This is above the rate." Arden looked at the ceiling. "Thank you," they said. A pause. The specific pause of a person receiving something they were not prepared for, from a source they were not prepared to receive it from. "Yeah," Thorn said. "All right." Another pause. "Now someone find coffee." The morning moved. Thorn found coffee at the harbor's single cafe, which opened at a time that suggested the village operated on fishing hours rather than tourist hours, and found this entirely reasonable. The coffee was strong and served in small cups, and there was bread, and the cafe's owner asked no questions about three people in borrowed clothes who arrived at dawn and paid in the mixed currency that the kit bag had contained. They sat at the cafe's single outside table and watched the harbor wake up. Romy had her notebook. She had transferred it from the kit bag to her shirt pocket at some point in the morning, the battered pocket-sized notebook that had been there since before the villa, that had accumulated 2 months of observations in the shorthand she used for things that needed to stay exactly as they were. She had it on the table now, not open, just there. Arden looked at it. "What is in the last entry?" they said. Romy looked at the notebook. Looked at Arden. Made the decision that lived between sharing and holding, the one she always made with care. She opened the notebook to the last page. The last entry was from the morning of the 16th, the morning after the terrace conversation, the morning she had revised the plan. It said, "Both of us. Window is enough. Tell her later." She had underlined "both of us" twice. Arden looked at it for a moment. "Tell her later," they said. "That was the note to myself," Romy said. "About the I love you." She met the look steadily. "I knew what I was going to say. I wanted to wait for the right moment. And the right moment was after I said it first." "The right moment was when you were ready to say it," she said. "Not before." Arden looked at the 2 underlines beneath "both of us" and thought about the notebook and its accumulated evidence, all the small, careful observations, the underlines, the things written down before they could become something other than what they were. 2 months of Romy Vance paying the specific, patient attention of someone who had decided, before they fully knew it, that this was worth attending to. You knew, Arden said. I knew enough, Romy said. I trusted the rest. Thorne, across the table, was watching the harbor with the expression of someone who was listening to everything and was choosing, for once, to let it be. The sun was fully up now. The harbor was in the full business of the morning, the fishing vessels moving out through the bay's mouth, the jetty active, the light on the water doing the work that the Aegean light had always done and that did not require observation to continue. Arden picked up the coffee cup. Small, strong, served in white ceramic with no pretension. They drank it. Not standing up. Not at a counter between one performance and the next. Sitting at a cafe table in a village with no tourist infrastructure, with a notebook on the table and borrowed clothes and no cover story, on the first morning of a life that had no brief for it. It was, in the specific and operational sense of the word, the best coffee they had ever had. Romy looked at them. Hey, she said. Yes. Are you okay? The question was simple and had a simple answer, which was remarkable, because it had not had a simple answer in a very long time. Yes, Arden said. Romy nodded. Looked at the harbor. Reached out and took Arden's hand on the table, the way she took it, not a grip, not a hold, just the presence of it, and they sat in the morning light with the water and the vessels and the village going about its work and the coffee cooling in the cups. There were things ahead that were not resolved. The legal architecture of the Sterling family's position was echoing's ongoing problem. Vane's inquiry would run for months. They were, in the most technical sense available, still hunted, still broke, still without an institution behind them, still two people who had walked away from everything they had been built to serve. They were also, for the first time in both their lives, free. Not the abstract freedom of a terminated mission. Not the provisional freedom of an operational pause. The actual thing, the specific, weightless, terrifying, extraordinary condition of being alive and unhunted in a particular moment, with a particular person, on a morning that had no requirement for it except that it was here. Arden looked at Romy's hand over theirs. At the harbor, at the light, at the notebook on the table with its two underlines. At the morning, which was continuing to be exactly what it was, ordinary, specific, irreplaceable. They thought about what came next and found that what came next was not a mission. There was no mission. There was just the day, and the coffee, and the person beside them, and somewhere beyond the harbor the Aegean going on in all directions toward an unspecified and genuinely open future. They thought, somewhere with a kitchen. They thought, white beans first. They thought, very quietly and with the whole of what they were, I am so glad we made it. Romy, who was watching the harbor, said, without turning, I can hear you thinking. Can you? You do the thing with your jaw when you're thinking something that doesn't have a word yet. She looked at them, sideways, in the morning light. What was it? Arden looked at the harbor. Nothing, they said, and meant, everything. Just the morning. Romy looked at them for a moment with the hazel eyes that registered everything and had, over the preceding months, entirely stopped pretending they hadn't. Good morning, she said. It was.